Chapter 11, 83 Extinction. The instant the Chaos Cannon was fired, Chen Mobai felt his mind, along with the burst of destructive white light, traverse the cosmic galaxy and land on Pluto. Previously, the seemingly unstoppable power of the River of Death was instantly pierced by the destructive white light surrounding him. As the destructive white light descended, all the underworld beings, including Hades, sensed impending doom. Especially the Queen of the Underworld, whose eyes, covered by a purple eye patch, suddenly flowed with blood tears. In that instant she saw the death scene of planets turning into dust and all living beings being destroyed. That's impossible. In disbelief, she immediately removed her blindfold and looked in the direction from which the destructive white light was flying. Her eyes flashed with the light of life and death, and the dark reincarnation lake seemed to be guided, rising into the sky with her gaze and transforming into a dark arc of light, trying to block it. What kind of power is this? Hades was equally shocked. As the king of the underworld, he was able to communicate with the river of death that the Grim Reaper left behind, encircling Pluto. In his view, the power of the river of death was invincible. At least none of the powerful beings on the countless planets that Pluto had encountered had been able to break through the river of death and descend upon Pluto. But today, the dead river, in the instant it collided with the pure white light, was like a lake being smashed into a giant rock, pierced through without any power to resist. After being enveloped by the destructive white light that pierced through the river of death that guarded the star, Chen Mobai entered Pluto's crust without any hesitation. Along the way, the power of the reincarnation lake, driven by the Queen of the Underworld, approached, attempting to block the destructive white light. Just as Chen Mobai was pondering how to deal with it, he discovered that the Queen of the Underworld's power, upon approaching the pure white light, seemed to be purified, turning into wisps of black smoke that quickly dissipated. Is this the power of destruction? Chen Mobai was surprised to see this. It should be noted that both the River of Death and the Lake of Rebirth, as Pluto's most powerful resources, reached the 6th rank when activated. But even with this power, it was powerless to resist the destructive white light. With a loud bang, Chen Mobai felt his mind being transported to the deepest part of Pluto. He entered the star core. Unfortunately, this place is now an endless road of death, seemingly where the god of death refined the will of the demon lord that he had entrusted to it after he had reached the void realm. As a disciple of the Purple Cloud Palace, Chen Mobai did not explore this matter. Instead, he directly pierced through the star core with pure white light and shot out from the other side of Pluto. Like a spear piercing through the stars, it shines brightly in the dark universe. Accompanied by a click, the colossal Pluto, like a shattered sphere, began its final destruction. Countless fissures appeared on the earth, bursting forth with streaks of pure white, like a hedgehog covered in white needles. Wherever the pure white passed, everything, tangible and intangible, was reduced to ashes. At that moment, Chen Mobai felt his mind merge into all the pure white light, as if it were exploding infinitely, shooting out from all the cracks in the earth of Pluto. All living beings on the Earth's surface, whether they were an army of billions of undead or powerful underworld generals, were instantly annihilated into black and gray mist and dissipated into the universe the moment they were touched by the pure white light, no matter how much they struggled or resisted. Even Hades, a planetary ruler with unparalleled cultivation, had 1.5 feet of his body evaporated by the destructive white light erupting from the ground beneath his feet. Hades wanted to scream, but found that his body, which was annihilated by the white light of destruction, had no sensation at all, as if he had never had that part of his body in the first place. Fear flashed in his eyes. What kind of power is this? He opened his mouth and spoke silently, but the Queen of the Underworld, not far away, understood Hades's lip movements. The air, along with the shattered Earth's crust, dissipated into the universe the instant the destructive white light descended. It was at this moment that the Queen of the Underworld remembered the conversation Chen Mobai had with her before he left. You can't even take a single step outside Pluto. So that's what it meant. After realizing her mistake, the Queen of the Underworld felt even more remorseful. Why hadn't she yielded and begged Chen Mobai for mercy in the Purple Cloud Palace? But who could have imagined that thousands of years ago, the immortal sect, which was being suppressed by Pluto, actually possessed such terrifying power? Why didn't we use it back then? The Queen of the Underworld was full of doubts. Although she was still gestating in the Lake of Reincarnation at that time, she had heard Hades explain the Great War between the planets. knowing that if Pluto hadn't been unprepared at that time, with many underworld generals and undead sleeping, it could have easily crushed Earth's star in terms of strength. Rumble. At that very moment, Pluto finally succumbed to the destructive white light and shattered completely. Almost all living things on the planet vanished at that moment. Only the three most powerful, Hades, queen of the underworld, and first underworld general. It was at this moment that they realized their fate and that of the entire planet Pluto. They will die. The underworld race will be wiped out. The planet will be destroyed. No. Hades could not accept this ending. He roared and set his remaining body ablaze, transforming it into a torrent of dark death energy. He wanted to merge with the river of death, the billions of undead, and the power of death after the destruction of the underworld race, making a final resistance against the white light of destruction. However, under the pure white radiance, even death is destroyed. Hades' final act of resistance only caused the destructive white light surging from the planet's rift to pause briefly before the dense tide of death vanished like darkness illuminated by sunlight. Zihahu. In his final moments, Hades, now only a head remaining, looked at Hades, whose eyes were bleeding, as if he wanted to say something. His Majesty, the Queen of the Underworld, immediately cradled his remaining head in her arms and turned to look at the first underworld general in the distant sky. Forget it, make a way for us. The Queen of the Underworld's words reached the heart of the first underworld general. After leaving Zixil Palace, the first underworld general's strength had surpassed that of a peak underworld king. Even if she did not use the life and death essence of her two eyes, she would not be her match. In her view, this was the last chance for the underworld race to survive before Pluto was destroyed. Without any hesitation, Wang Jite swung his sacred scythe, dodging and slashing in midair, trying to reach the queen of the underworld and the king of the underworld. The sacred scythe in his hand was a sixth-tier magic weapon left behind by the god of death. It was a crystallization of the purest power of the great Tao of death. Although it was damaged in several places when it clashed with the white light of destruction, it was still able to block it. The scene naturally attracted Chen Mobai's attention. He immediately recalled that in the Purple Cloud Palace, this first underworld general had gained the insight of rebirth through a drop of blood. If he had enough time and resources, he might actually be able to break through to the 6th rank. It seems we need to pay special attention to this person. In the blink of an eye, the destructive white light that was gushing out from the planetary rift in front of the first underworld general suddenly stopped in place, and was then fixed in place by a pure white immortal armor, transforming into the appearance of Chen Mobai. His figure had barely appeared when he was seen by the queen of the underworld and the king of the underworld in her arms. In addition to hatred and anger, there was also a trace of regret in both of them. If they had known Chen Mobai possessed such strength, they should have turned around and left Pluto. But by this time, Pluto and the Pluto race were on the verge of extinction. After Chen Mobai, riding the Lynxio immortal armor, transformed his mind into a form of destructive white light, he stood in front of the first underworld general. Through this period of destruction, he had become able to roughly control the white light of destruction. The sword path of destruction left by the white light in his heart emerged. The originally scattered and disordered power of destruction changed direction as his sword finger turned and slashed down towards the first nether general who was charging straight at him. With a loud bang, upon seeing Chen Mobai appear, the first underworld general immediately swung his sacred scythe, dodging the destructive white light before slashing heavily towards Chen Mobai's neck. In response, Chen Mobai simply raised his right hand, and the Lynxio immortal armor covering his arm and fingers emitted a white light, directly grasping the black scythe that was slashing down. The path of destruction and the path of death collided, and the first underworld general, wielding the scythe, seemed unable to withstand the clash between the two paths, and suddenly froze in midair for a moment. Chen Mobai did not let this opportunity pass. Although his destruction avatar was also fluctuating violently under the impact of the death Tao, seemingly non-existent, he instantly slashed out a white light with his left hand, forming a sword. Although the first underworld general recovered in time and tried to dodge, Chen Mobai held the scythe firmly in his hand. He could only rotate his body along the scythe handle, but the pure white light still swept across his waist and abdomen, and that part of his flesh was scorched as if it had been burned, turning into charred black. Compared to beings like Hades, who were directly vaporized, The first underworld general's physique was indeed incredibly powerful, capable of withstanding destructive forces. With a loud bang, at this moment, Chen Mobai's avatar of destruction also dissipated, representing the power of the first underworld general. Unfortunately, after destroying 99% of the life on Pluto, the power of the great Tao of destruction, which was originally just a beam, suddenly expanded and erupted, encompassing every part of the entire planet. Soon, another avatar of Chen Mobai's destruction took human form amidst the white light surging from the ground. Under his focused attention, in just a few breaths, the void around the first underworld general was already densely filled with hundreds of pure white rays of light, as if the latter were playing a game of dodging bullets, and anyone hit would die. Gradually, the first underworld general had less and less room to maneuver. His face showed despair as he swung his sacred scythe, slicing a dark crescent-shaped blade of light into the starry sky, trying to use his last bit of strength to pave a way for Hades and Hades to escape from Pluto. Unfortunately, with Chen Mobai's thought, countless white rays of destruction intertwined above the first underworld general's head, transforming into an almost endless net of destructive light that covered the entire planet Pluto. The first underworld general's crescent-shaped blade of light, after forcefully cleaving through the 6 nets of destruction, finally exhausted its strength. Silently, the holy artifact scythe in the first underworld general's hand, riddled with chips and cracks, finally reached its limit. Entangled by endless white light of destruction, it shattered and melted into black droplets, unleashing a rich and pure power of the great Tao of death. These forces of the death path once again created a small opening in the surging white light of destruction. Upon seeing this, the first underworld general unleashed all his vital energy, transforming into a gigantic Dharma form with 4 heads and 8 arms, and unleashed a punch towards the sky, burning with all his power. With a whoosh, Chen Mobai sensed that the net of destruction that enveloped the entire Pluto suddenly bulged out. This was the first underworld general's final stand. But it's all in vain before the great Tao of destruction. Having exhausted all his essence, the first underworld general no longer had the strength to dodge and was covered by endless white light of destruction. Subsequently, this first general of the underworld, second only to the king and queen of the underworld, began to burn black all over. Its powerful physique, which was almost able to regenerate from blood, only lasted a few more breaths before being annihilated into a cloud of blood mist in the shocked gazes of Hades and Queen of the underworld, slightly staining the unbridled pure white radiance red. This is also the only color left by the netherworld race amidst the pure white of destruction. Only you are left. Chen Mobai, clad in the Linkseo immortal armor, appeared before the Queen of the underworld. As for the king of the underworld in her arms, he had already assumed he was dead. If I beg for mercy now, will you let us go? The queen of the underworld asked this question, her voice trembling. Cannot. Chen Mobai merely answered with those 2 words, then raised his right hand, which was an endless white light that completely engulfed Pluto like a giant white sword wave. Behind him, the void intertwined into layer upon layer of raging waves, covering the queen of the underworld. Hades' face showed despair, and the head of Hades in her arms struggled as if trying to do something. But at that moment, Hades suddenly opened her mouth and swallowed Hades whole. At the same time, Chen Mobai also sensed that on this planet, under the impact of the destructive white light, the remaining power of the great Tao of death began to surge in continuously from the queen of the underworld. On Pluto, the only thing that hasn't been destroyed yet is the river of death and lake of rebirth, which possesses a 6th-order essence. Originally, the former belonged to Hades, and the latter to Hades. But in that instant, they merged within the queen of the underworld. Any nascent soul cultivator who obtains this power will be devoured by the great Tao of death, but the queen of the underworld forcibly controlled it using her eyes, and even showed signs of truly breaking through to the void refinement stage. It was at this moment that Chen Mobai realized that the queen of the underworld was not a true void refiner, but merely possessed some characteristics of a void refiner. What a pity! If you had done it at a different time and place, you might have succeeded. Seeing that the queen of the underworld's aura was showing signs of improvement and breakthrough, Chen Mobai immediately unleashed all the destructive white light, covering and engulfing it. Under the impact of the destruction Tao, the death Tao, which the queen of the underworld had barely managed to control with her eyes, completely went into chaos. After things get out of control, there's no need to even destroy the great Tao. The queen of the underworld was covered in a jet-black liquid, and her soul was devoured by the great Tao of death, losing all vitality. In the starry sky, Pluto, which was originally dark and deep, was enveloped in endless pure white light at this moment. Then, after a burst of dazzling light, it vanished into the pitch-black universe. Chapter 11, 84 Reunion with White Light. Chapter 11, 84 Reunion with White Light. Chen Mobai stood on Pluto, which was covered in pure white light. After the queen of the underworld died, all living beings on this planet were wiped out by her. Although he had committed numerous killings in the heavenly river realm before, this was the first time he had ever completely destroyed the life forms of a planet like this. It wasn't that he felt burdened, but rather that things were moving too fast. After all, Pluto is powerful. Whether it is Pluto, Pluto Queen, or the first underworld general, they are all top-level nascent soul cultivators, and they even have the sixth-order foundational power of the river of death and the lake of reincarnation. Unfortunately, even so, they were easily annihilated by the chaos primordial energy cannon, unleashed by the immortal sect at all costs. Is the great Tao of destruction too powerful? After realizing this, Chen Mobai remembered that Bai Guang had already comprehended this great Tao. No wonder that with her relatively recent entry into the void refinement realm, she was able to remotely control the sword intent within the white stone and fight against the incarnation of the god of death. After personally experiencing the great Tao of destruction, Chen Mobai felt that his previous consideration of suppressing the white light was somewhat inappropriate. It's better for couples to live in harmony. If they fight frequently, their daughter will definitely be sad. If we encounter this in the future, let's avoid violence and try to communicate amicably. Thinking of Bai Guang, Chen Mobai suddenly remembered that she had said before that she would handle the Grim Reaper's true form. I wonder if she has found the Grim Reaper's true form in the universe after all these years. With her two paths of destruction and killing, although her realm is not as profound as the Grim Reaper's, if she were to encounter him, perhaps the Grim Reaper would be the one running away. Of course, if the Grim Reaper comprehends the innate Tao of life and death, the white light might not fare so well. Chen Mobai felt a little worried after all. The ability to destroy Pluto and even control the power of destruction was largely thanks to the sword intent that Bai Guang had left him. He has always been a man who clearly distinguishes between gratitude and resentment. If Bai Guang is killed by death, Chen Mobai vows to avenge her. Thinking of this, a blurry image suddenly flashed through Chen Mobai's mind. It seemed that in a void of darkness, Bai Guang held the forgetful sword. Most of his body had been swallowed by the dark vortex, leaving only his upper body and hands. This scene startled him. Chen Mobai didn't know why he was able to see this, but he soon found out why. Pluto, shrouded in destructive white light, was constantly annihilating and disintegrating. However, the power of the Tao of death, squeezed and scattered by the Tao of destruction, was actually condensing and transforming into jet-black droplets, similar to the dissolving corpse of the Queen of the Underworld, which continuously converged towards the star core at the center of the planet. Soon, the destructive white light annihilated all matter, leaving only the dark and profound power of the great Tao of death, which gradually transformed into a dark vortex. And this pitch-black vortex was almost identical to the one in Chen Mobai's heart that devoured the white light. Is it the power of death? Chen Mobai's expression immediately tensed up. Without any hesitation, he immediately harnessed the pure white light, which had reached its peak after destroying Pluto, and sent it engulfing the dark vortex. Although the pitch-black vortex formed by the path of death condensed more and more as the pure white light fell, death itself began to gradually dissipate under the power of destruction. However, the death road left by the Grim Reaper on Pluto was formed with the thoughts entrusted by the Demon Lord as its core. Even though the level of the great Tao of destruction is higher, it can still only slowly wear down the beings, and cannot be easily vaporized and evaporated like the annihilation of beings such as the king and queen of the underworld. Chen Mobai was a little anxious, not knowing how to help Bai Guang. At that very moment, a glimmer of light, which he recognized very well, suddenly appeared in the center of the pitch-black vortex of death. Then, amidst the clanging of swords, a gleaming blade pierced out from the center of the vortex. Chen Mobai quickly recognized it as the Forget-Love sword. A white light is on the other side of the vortex. Upon realizing this, Chen Mobai was startled. As he pondered how he could offer assistance, he discovered that the almost endless white light of destruction around him suddenly seemed to have found its backbone. Instead of eroding the death Tao that had reached its peak, it surged towards the tip of the forgetful sword. In just a few breaths, the pure white radiance that was unique to Pluto was completely absorbed by the sword of oblivion. At this moment, the blade of the forgetfulness sword also emitted a cold white light, cutting a sliver through the originally condensed and solidified dark vortex. Through the crack in the vortex, Chen Mobai saw the snow-white hand holding the forgetful sword. He opened his mouth to say something, but found that the vortex of death suddenly transformed into the face of death wearing a cloak. Its deep eyes were fixed on Chen Mobai. Although no words were spoken, the chilling hatred was conveyed. You and your planet will pay the price. Clearly, death knew immediately after Pluto was annihilated. Chen Mobai thought it was because the power of the death Tao left by the god of death on Pluto was triggered by the white light of destruction. But even if he knew this, he would still do it. After all, ever since the incarnation of the Grim Reaper was sealed away, Pluto and Earth have been locked in an irreconcilable feud. After I devour this woman, you will be next. No matter which dojo you hide in, I will find you. Death once again delivered its chilling words. But Chen Mobai wasn't afraid at all. Even if death could track him down, he could simply hide in the Heavenly River realm, just like the Xuanjiao royal court did. He refused to believe that the Grim Reaper could still chase him all the way to the Heavenly River realm. Moreover, within this universe, Chen Mobai is also able to enter the Purple Cloud Palace. Not to mention the Grim Reaper, even his senior brother who had mastered the innate Tao of life and death, or even the Demon Lord, wouldn't dare to run wild in Zixale Palace. I'm waiting for you. Faced with the threat of death, Chen Mobai merely replied with this arrogant statement. Death's deep eyes seemed about to ignite with ghostly flames. At this moment, the sword of oblivion had already refined all the destructive white light, and the blade began to slowly retreat into the vortex. As the sword blade sliced through the vortex, Chen Mobai once again vaguely saw the scene on the other side. Finally, his gaze met the white light. The couple, who had been separated for a long time, suddenly found themselves at a loss for words. Even if it could speak, it probably wouldn't be able to get the message across. After all, although they appear to be inside and outside the vortex, there are actually countless galaxies, or even half a universe between them. Chen Mobai saw Bai Guang's lips tremble slightly, as if she was communicating with him telepathically. In an instant, he learned the lip reading of the immortal sect using the Fangkun book and deciphered her meaning. Don't worry about me, I'll deal with death soon. Just take good care of our daughter at the immortal sect. Chen Mobai, who had originally intended to say some nice things to Bai Guang, became quite indignant after finishing the interpretation. Because of Bai Guang's words, it's as if he's a stay-at-home husband who relies entirely on his mother, Bai Guang, to work hard outside, and that he's a freeloader. As the most talented person in the history of the immortal sect, the first-ranked disciple of Zixale Palace, and the last disciple of Zixale Daizun, how could he let his wife bear all the pressure? I'm taking good care of my daughter. She's about to form her nascent soul and become one of the 3 great hall masters of the immortal sect. You better not die, or I'll find her a stepmother in no time. Chen Mobai didn't know if Bai Guang understood lip reading, but halfway through his sentence, the gap in the center of the dark vortex formed by the Death Avenue, which had been cut by the Forgetfulness sword, gradually began to close. Bai Guang's voice and appearance also disappeared from Chen Mobai's sight. Chen Mobai felt a sudden urgency and began to think about how he could help the white light on the other side of the vortex. In battles between cultivators at the Void Refinement Realm, his various powerful magical artifacts and trump cards, which he was so proud of, were completely ineffective. The Primordial Bell and the Primordial Yang Sword are also in the hands of the immortal sect's main body. If it were here, it might be able to affect this death vortex, and perhaps it would be the last straw that broke the camel's back, allowing the white light to escape. Oh right, and this too. Thinking of magical artifacts, Chen Mobai suddenly remembered that what he had here was merely a destructive avatar condensed from his mind. But the Lingxiao immortal armor had been blasted over along with the Chaos Primordial Chi Cannon. I beg you, Senior, to lend my wife a hand. If she can be saved, I will surely help you go further in the future and take control of destruction. Chen Mobai quickly explained the situation of the white light to the Lingxiao immortal armor. The spirit of the artifact hesitated for a moment before accepting the promise he made. With your combined talents, you two might actually be able to achieve the Tao of Destruction someday. I hope I can traverse this path of death. After receiving a response from the Linkseo immortal armor, Chen Mobai immediately poured all the destructive power gathered by his destruction avatar into the armor. He then dissipated into the universe, and the Linkseo immortal armor dispersed from his body and reformed into a white block, carrying a chilling white light, like a pure white lightning bolt, which at the last moment stuck to the tip of the forgetful sword that had not yet been retracted. The moment the sword tip touched the Linkseo immortal armor, a pure white light of destruction shone forth. At the same moment that the Linkseo immortal armor and the light of destruction disappeared, Chen Mobai's mind returned to his original body outside the sky of the Earth origin star. He opened his eyes, waved his sleeve, and poured the immense power of the void into the gate not far away. Amidst a deafening roar, the dimensional gate, which he had sealed with only a crack, suddenly opened wide beneath his sleeve. Pure Yang! Qi Yuheng and the others behind him only shouted once and rushed over to celebrate the annihilation of Pluto by the Chaos Qi Cannon, only to find that Chen Mobai had already stepped into the boundary gate and disappeared. Amidst the flashing silver light, Chen Mobai activated the power of the boundary gate and descended into the void where Pluto had disappeared at the edge of the Tianyang star system. Chapter 1185, The True Face of the Gate. Chapter 1185, The True Face of the Gate. Chen Mobai looked up and saw the forgetful sword, and the spirit cloud immortal armor disappear into the center of the death vortex at the same time. At the same time, the phantom of death shrank along with the vortex, eventually condensing into a single point and disappearing. In the surrounding starry sky, only the colorful orbs of light left after Pluto's annihilation remained. Chen Mobai sent his divine sense out of his body and searched the area where the death vortex had disappeared, but found nothing. Beneath the echoing sound of the empty valley, one could faintly hear the fluctuations of the power of the void, seemingly connected to some very distant place. However, because it was mixed with the power of the great Tao, such as destruction and death, even he could not grasp and untangle this fluctuation. In response, Chen Mobai could only pray in his heart that Bai Guang could really kill the Grim Reaper. At that moment, streaks of silver light flashed around him. It was Qi Yuheng and the others who descended here through the portal he opened. What a pity, under the chaos energy cannon, the entire Pluto was reduced to cosmic dust. Seeing the starry sky reduced to nothingness, leaving only a patchwork of colorful and mottled energy, Narcissus couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Because it was agreed beforehand that if there was a mortal membrane, it would belong to her. However, if it could be exchanged for the disappearance of Pluto, Narcissus would be willing to give up even 10 celestial membranes. The celestial membrane of Pluto has long been refined by the god of death, transforming into the river of death that guards the planet. Even if you were to take over this planet, you would still need to remove the great Tao of death from it if you wanted to use it. Chen Mobai, however, told Shui Xian some good news. Under those circumstances, she definitely wouldn't dare to refine it. Since it was never going to be of any use to me in the first place, then it doesn't matter. It would be better to avoid using this chaos primordial Qi cannon in the future. After all, even without the heaven and earth membrane, other resources are still useful to the immortal sect. Qi Yuheng looked around at the empty space and felt heartbroken. This single shot exhausted the spiritual energy resources accumulated by the immortal sect over thousands of years, merely annihilating the formidable enemy, Pluto, without any other gains. These colorful energy orbs are remnants left over from the impact of the Tao of Destruction and the Tao of Death. They are also the power of the Tao on Pluto. See if any of them match your own attributes and try to refine them. Chen Mobai, however, saw something different from Qi Yuheng and the others, pointing to the mottled, colorful clumps intertwined in the starry sky. Among the immortal sects, he has the most profound understanding of the 3,000 great Taos. Although Pluto is primarily associated with the Tao of Death, it still contains elements related to the 5 elements and other fundamental principles. Pure Yang, these things are probably not easy to separate and refine. Qi Yuheng and the others look troubled by this. At their level, they can only barely sense the power of the great Tao. Currently, only Qi Yuheng and Shui Xian are capable of absorbing and refining the power of the great Tao. This is equivalent to making them solve quadratic equations when they have only just begun learning addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai slapped his forehead, realizing that he had indeed overlooked this point. Not everyone is like him, who attains Tao fruit upon reaching the nascent soul stage, or even whose swordsmanship, which is the embodiment of his primordial spirit, is directly at the highest level of this realm. I forgot about this point. Then I will first incorporate these into the Dharma realm, and when I have time, I will slowly separate and categorize them. These powers of the great Tao are no longer of much use to him, but for those who have reached the nascent soul stage in the immortal sect, they are the best resources for comprehending the relevant great Taos. Chen Yang, you can actually refine these directly with your Dharma realm. After all, if the Dharma realm wants to grow, in addition to evolving the 3,000 great Taos itself, directly absorbing from the outside world is also a good method. In response, Qi Yuheng said the following. Once the Dharma realm is fully developed, it becomes equivalent to a real miniature world. The miniature worlds of the various pharmaceutical factories of the immortal sects are similar to Dharma realms, except that these miniature worlds depend on the earthly star to reproduce and nurture life. The Dharma realm, on the other hand, can be independent and autonomous, directly refining the void as its origin. I will refine the power of the great Tao that you do not need. If the rest can help you improve, then I can leave with peace of mind. When Chen Mobai said those words, Qi Yuheng and the others were all deeply moved. Reporting to the true lords, the three-eyed clan's planet has begun to deflect. According to its current trajectory, it will not enter the Tianyang star system but will merely glide past it. Just then, Master Plum Blossom stepped through the boundary gate and into the starry sky, conveying good news with a joyful expression. Upon hearing this, Qi Yuheng and the other nascent soul true monarchs couldn't help but burst into laughter. Cheng Xuan, it seems that the three-eyed clan also has experts. They were able to see the great battle between our immortal sect and Pluto from such a distance. Obviously, the scene of the chaos primordial cannon completely annihilating Pluto frightened them. Yunhai, in that case, we won't have to run away. The remaining spiritual energy on Earth Star, plus Kingping's Chaos Pearl, will barely be enough to get through this most difficult period. Chen Mobai, however, did not take this lightly. He turned to Meihua and instructed her to continue monitoring the movements of the three-eyed clan's planet. The immortal sect is currently outwardly strong but inwardly weak, and the coordinates of the Earth origin star have already been exposed. If the other side shows any signs of entering the Tianyang star system, in order to avoid the worst outcome, we must still be prepared to retreat at any time. Qi Yuheng and the others also realized this, and after listening, they all nodded solemnly. Next, Chen Mobai opened the Dharma realm, swallowing the remaining colorful energy clusters in the starry sky one by one. At the same time, he also controlled the boundary gate to absorb and refine the void power of this area. During this process, Chen Mobai sensed an unknown void coordinate through the boundary gate. The location where these coordinates were found is precisely the point where the death vortex disappeared. Chen Mobai had a vague guess that this should be the battlefield where death and white light were fighting. He wanted to use the portal to locate the coordinates and teleport there, but the portal responded that it was impossible. The current coordinates are shrouded by a higher level Tao. You need to obtain authorization from the other side before you can teleport in. Upon hearing the gate's answer, Chen Mobai fell into deep thought. This sixth-order magic artifact, brought from the central dojo by the 5 patriarchs of the immortal sect, is said to be a fragment of the gate of the Great Void, so it has no artifact spirit. All its actions and procedures are carried out according to predetermined rules. If the gate says it's impossible to enter, then it's definitely not possible. But he also has a tortoise. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai told Qi Yuheng and the other cultivators from the immortal sects to go back first and clean up the mess left by the Chaos Yuan Qi cannon. After everyone had left through the boundary gate, Chen Mobai took out the turtle treasure. Gui Bao could even locate Zixao Palace, so Chen Mobai felt that anywhere else in the entire universe was no problem for him. However, the level of the tortoise treasure was too high, and he had not yet refined it. So even though he placed turtle treasure at the point where the death vortex disappeared, turtle treasure did not react at all. It seemed that only after he took his real body into it could it be located. After trying for a long time, Chen Mobai sighed and put the turtle away. After he retrieved the tortoise, he found that his phone screen was filled with pop-up windows. The gate to the void has been discovered. Should we absorb and refine it? There is sufficient void energy around us to aid in the refining process. Do you agree? Yes. When Chen Mobai first encountered the boundary gate, Gui Bao had already popped up a similar message, except that at that time there was also a pop-up message immediately following. Insufficient cultivation to refine. After he reached the nascent soul stage, his cultivation level should have been sufficient. However, the realm gate was, after all, a treasure of the immortal sect and the hope for all immortal sect cultivators to leave Earth Origin Star. Chen Mobai was not a selfish person, so he never agreed. In particular, now that Chen Mobai suspects that the turtle treasure might be the void gate of the heavenly river realm, he dares not let it revert to its original form. Otherwise, the clash between the void Taos of two different worlds would likely attract the attention of all the powerful beings of pure yang in this vast universe. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai sighed and clicked no. Next, he activated the refined boundary gate and began to absorb the vast void power released after the annihilation of the surrounding Pluto. These void forces are also intertwined with the colorful and mottled energy clusters, but the boundary gate is a high-level treasure that can autonomously distinguish and absorb what it needs. Therefore, with Chen Mobai's assistance, the gate opened, drawing strands of silver light from the vast starry sky into the massive, mottled energy cluster. Each ray of silver light was pure and refined void power. As it was continuously merged with the boundary gate, more functions and origins of this magical artifact gradually appeared in Chen Mobai's mind. This gate is indeed a branch of the Gate of the Void. Teleportation is merely its most basic function. In reality, it is a communication tool connecting the intelligent beings in this vast universe, similar to a mobile phone for immortals. The moment Chen Mobai learned the true nature of the Gate of Boundaries, he felt his mind suddenly enter a mysterious place. Looking around, it seems like being in a closed box, with each side covered by all sorts of strange and unusual characters and phrases, forming an empty yet real wall. Although some of these characters and symbols are unfamiliar, their meaning and content become clear the moment they are seen. The Zhengheng sect of the Bei Dojo in the Zhaosheng Star domain needs 1/7 tier Dao integration flour and is willing to pay 100 Dao merit points, or exchange it for goods. The Zhengheng sect is willing to cover the Dao merit points for shipping. The Xuan Palace Black God Dao Lord needs to refine his Dao-attaining treasure again, and has invited a weapon-refining immortal master from the Purple Cloud Star River with experience in refining 7th-tier Dao treasures to meet with him. The reward is substantial. The 8th Order innate supreme treasure of the Central Dojo, the heavenly axe of annihilation, has disappeared. Anyone who can provide information and confirm its authenticity will receive 800 merit points. Chen Mobai read through the list one by one, feeling like a country bumpkin. Because of his position in the immortal sect, he was knowledgeable about Taoist cultivation. This is a currency issued by the Central Dojo and recognized by all the Xuanmen forces in this vast universe. The reason why the 5 patriarchs of the immortal sect came to Earth Origin Star was because the planet was entrusted with the thoughts of the Demon Lord. If they could purify the demonic thoughts, they would be rewarded with a Taoist merit. If a planet possessed by demonic thoughts amplifies those thoughts through a dimensional gate, it will attract other demonically corrupted planets in the universe. Therefore, immortal sects can also gain Dao merit by waging war to destroy demonically corrupted planets like Dragon God Star and Pluto Star. The 5 patriarchs of the immortal sect had a well-thought-out plan to establish a foundation on the remote Earth Origin Star in the Purple Cloud Galaxy and then continuously accumulate Dao merit. If one of them could successfully refine the Void Realm, they could refine the Boundary Gate and unlock the true function that Chen Mobai has now obtained. Unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes, or perhaps it's true that Taoist merit isn't so easy to earn. When the 5 patriarchs of the immortal sect arrived at Earth Origin Star, apart from Patriarch Longzhuo, the other 4 were all buried there. This is why even a spirit lord can only use the most basic teleportation function of the Boundary Gate. Because only cultivators who have reached the void refining realm or comprehended the great Tao of Void can enter the core of the Boundary Gate, which is the void box where Chen Mobai is currently located. Knowing all this, Chen Mobai had a thought, and suddenly an empty screen appeared in front of him. This is the basic information of the account represented by this gate. Number, Takesu Gate 71963, Branch Gate. Account name, White Crane Dojo Survivors Mutual Aid Association. Taoist Merit Balance, 12. Quest received. Purify demon-infected planet 64,725,144. Incomplete. Completed tasks. Purify, annihilate. Demon-infected planet 47,895,146. Completed. 1 Dao merit point gained. Purify, annihilate. Demon-infected planet 815,795,476. Completed. 1 Dao merit point gained. Purify, annihilate. Demon-infected planet 14,257,834. Completed. 2 Dao merit points gained. In the last 2 completed tasks, Chen Mobai checked the dates and found that they corresponded exactly to the times when Dragon God Star and Pluto were annihilated. The reward for Dragon God Star is 1 Dao merit, while the reward for Pluto Star is 3 Dao merit, making it the highest reward among all completed missions. This gave Chen Mobai a general idea of the value of the Taoist cultivation techniques on the demon-stained planet. According to this classification, the planet belonging to the Three-Eyed Clan should also be worth 3 Dao merits. Below all the completed tasks, there is a line of small print. These are basic tasks, automatically recorded by category. Upon seeing this, Chen Mobai felt a surge of relief. If it weren't for the automatic recording, all the years of war and expansion of the immortal sect would have been in vain, and they wouldn't have accumulated a single Dao merit. Even so, after thousands of years of effort, the entire immortal sect has only accumulated 12 Dao merits, which is rather meager. I wonder how the 5 ancestors of the immortal sect managed to exchange for the Boundary Gate and the 7 heavenly books. Although the Boundary Gate is the basic communication tool in this vast universe, it is still worth 20 Dao Gong points if you want to exchange for it. It is estimated that after the White Crane Dojo fell, the 5 patriarchs of the immortal sect used the Taoist techniques of their respective sects and sold everything they owned to obtain it. Next, Chen Mobai clicked on Dao Gong Balance and found that he was redirected to an interface similar to an online store. He noticed a purchase record in the upper right corner. Driven by intense curiosity, Chen Mobai clicked again. Chapter 11, 86 Purchase Record. Chapter 11, 86 Purchase Record. There are 4 purchase records in total. Except for the first one, the rest are interstellar teleportation functions worth 1 Dao Gong. This means that the 5 patriarchs of the immortal sect traveled from the central dojo to Earth Origin Star, and at least 3 times they used the Boundary Gate for long-distance teleportation. Chen Mobai clicked on the specific information in the purchase record and found that he was directly redirected to the product page. The above contains a detailed introduction to intergalactic teleportation. With 1 Dao Gong, a type of cultivation skill, you can freely teleport within a distance of 100 galaxies. In terms of diameter, the Tianyang Galaxy is equivalent to 1 light-year, while the Xuanyang Galaxy, where the Tianyang Galaxy is located, is approximately equivalent to 100,000 light-years. A single Taoist technique could transport the 5 patriarchs of the immortal sect across 100 star systems, which gives an idea of just how vast the distance is between the Earth Origin Star and the central Taoist center. Besides Taoist cultivation, one can also use the power of the void to charge and activate the Boundary Gate. This is the most basic teleportation function, which can be used for free as long as you purchase a portal. However, the distance is definitely not as convenient or far as directly using Taoist techniques. The immense void power generated by the annihilation of Dragon God Star was used by the Spirit Venerable to teleport her, and the white light a distance of several galaxies. However, for them, the key is to find another planet with spiritual energy, preferably a place for spiritual practice. Within the Purple Cloud Star River, all the Taoist temples were established by true immortals and Tao lords who had attained the Tao, and each of these temples generally had a direct connection to the central Star River. Most importantly, since the place is a Taoist temple, there's no need to worry about spiritual energy. As long as one can go to training ground, one can slowly cultivate and break through realms. If one is lucky enough to break through to the Tao integration realm again, then one can roam freely throughout the entire universe. Seeing this, Chen Mobai finally noticed a long, rectangular grid in the corner that resembled a phone battery indicator. It immediately displayed the percentage as he thought, 3%. This means that when the Spirit Lord activated the Boundary Gate last time, he almost exhausted all the void power stored within it. If Chen Mobai hadn't annihilated Pluto to recharge it for a while, he probably wouldn't have been able to enter the void box inside this boundary gate. After reviewing all of this, Chen Mobai returned to the purchase history page and opened the first item. The name displayed above is New User Benefits, Genesis Heavenly Book Gift Pack, 7 books in total, original price 70 cultivation points, 10% off for first-time purchase. After reading it, Chen Mobai naturally knew what this so-called gift package was. It must be those 7 heavenly books from the Heavenly Book Academy. Unexpectedly, it was a 10% discount gift package for new users of G-Men. It's unclear whether this offer is available to all users of every realm, or only to the immortal realm. From a value perspective, it's definitely a profitable trade. After all, even a single copy of this Heavenly Book gift pack could be enough for a nascent soul cultivator to study for a lifetime. The 7 heavenly books together contain all the content related to the Dharma realm. If Chen Mobai hadn't comprehended these 7 heavenly books, he probably wouldn't even be able to kill the old dragon now, let alone destroy Pluto. All I can say is that Zhang Dao lost 5 people back then, and he made a good purchase of this gift package. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai became even more curious about the other things in the mall. He immediately clicked on the homepage, and soon a dazzling array of wonderful items came into view. The complete set of the Tai Su Heavenly Book, containing 200 volumes, originally priced at 200 Dao Gong, is now available at a 20% discount. A single 8th-tier dragon scale from the Dragon Palace Ancestral Dragon contains the primordial Dao. Originally priced at 88 Dao points, it is discounted by 12% if you purchase 10 or more scales. A 7th-tier spiritual vein cave dwelling at Newell Cliff Dojo, priced at 128 Dao power. After looking at it for a while, Chen Mobai thought about his account balance and could only click on the price filter, from low to high. Soon, items priced in the single digits appeared before his eyes. These are among the lowest grade items in the store, mostly 6th tier, with only a few 5th tier. He looked at the reviews and they were mostly sarcastic. They'll put up any kind of trash. This is a waste of Master Dao's browsing time. The Central Training Center doesn't do anything about it. Even my dog wouldn't eat this stuff. After reading it, Chen Mobai thought about the resources of the immortal sect and felt even more that he was a bit poor. When he got to the second page, he finally saw a familiar product. Heaven and Earth Membrane, rank 6, low grade. It can be used to lay the foundation of the Dharma realm and to refine Dharma robes. It has been refined and can be easily refined by nascent soul cultivators. Price, 2 Dao powers. After reading it, Chen Mobai couldn't help but frown. The price of this thing is unexpectedly high. After all, the mission to annihilate Dragon God Star only gave 1 Dao power. The membrane of the celestial body is actually worth 2 Dao power. Perhaps it's because it's refined, and if it falls into Chen Mobai's hands, he can try to refine it into a 6th-order robe. From that perspective, it's worth it. Chen Mobai was somewhat tempted, but after thinking about his remaining balance, he sighed again. He had already mastered the Dharma realm and possessed the primordial bell, so the heaven and earth membrane was not a necessity for him. Let's put our Taoist skills to a more suitable place. With that in mind, Chen Mobai continued browsing. Because there were so many products, he immediately started searching and set the keywords. Pills for mid-stage nascent soul cultivators to improve their cultivation. Soon, tens of thousands of pieces of content appeared. Chen Mobai entered a more precise term, suitable for a cultivation technique with the Yang Fire attribute. It instantly eliminated more than half of them. He quickly spotted a product called Zunyang Dan, which was on promotion. 1 Daegong could buy 5 bottles plus 2 free. It was said to be effective before reaching the nascent soul stage. However, the seller thoughtfully noted that taking 5 bottles offered the best value. After 5 bottles, due to drug resistance, the effect would likely only be 1 or 2/10 of what it was. Chen Mobai also saw talismans in the shop that could remove drug resistance. Once applied, they would make one forget that they had taken the pill. Each grade of pill formula corresponded to a talisman of a specific grade, but the effect was not guaranteed to be permanent. Once the talisman lost its effectiveness, the cultivation level forcibly increased by the pill might drop. Of course, if you purchase a level 7 talisman, the seller guarantees that it will be permanently effective. But with Chen Mobai's wealth, how could he dare to look at something of the 7th rank? However, he remembered that he possessed the pure Yang Dao. If he used this talisman to deceive his essence, energy, and spirit, and then broke through with the help of pills, he wouldn't have to worry about his cultivation level dropping even if the talisman failed. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai immediately looked up how to purchase the Deception Talisman. A Tier 5 Deception Talisman costs 50 talismans for 1 Dao power. Purchasing a Tier 6 Deception Talisman grants 10 Tier 5 Deception Talismans as a bonus. Chen Mobai also discovered that the shop selling talisman had a price-paying option that allowed customers to use Tier 5 Deception Talismans to cover the difference. But for him, only the lowest tier, level 5, is needed. A 5th-tier heaven-concealing talisman can have a 10-year effect once activated for a nascent soul cultivator. Although Chen Mobai didn't need 50 sheets at all. But he needed this thing anyway. With 2 Taoist cultivation points, he can purchase the Zunyang pill and the Deception Talisman respectively, so he won't have to worry about resources until he reaches the peak of the nascent soul stage. Chen Mobai has always been ruthless in investing in himself, and he believes that the 3 Dao skills he gained from annihilating Pluto are his own achievement, and not a case of misappropriation of public funds. After adding the 2 items from the online store to his shopping cart, Chen Mobai clicked to pay. The Taoist merit numbers that then appeared made his eyes widen in disbelief. Because it wasn't 2 but 12. On what grounds? Chen Mobai immediately clicked on the payment details and then found the bottom item. Shipping is not free for remote areas, and the shipping fee is 5 daegong per item. I'll go to hell with you. Chen Mobai cursed inwardly. He only had 12 Dao merits, and they were all public funds from the immortal sect. Chen Mobai was definitely reluctant to go all in on his cultivation. After all, even without these 2 things, he would have been able to cultivate to the peak of the nascent soul stage sooner or later. However, this incident also made him realize a major problem. The immortal sect is really too remote. Not only is shipping not included, but the shipping fee is also so expensive. He finally understood why the 5 patriarchs of the immortal sect had to expend 3 Dao cultivation points and use interstellar teleportation when they came here. Forget it, let's see if there are any other items with free shipping. After cursing for a while, Chen Mobai had no choice but to give up. However, he immediately had a flash of inspiration and searched for the crafting method of the concealing talisman. Sure enough, the store had this information, and it was even an electronic version that was sent directly to his account without any postage. The price isn't high either, just 1 Dao Gong. Indeed, knowledge is cheap. Chen Mobai breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the mall in the interdimensional gate had the same atmosphere as the immortal sect. However, just as he was about to pay for it, he realized that drawing talismans also requires talisman ink and talisman paper. If the immortal sects and the heavenly river realm did not have these materials, even if they had the method of refining them, it would be like cooking without rice. After much deliberation, Chen Mobai added the items to his shopping cart first, deciding to wait until he was thoroughly familiar with all the functions of the portal before making full use of the 12 Dao Gong balances in his account. Buying ready-made pills and talismans is too expensive. You can buy materials and refine them yourself. For example, the flying immortal gentian pill has most of the ingredients that the immortal sects have, but there are really no substitutes for gentian and a few auxiliary medicines. Since each delivery costs 5 Dao Gong in postage, Chen Mobai must have placed an order with just 1 store. The most cost-effective option would definitely be to buy medicinal herbs that the immortal sects don't have. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai left first. Although he could make the decision on this matter, it would be better to inform Qi Yuheng and the others first. After all, both the boundary gate and the balance of Dao merit in the account were accumulated through the joint efforts of the 3 major halls and 4 major academies. Chapter 1187 The Great Cause. Chapter 1187 The Great Cause. Chen Mobai returned to the immortal sect and recounted the events at the boundary gate, causing everyone to gasp in surprise. However, some people looked enlightened, such as Qi Yuheng and Tao Hua. Qi Yuheng knew this because these things had been passed down within the Kunpeng lineage. Before leaving the immortal sect, ancestor Long Zhuo entrusted everything he knew to his descendants. Naturally, the information about the boundary gate was among them. Peach Blossom, on the other hand, has clearly lived for too long. Perhaps it heard the old ancestor of Changchun mention it. In the past, ancestor Zhang Daosun entered the void with the sword, so he was able to truly manipulate the gate of the realm. After his fall, ancestor Zhongli was the closest to the void refinement stage, but unfortunately he also passed away in sorrow. Fortunately, in this generation of the immortal sect, Yu Chenyang are a genius of unparalleled talent. After reviewing the ancient records of Kunpeng Academy, Qi Yuheng found the relevant information and remarked with great emotion. Now that we have 12 Taoist skills, can we teleport to the central Taoist center? The one who spoke was Narcissus. Although she didn't like to move, the central dojo was a place she had heard the Spirit Lord talk about since she was a child, and she never forgot it. The Spirit Lord left the immortal sect to go there. If possible, she hopes to fulfill this wish on behalf of the Spirit Lord. I'm afraid that won't work. When the 5 patriarchs of the immortal sect came here, although they only used 3 Taoist techniques, they actually went to several Taoist temples along the way and used a lot of resources to obtain a spot for teleportation to the Taoist temples. Peach Blossom said something that Chen Mobai did not expect. The most urgent task for the immortal sect right now is to replenish the massive amount of spiritual energy consumed in the chaos primordial energy cannon. I wonder if the realm gate can purchase spiritual veins. Among everyone, Kingping was the calmest, because he was the one who had to clean up the mess of spiritual energy shortage in the immortal sect, so he immediately offered his suggestions. Let me see. Chen Mobai immediately took out the boundary gate, then went inside to search for keywords, organized and copied what he saw, and gave it to the people outside. The cheapest price for a 6th order spiritual vein is 1 Dao Gong. Depending on the amount of spiritual energy, the most expensive 6th order peak spiritual vein can cost 15 Dao Gong. After filtering through all the product information related to spiritual veins, Chen Mobai summarized it. What about a 7th tier spiritual vein? Qi Yuheng asked the question with a hint of greed. The cheapest one on special offer, 49 Dao Gong. After Chen Mobai spoke, Qi Yuheng fell silent. The immortal sect only has 12 Dao powers remaining, so we must make the most of them. This matter needs further consideration. Chengxuan said something mature and prudent, and everyone nodded in agreement. Purchasing some medicinal herbs that the immortal sects lack can boost the strength of the upper-level cultivator in the shortest possible time. Chen Mobai explained his thoughts. Because the immortal sect was located in a remote area, the Taoist cultivation points they had could only cover the cost of postage once. Therefore, it was best to buy from a single shop. Moreover, when buying medicinal herbs, 1 Taoist cultivation point could purchase a large quantity of 5th-grade herbs, directly solving the biggest problem for the immortal sect, their inability to refine high-grade pills. Chenyang's words make sense, but I think the best thing to do is to use our Taoist cultivation to find the nearest Taoist temple. This way, even if the nascent soul cultivators of the immortal sect want to leave in the future, they can take the best route and avoid the risky teleportation behavior of Spirit Venerable and White Light Ancestor. Qi Yuheng's words were also recognized by everyone. Thus, the nascent soul cultivators of the immortal sect began a heated discussion about the use of the 12 Taoist techniques. A consensus was eventually reached. The first step is to create a star map of the entire universe. However, Chen Mobai searched and found nothing. There are only star maps for each individual Taoist temple, and even these maps are not detailed or complete. Many areas are blurry and merely marked with warnings of danger. Or they may indicate the location of a certain Taoist master, warning caution. Chen Mobai searched many shops and found that the key to the star map was that the locations of Tao lords would be blurred. The central Taoist temple is located in a completely blank space in the very center, because it is the location of pure yang energy. Even cultivators familiar with that place dare not draw the star map, because the pure yang energy is already all-pervasive. If you record its location on the star map today, it will know immediately. Such behavior is not benevolent to any cultivator. Therefore, the detailed star maps available for sale throughout the entire universe are all located in the areas where the most void refining cultivators reside. Of course, after inquiring with the shopkeeper in detail, Chen Mobai discovered that if one was willing to pay a high amount of Tao cultivation points, there were star maps that divided all the pure Yang or Tao integration Tao lords in the entire universe who had shown their presence. Although these beings cannot be drawn or depicted in words and patterns, since there is more than one pure Yang and Tao Lord in the vast universe, they restrain each other. As long as they are not recorded, it is not a problem to simply mark their Taoist temples. Chen Mobai was very interested in this, but after asking about the price, he could only add it to his shopping list for now and consider it later when he had enough cultivation. What Chen Mobai was most grateful for was that the boundary gate in his hand had a built-in positioning function. Therefore, he can compare the addresses of various stores to roughly know which region of the universe he is in, and then find the star map of that region to make a purchase, because he only intended to spend 1 Dao Gong on the star chart. Finally, after a lengthy and extremely time-consuming search and comparison, Chen Mobai chose to place an order with a bookworm shop. Because this store sells only electronic versions, it saves on expensive postage, and in addition to star charts, it also sells many other miscellaneous ebooks. Most importantly, these ebooks can be subscribed to by chapter according to one's own needs. For example, the deception talisman that Chen Mobai desperately wanted was found in one of the books, the complete book of talismans of the Central Dojo. By subscribing to chapter 37 of this book, one could access all the information about the deception talisman, including even knowledge about 7th-tier deception talismans. Purchasing the complete ebook of the complete collection of talismans of the Central Taoist Temple requires 10 Taoist merits, but subscribing to just this chapter only costs 0.1 Taoist merits. In comparison, a full subscription is definitely more cost-effective, but unfortunately, I'm short on cash. This bookworm shop also has a function to recharge reading coins. For example, 1 Taoist skill can be exchanged for 100 reading coins. If you subscribe with reading coins, you can also get a 40% discount. After discussing it, Chen Mobai and Qi Yuheng decided to recharge 1 skill, giving each nascent soul cultivator 1 chance to subscribe. Chen Mobai needed the deception talisman, while Qi Yuheng chose the void-piercing talisman, which could help improve his comprehension of the Dharma realm. This Narcissus talisman could also be used, making it extremely cost-effective. Yunhai Zhenjun switched his subscription to the Complete Guide to Central Dojo Arrays, and found the chapter about the 7th Order Zhou Tianhe Luo Xing Du Array. The other nascent soul cultivators, such as Chengxuan, reserved this opportunity because they had not yet fully mastered the knowledge of the immortal sect. They would use this precious opportunity to subscribe to and comprehend higher levels of knowledge when they could no longer advance. After spending 2 Dao points on star charts and knowledge, the Dao points balance of the realm gate was reduced to only 10. Although the quantity is small, it represents a significant purchasing power for the immortal sects. 1 Dao Gong, a unit of cultivation, is enough to purchase a large quantity of 5th-tier medicinal herbs. Even some relatively common 6th-tier medicinal herbs can be purchased for several plants with 1 Dao cultivation point. I have deciphered many elixir formulas from the jade tree of elixir cauldrons, which can enhance cultivation, break through bottlenecks, prolong life, strengthen the body, and even assist in the nascent soul stage. Chen Mobai told Qi Yuheng and the others about the divine soul-soothing pill and other items, and they were all amazed. Your dance weapon lineage has a profound foundation, truly worthy of being the direct descendants of Zixel Palace. Over the years, Chen Mobai has often brought out some good things that the immortal sects do not have, saying that they were left behind by ancestor Yunya. Over time, the Dan Ding sect has been recognized by the other 3 sects as the second richest and most powerful sect in the White Crane Dojo, second only to Taoist Wangji's immortal sword sect. Even Qi Yuheng and others suspected that Chen Mobai's cultivation level had improved so quickly because he had used the foundation of the Dan Ding sect left behind by ancestor Yunya. Let's buy 1 set of the main ingredient of the Purple Sun Immortal Longevity Pill. After all, judging from his appearance, Pure Yang True Monarch has lost a lot of his lifespan and essence in order to activate the Chaos Primordial Qi Cannon this time. Just as everyone was discussing which medicinal materials to buy for the pills, Peach Blossom, who was the most skilled in alchemy among the nascent soul cultivators present, spoke first and said something that surprised everyone. "How could this happen? Chunyang, how are you feeling?" Chengxuan immediately asked with concern. Although they had also noticed that Chen Mobai's aura seemed weaker this time, they all thought it was due to the consumption of his source energy by activating the Chaos Yuenki Cannon. They did not expect that it would also damage his lifespan. As expected of true Lord Peach Blossom, who attained enlightenment through the peach tree, he can even see this. Chen Mobai was slightly surprised, but he didn't hide anything and told her that he had lost 300 years of his lifespan. Although it is our duty to sacrifice for the immortal sect, I think we should still make amends if conditions permit. This purple sun immortal longevity pill should be refined. Qi Yuheng, who had never gotten along well with Tao Hua, was now in agreement with her. The other nascent soul cultivators nodded repeatedly, expressing that the heroes of the immortal sects should not be allowed to sacrifice themselves without receiving any recognition. A fifth-grade purple sun immortal longevity pill can extend one's lifespan by exactly 300 years. Chen Mobai felt this was somewhat wasteful, considering he had lost 300 years, but still had over 2,000 years of lifespan remaining. He believed that with that much time, he would definitely be able to break through to the void refinement realm, and at that point, he would be an immortal. The most urgent and important task is to improve one's cultivation level. It could even enhance the overall strength of the immortal sects. I'll put longevity pills aside for now. They're too inefficient. Besides, I think it would be too selfish to use the Taoist cultivation accumulated by my ancestors to extend my own lifespan. Chen Mobai's noble words earned him even more respect from everyone. Chen Yang, if it weren't for your sacrifice, there would be no Tao merit income from annihilating Pluto. I think it's only right. Qi Yuheng tried to persuade him again, but Chen Mobai felt that it would be better to refine the flying immortal dragon gall pill than the purple sun immortal longevity pill. Moreover, after subscribing to the heaven-deceiving talisman, he still needs related materials such as talisman paper and ink. There are places everywhere where he needs to use his Taoist skills, so it doesn't matter at all if his lifespan is not about to end. Many people look slightly disappointed. After all, if the purple sun immortal longevity pill were refined, those present would certainly be able to get one as well. But seeing Chen Mobai's resolute attitude, they dared not try to persuade him any further. Ultimately, they chose a shop called Danwang Herbal Workshop and purchased materials for 4 batches of flying immortal dragon gall pills and 1 batch of startling spirit condensing pills, which together amounted to exactly 1 Taoist cultivation level. This price is actually a bit too expensive. The reason they chose this shop was because Chen Mobai and his companions only had 1 chance to buy, and they were afraid that problems might occur during the delivery process. After all, the universe is vast and boundless, and there might be cultivators practicing demonic arts among them. This Danwang Herbal Shop, however, is directly operated by the Phoenix Palace, with a powerful background guaranteeing delivery. If the package is lost, they will directly compensate 10 times the amount of Tao power of the medicinal herbs. And there is another important reason, which is that this shop also sells spiritual veins. It's perfect to buy it together with the medicinal herbs, saving on shipping costs. In the end, Chen Mobai and his group selected a 6th-grade low-level peak spiritual vein worth 3 Dao Gong, which was barely enough to make up for most of the losses from the Chaos Yuan Qi Cannon. After placing the order, Chen Mobai looked at the remaining 1 Dao Gong balance and felt even more impoverished. This 1 Taoist skill is reserved as a safety net, in case the immortal sect encounters difficulties in the future and has no way to cope. By the way, how about we consider the planet of the Three-Eyed Clan? After finishing his purchases, Qi Yuheng felt somewhat empty and uneasy and couldn't help but say something. If the immortal sect can defeat the Three-Eyed Clan, they will at least gain 3 Tao merit points. Moreover, there is also the Heaven and Earth embryo membrane, which is worth 2 Tao Gong, and even other precious materials. In any case, the planet of the Three-Eyed Clan is definitely more valuable than Dragon God Star. Perhaps by swallowing it, all the losses from the annihilation of Pluto could be made up in one go. Upon hearing Qi Yuheng's words, all the nascent soul cultivators present were deeply moved. It was at this moment that Chen Mobai understood why the 5 ancestors of the immortal sect had accepted the mission from the central dojo and come to Earth Origin Star. Their predecessors had laid a solid foundation for them, but they collapsed halfway through. Now that they are the successors of their predecessors, shouldn't they continue to complete this unfinished work? Let's be cautious. Even under these circumstances, Chen Mobai maintained a calm and clear mind. After all, it was the Three-Eyed Clan that caused the great cause of the 5 ancestors of the immortal sect to collapse halfway. It is conceivable that the strength of this demon-infected planet is definitely no less than that of Pluto. However, judging from their current avoidance behavior, there should be no void refinement realm cultivators among them. It just so happens that the Purple Cloud Palace will be descending there next, so Chen Mobai can go and investigate the strength of the three-eyed clan. If we can take over the immortal sect, then we will formulate a detailed conquest plan. End of this chapter. Chapter 11, 88 The Serpent of the Void. Chapter 11, 88 The Serpent of the Void. After placing the order, the electronic version of the star map was sent over very quickly. After receiving it, Chen Mobai immediately had the immortal sect printed and distributed a copy to each nascent soul cultivator. This star map is titled Map of the Central Northern Border Healing Center. As the name suggests, it is the star map of the suspended Gourd Dojo. The suspended Sun star system, where the immortal sect is located, is one of the 76 star systems that make up this dojo. The Xuanyang star system is located in the most remote northern part of the Xuanhu Daecheng, suspended pot dojo. It's like the immortal sect is located at the northernmost point of the central dojo, which is considered the border. No wonder it doesn't offer free shipping. Among these, Chen Mobai and his group focused on the Xuanyang star system and discovered that in addition to the immortal sect, there were 2,367 other planets on record. These planets all had cultivators, but many of them were close to or had already entered the Dharma-ending age, and it was estimated that even nascent soul cultivators were hard to find. There are also 79 planets, like the earthly star, that have been confirmed as planets where the demon lord's thoughts reside. Of these, 27 have been successfully purified, while 39 are currently undergoing purification. The rest are like Pluto and Dragon God Star, constantly wandering along the orbits of the stars, searching for planets like Earth Origin Star, constantly devouring living beings to reclaim demonic thoughts and strengthen their own power. However, Chen Mobai did not find the planet of the three-eyed clan on it. After asking customer service, he learned that as the Demon Lord was a top-tier 8th Order powerhouse, the planet on which his thoughts were entrusted could not be locked, spied on, or calculated by any secret method. It could only be determined by artificially descending. There are two ways to confirm this. One is to bring the boundary gate, which can be recorded directly. The other is to rely on experience to judge, since the boundary gate also requires 20 Dao power, which many cultivators are reluctant to give up. This is why there is a profession in the universe called planetary merchants, whose main task is to find demon-infected planets. Once they find and confirm them, it would be best if they could take them over. If they couldn't, they would sell the information. In this transaction, reputation is of utmost importance. Because if you painstakingly conquer a planet, but it turns out to be a planet not infected by demons, then you will not receive any Dao merit. 5 ancestors of the immortal sect knew about the earthly origin star because Taoist Wangji had passed through the Xuanyang star system on his way to the Xuan Palace and inadvertently discovered the planet. Although Taoist Wangji looked down on a single Taoist cultivation technique, this incident was remembered by his junior disciple Zhang Daesun. Later, after the White Crane Taoist temple fell, Zhang Daesun led Yunya and other like-minded individuals to this place to prepare for a comeback. After all, if the plan goes smoothly, they can use the Earth origin star as a base to take over all the demon-infected planets in the suspended Sun star system. Apart from Dao meridians, they can also sell other resources such as heaven and earth membranes and spiritual veins in the world gate mall to accumulate hundreds of Dao meridians. With so much Dao cultivation, if one of the 5 ancestors of the immortal sect were to achieve Dao integration, they could go back and rebuild the White Crane Taoist temple, or even rescue the suppressed Taoist Lord Wangji. The plan was good, but the first demon-infected planet they attracted was far too powerful, with the three-eyed clan being far too strong. Without the initial accumulation of these Taoist skills, coupled with Zhang Daesun's failure to refine the void, the plan was essentially a failure. However, they still left behind a legacy on earthly origin star, hoping that a peerless genius would emerge among future generations to complete their unfinished mission. Now, Chen Mobai's appearance proves that the efforts of the 5 patriarchs of the immortal sect have not been in vain. If he were to attain enlightenment in the future, Chen Mobai would definitely visit the ruins of the White Crane Dojo. Besides the karma of the 5 patriarchs of the immortal sect passing on their teachings, it's also because he and Taoist Wangji were classmates, so if he could be saved, he definitely would. After learning about the business on the demon-infected planet, Chen Mobai discovered that he seemed to be very suitable for the profession of planetary merchant. Because other merchants would have to personally descend upon the demon-infected planet to confirm its existence. but as long as he follows Zixil Palace, he can confirm it at any time. If the demon-infested planet isn't strong enough and the immortal sect can take it over, they'll swallow it up themselves. If they can't defeat it, they can just sell the information and make some money. Indeed, the Zixil Palace was the greatest opportunity. As Chen Mobai thought about this, he seemed to see the Dao power in his account balance rapidly increasing in the future, and he couldn't help but look on with anticipation. 3 years passed quickly. On this day, all the nascent soul cultivators and several core nascent soul cultivators from the immortal sect came to Wangxian Peak of the 5 Peaks Immortal Mountain. Because the item Chen Mobai ordered 3 years ago is finally arriving. The postage fee of 5 Daogong is the lowest tier and also the slowest. Within the Boundary Gate Mall, the fastest shipping cost is 20 Daogong, which directly utilizes the power of the Void Gate itself to instantly teleport the goods. Because the Boundary Gate is a branch of the Void Gate, orders can be delivered instantly no matter where in the universe they are. However, with the limited funds available to the Immortal Sect, this express delivery service is only something they can look at. They can afford to wait 3 years anyway. Chenyang, do you think it might have been lost on the way? I wonder who will send this thing. Could we use this opportunity to make contact and learn about the area beyond the Tianyang star system? Why haven't we arrived yet? Chen Mobai sat in his seat, listening to the voices of Qi Yuheng and the others, feeling quite expectant. If the cargo transportation in the Purple Cloud Galaxy is the same as that in the Immortal Sect, then at the very least, there needs to be a delivery being. For the immortal sects that have been isolated for thousands of years, this is a great opportunity to see the outside world. Just then, Chen Mobai's expression changed, and he suddenly got up from his prayer mat and teleported outside the main hall. Everyone thought there was a visitor from outer space, so they followed him out, only to find that Chen Mobai did not go to the starry sky, but stood on a mountain peak not far away. A boundary gate stands atop the mountain. After learning the true efficacy of this treasure, Chen Mobai placed it here, since it was public property. At this moment, the gate, without Chen Mobai's control, began to shimmer with silver light. Please open the portal and confirm your location. Chen Mobai suddenly sensed the information from the boundary gate in his mind, and he immediately activated the power of the void to slightly open the 2 gates. In an instant, a silvery light burst forth, soaring into the sky and disappearing into the outer void. Beneath the silvery radiance in the cosmic void beyond Earth Star, a tunnel suddenly appeared as if it had been opened. A bright silver, serpentine creature flew out from it, resembling a dragon with horns but no feet. Draped in starlight, it slowly descended from the heavens above 5 Peaks Immortal Mountain. This long, silvery creature had a pair of jet-black vertical pupils, but Chen Mobai saw no emotion in their gazes. It was like a heartless delivery machine. However, the invisible fluctuations in the void surrounding them made the immortals realize that the creature before them was at least a being who had mastered the great Tao of the void, and might even be a cultivator of the void realm. Otherwise, it would be impossible to traverse the universe and deliver goods from the Phoenix Palace to the earthly star. With a ding, Chen Mobai suddenly noticed a message pop up on his Gmail account. It was a notification from the seller. Dear customer, the Void Serpent has arrived on your planet. This is your exclusive pickup code. Please do not share it with other beings. If the goods are picked up by someone else due to your disclosure, our store will not be responsible. So that's how you pick up the goods, Chen Mobai exclaimed in realization after reading the explanation. He immediately used the 5 tones of the musical scale to comprehend the incantation for retrieving the item, and then chanted incantations towards the Void Serpent in the sky. Soon after, another unique silver-gray light shone through the gate. The instant the light merged into the Serpent of Void, Chen Mobai received another message in his mind. Personal information confirmed. This seemed to be the program of the Void Serpent. After being verified, it suddenly opened its mouth in midair, and then spat out a silver package that fell from the sky. Chen Mobai immediately summoned the Tei 5 Smoke Silk, caught the package, and slowly brought it to his side. Please check the goods in person. I will record the entire process. If there are no problems, the transaction will be completed. Please remember to leave a positive review for the seller and Takesu Express. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai confirmed that the 2 messages were sent by the Void Serpent. He looked at the bright silver serpentine creature in midair and felt even more that the powerful beings at the central dojo were incredibly powerful, capable of creating such a delivery creature. He nodded and in front of the void serpent, opened the silver package, then took out the packaged gentians and various medicinal herbs. Peach Blossom, 3 absolutes and Yuan Su, who had been waiting there, were beckoned by Chen Mobai and immediately came over to verify the medicinal properties of these items. In addition, there was a last piece of fiery red oval crystal covered with silver talismans, which looked like a living thing. This was the most expensive 6th-order spiritual vein. Because the price is relatively cheap, you can't choose the attributes yourself. You can only let the seller send them randomly. In this random event, the luck attribute of Chen Mobai's sacred virtue path came into play, delivering a 6th-order, fire attribute spiritual vein. It's perfect for his spiritual practice. Furthermore, the best place to place this spiritual vein would be Mount Chicheng, as it is the strongest fire attribute spiritual vein in the immortal sects. After placing this crystal and then removing the silver talisman, it will merge into the original spiritual vein at the optimal speed. Chengxuan, congratulations. Seeing the color of the spiritual vein in Chen Mobai's hand, Yunhai, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but look at Chengxuan with envy and said, Luck, maybe next time I can buy a spiritual vein, it will be of the water attribute. Although Chengxuan said that, he couldn't stop smiling. Even after the immortal sect integrated all the spiritual veins of earthly origin star, they could barely synthesize the 5 Peaks Immortal Mountain, a 6th-grade, low-level spiritual vein. After unleashing the Chaos Energy Cannon, it was no longer at the 6th level. In that case, once Chicheng Mountain is upgraded to a 6th-order spiritual vein, it will become the undisputed central hub of the immortal sects. No problem. At this moment, Peach Blossom and the other 2 5th-level alchemists had finished inspecting each batch of medicinal herbs and reported to Chen Mobai. Thanks for your hard work. Chen Mobai nodded and clicked Confirm Receipt on the G-Man's online store page. The void serpent in midair began to dim its dark eyes slightly, as if it had finished recording the inspection and was preparing to leave. In the outer starry sky, the void tunnel that had been opened up lit up again, and the void serpent nodded to Chen Mobai. This scene stirred something in Chen Mobai's heart. He realized that the void serpent did not seem to be without emotions. It seemed to be someone he could communicate with. But at this moment, the void serpent emitted a silvery glow and began to rise towards the tunnel, clearly preparing to return. Chen Mobai hesitated for a moment, but ultimately, considering that the immortal sect had few opportunities to communicate with the outside world, he gritted his teeth and called out, "Fellow Taoist, the journey is long and tiring. Why not have a cup of tea to warm yourself up before you go back?" Upon hearing this, Qi Yuhang and the others all looked on with anticipation. The void serpent, which was rising, paused for a moment, lowered its head to meet Chen Mobai's gaze, but quickly shook its head. "I still have a few packages to deliver, so to avoid being late, I won't waste any more time." The void serpent's telepathic message reached Chen Mobai's ears, and its body once again radiated silver light, its tail disappearing into the tunnel first. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai could only look on with regret. "In any case, thank you for your trouble in delivering these items, fellow Taoist." Chen Mobai led the immortal sect members to thank the void serpent. The serpent nodded expressionlessly in the starry sky, and as it was about to disappear, its dark eyes inadvertently swept over the planet. Then it suddenly froze. This was the first time Chen Mobai had seen such a human-like expression on its face. In the outer starry sky, the vast void power that was operating suddenly stopped, and then the void serpent, which had disappeared more than halfway into the tunnel, flew out again. Boom! Amidst the tremendous roar, the void serpent had already descended once more outside the earthly star. It then easily pierced through the immortal gate sky with the void Tao, parting the vast expanse of air as it flew down. Chen Mobai and the others were immediately surprised, wondering why the void serpent had suddenly returned. "I'm suddenly a little thirsty, but delivering goods won't make a difference if I have a cup of tea in a little while." The void serpent landed on the 5 Peaks Immortal Mountain and transmitted its voice to Chen Mobai. "Please wait a moment, Senior." Although Chen Mobai didn't know why the void serpent's attitude changed so quickly, he wisely didn't ask. He transmitted his voice to true monarch Peach Blossom, instructing him that Wenren Zuwei was not present, as her tea-making skills were the best. At this moment, the void serpent shimmered with silver light, and then transformed into a humanoid creature with silver skin and 2 horns on its head, landing in front of the gate. With a flick of his sleeve, Chen Mobai conjured tables and chairs from his own realm, inviting the Void Serpent to sit down. Dharmadhatu. Clearly, the Void Serpent also recognized its value. Seeing that Chen Mobai was only at the nascent soul stage, yet had already mastered this technique, its calm expression began to waver once more. End of this chapter. Chapter 1189 The Great Void Tao Ancestor, the Four Holy Venerables. Chapter 1189 The Great Void Tao Ancestor, the Four Holy Venerables. May I ask your name, fellow Taoist? After taking their seats, Chen Mobai spoke first. The Serpent of the Void, Void 49. This doesn't sound like a name, it sounds more like a code name. Chen Mobai muttered to himself, but dared not ask any further questions. However, the other party took the initiative to explain. Our Void Serpent race is an innate race created by the Grand Void Tao Ancestor. We are born with the ability to control the power of the Void. After growing into our complete form, we can step into the Great Tao of the Void, which is the refining Void realm. I am the 49th Void Serpent to be born into our complete form, hence this name. I am in charge of the Takesu Express service at the Suspended Pot Dojo. The one who is here now is one of my Void clones. By the way, when I was about to leave just now, I noticed that there was an abandoned Void station on your planet. Did you join our Takesu Express before? As Su Siju spoke, he directly asked the question that had been bothering him. Void station. After hearing this, Chen Mobai and the other cultivators from the immortal sects looked at each other in bewilderment, unaware that such a place existed on Earth Origin Star. Could it be? But soon, Chen Mobai realized something, and his expression turned to surprise. Could I go and take a look at that abandoned Void station? At this moment, Su Siju asked again, and Chen Mobai and the others naturally nodded repeatedly. After all, from the conversation just now, they knew that this person was a true Void refining being. Although what they saw in front of them was just an avatar, they would not forget the scene when the Death God's avatar almost destroyed the immortal sect. Please make yourself at home, Senior. After learning about the cultivation level of the being before him, Chen Mobai changed his way of addressing him. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Siju nodded, and a silver light shot out from the two horns on his head. He actually used the Void Tao to transfer everyone present to him. After all, Su Siju is now essentially in someone else's home. It's best to have the host present when doing anything. That's basic courtesy. As the silver light faded, Chen Mobai looked at the familiar Takesu temple before him, his face showing an expression of "I knew it." He had long known that the Takesu temple had an extraordinary origin. My own turtle is also connected to this place. Every time he broke through his cultivation level, he would come to the Takesu temple to see what was real and what was fake, but he never found anything. It seemed that the contents recorded in Liu Lingpei's diary were all fabricated. Today, after being informed by Su Siju, Chen Mobai finally confirmed his inner thoughts. May I ask, Senior, what is the Void Station? After their brief encounter, Chen Mobai discovered that Su Siju was a being capable of normal communication and began to exchange words with him. The Void Station is a cargo station of our Takesu Express. Generally speaking, only one is set up in each star system for transshipment and delivery. Yours are on the other side of the Candle Star. But when I took over this area, the Xuanyang star system might not have a single case for hundreds of years, and the Zhui star had already entered the Dharma-ending age, so the Void Station there was basically at a standstill. As they were talking, Su Siju had already stepped into the Takesu temple. There were some ordinary people from the immortal sects in the temple, but they were quickly taken away by the nascent soul cultivators who had followed him. I knew I wasn't wrong. Su Siju looked at the statue of the true god Takesu in the temple and bowed respectfully. May I ask, Senior, which great being is enshrined on this statue? According to what Chen Mobai knew, this Takesu true god should be the Takesu true king of the Tian realm, but this is not the Tian realm. This is a good opportunity to ask Su Siju for advice. You don't even know this. Upon hearing this, Su Siju looked surprised. Chen Mobai and the other cultivators from the immortal sects nodded awkwardly. Then they began to recount the tragic history of this place being isolated from the central Taoist center for thousands of years. I never imagined there were such backward places. Su Siju's words made Chen Mobai and the others blush, but they had no way to refute him. In this universe, The immortal sect is somewhat like a savage in a remote mountain valley, without electricity or internet. This is our clan's creator god, the Grand Void Tao ancestor, who is also the current pure Yang powerhouse who governs the central Tao field. After hearing this, Chen Mobai was filled with shock and disbelief. The Grand Void ancestor of the central dojo is none other than the Grand Void true king of the Heavenly River realm. Then, considering that the true king of Taixu had suddenly appeared in the Linkong immortal realm over the past 100 years and specifically requested to find the gate of Taixu, Chen Mobai felt his scalp tingle. A vague idea that had been lingering in his mind was gradually becoming clearer. To confirm it, he bowed to Su Sijiu and asked again, "I once read the notes left by my predecessors. They said that the central Taoist temple is protected by the Eighth Order innate treasure, the Gate of the Void. I wonder if this is related to the Tao ancestor of the Void." Su Sijiu had already finished his worship. Faced with Chen Mobai's humble inquiry, he answered all his questions without reservation, since these things were common knowledge in the central dojo. The Grand Void ancestor was the reincarnation of the Grand Void Gate spirit, who cultivated to the pure Yang realm using the two great Taos of innate Yin and Yang, and innate Grand Void. It's just that the Grand Void ancestor had been hiding in the deepest part of the Purple Cloud Star River to explore the mysteries of the Ninth Order of Creation until 10,000 years ago when the Demon Lord was born, sweeping across the universe in star rivers. No one in the various major sects could defeat him, so he stepped out from the deepest part of the Star River. After the Grandmaster of the Void revealed his true form to suppress the Demon Lord, he has been stationed at the central dojo ever since. It must have been 10,000 years ago. It's normal that you, being in such a remote place, don't know about this. After Su Sijiu finished speaking, all the cultivators from the immortal sects present suddenly understood. 10,000 years ago, the Demon Lord was born and destroyed many Taoist temples in this vast universe, including the White Crane Taoist Temple. In the end, a powerful being of the pure Yang realm intervened and averted this great calamity. Afterwards, Zhang Daesun and the others who survived from the White Crane Dojo exchanged for the Boundary Gate and came here. This basically matches the contents of the notes left by the 5 ancestors of the immortal sect. Alas, I wonder if we will be able to return to the White Crane Dojo and rebuild it in our lifetime. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai immediately began to reveal the origins of his side. "Oh, you're from the White Crane Dojo. That's in the southern part of the central dojo, almost close to the Phoenix Palace. What brings you here?" Su Sijiu asked with some surprise. As the Void Serpent, he was very familiar with every dojo in the Purple Cloud Star River. He had even served and trained in the 4 palaces of Dragon, Phoenix, White Profound. The White Crane Dojo and the Hanging Pot Dojo are almost equivalent to the 2 extreme points of the central dojo, one in the south and one in the north. After the great calamity of the Demon Lord, how could the White Crane Dojo be rebuilt in the opposite direction? We, the descendants, are not entirely clear about this either. We only know that when our 5 lineage ancestors exchanged the Boundary Gate, they crossed the central dojo and came here, intending to accumulate Tao merit and make a comeback. Chen Mobai gave a brief account of the origins of the 5 ancestors of the immortal sect and the process of their failed entrepreneurial ventures. Was it led by Taoist Wangji? Then it's probably related to the destruction of the Xuan Palace 10,000 years ago. After listening, Su Sijiu seemed to remember something, looked up at the empty starry sky in the north, and looked at it with fear and awe. Upon hearing the words Xuan Palace, Chen Mobai recalled the last lesson in Zixao Palace, the blue-haired, blue-robed senior sister sitting atop a tortoise, and the clue that Taixu Zhenwang was Taixu Diazu. He felt that he might be about to discover the truth of the Tian realm. He immediately asked Su Sijiu again, "May I ask, Senior, what is the reason for the destruction of the Xuan Palace?" After hearing this, Su Sijiu sighed and said, "This matter is a long story. The Demon Lord's ability to emerge and roam the universe originated from this very matter." Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai immediately retrieved another tea table and chairs from the Dharma realm and had peach blossom brew tea again, indicating that there was plenty of time and they could talk slowly. Since Su Sijiu had already stayed, he didn't mind wasting a little time, so he simply sat down and started talking about the most sensational event in the entire Zixao Star River 10,000 years ago. 10,000 years ago, there were 14 pure Yang powerhouses in the universe. The most outstanding ones, besides the Tao ancestors of my central Taoist temple, were the four holy venerables. That is, the founders of the four palaces of Dragon, Phoenix, White, and Profound. Among them, the founder of the Profound Palace is honored as the Holy Mother of Tortoise Spirit. She was a great power who, at the beginning of the creation of heaven and earth, together with several Tao ancestors of my central Taoist temple, received the true teachings of the Tao Venerable in the Purple Cloud Palace. 10,000 years ago, when the Holy Mother of the Tortoise Spirit sought to attain the ninth level of creation, she attracted many pure Yang Tao ancestors and true immortals who had merged with the Tao to the mysterious palace. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai and the others recalled that when Zhang Daosun was young, he had accompanied Taoist Wangji on a journey through Diyuan Star. Calculating the time, it was exactly that period. At this moment, Su Siju continued. It is unknown whether the Holy Mother of the Tortoise Spirit succeeded or failed in obtaining the ninth order creation, but the tens of thousands of star systems and galaxies at the very center of the Quen Palace were all annihilated and disappeared the instant she took that step. Besides the Holy Mother Turtle Spirit, many pure Yang and true immortal Tao Lords who were present at the time also disappeared. It is precisely because of the lack of suppression from these beings that the Demon Lord's seal has failed, allowing him to rampage through the Purple Cloud Star River, and no one can control him. Fortunately, the Grand Void Ancestor did not go to the mysterious palace. Otherwise, the mysterious gate Great Tao passed down by the Purple Cloud Tao Venerable would probably have been severed by the Demon Lord. If I remember correctly, Taoist Wangji of the White Crane Dojo also once entered the Purple Cloud Palace to listen to the Tao. However, when she went to the Profound Palace, she was delayed on the way because of something, so she was a step too late. At the moment when the Holy Mother of the Tortoise Spirit proved the ninth level of creation, she only arrived at the edge of the Profound Palace and was just out of the annihilation wave. However, precisely because of this, she was later suppressed by the Demon Lord, and it's hard to say whether it was a blessing or a curse. Su Siju has essentially finished telling the story here. Chen Mobai and the other cultivators from the immortal sects were all shocked. They never imagined that the great calamity of the end times, triggered by the birth of the Demon Lord 10,000 years ago, would have such a reason. At this moment, Chen Mobai was extremely grateful that he had put his Taoist skills to use. Obtaining this information from Su Siju was truly worthwhile. Moreover, this information can be connected with the clues in his mind. It was now almost certain that the Holy Mother Turtle Spirit of the Quen Palace was the jellyfish who created the heavenly river realm. The true king of the Great Void is clearly the spiritual manifestation of the Great Void Gate of this universe. According to the content of the last lesson in Zixil Palace, it was clearly the jellyfish and the Grand Void Tao Ancestor who joined forces to create the heavenly river realm using the creation secret method taught by their teacher, thus generating the 3,000 great Taos and forging the power of creation. 10,000 years ago, it was probably senior sister Guiling who felt that she had already perfected the 3,000 great Taos and wanted to advance to the ninth order of creation. The other senior brothers and sisters from Zixil Palace were also eager to observe closely and see if the secret techniques passed down by their teacher were effective. So after receiving the news, they all came to Quen Palace together. Unexpectedly, an accident occurred during this process. This led to the destruction of the Quen Palace and the disappearance of senior sister Gui Ling and all the powerful beings present. In that case, the most suspicious person would definitely be the Grand Void Tao Ancestor, who is currently suppressing the Purple Cloud Star River. However, Chen Mobai immediately suppressed this thought as soon as it came to mind. It is extremely dangerous to make the worst-case scenario assumption about such a powerful being without any evidence. Perhaps the Grand Void Tao Ancestor followed the Purple Cloud Tao Venerable through the creation of heaven and earth, or even advanced to the ninth level of creation, or even transcended eternity, and knew the consequences of senior sister Turtle Spirit taking this step, so he avoided it in advance. Thinking this, Chen Mobai repeatedly apologized to the Taixu True God statue not far away. I wonder what the current situation is like in the Quen Palace. Chen Mobai recalled seeing messages from the Quen Palace on the void wall of the boundary gate, which meant that there were still living beings in the Quen Palace. The very center of the Quen Palace, since its destruction, has become the most dangerous forbidden area in the Zixil Star River. Any being that steps into it will mysteriously disappear. However, the hundreds of thousands of star systems on the edge are not a problem. In fact, Because of the legend that the place of obliteration of the Chuan Palace contains the secret of the Ninth Order creation, it has attracted many Tao integration true immortals to stay there, hoping to comprehend a higher realm. But precisely because of this, it is quite chaotic there. Chuan men cultivators often mysteriously disappear. Perhaps it was just a quarrel or a dispute that angered a powerful being, and they were thrown into the very center of the Chuan Palace. If our Takesu Express delivers goods to the Chuan Palace, the postage will be doubled. You're lucky that you're still within the territory of the central dojo. If you go another 300,000 light years, you'll be within the Chuan Palace's territory. After listening, Chen Mobai continued to ask about the situation at the Chuan Palace, fearing that one day some desperate criminals might come from there, and when passing by Diyuan Star, might not like him. Don't worry, Taoist suspended pot is quite powerful, and this area is the territory of the central Tao field. The Chuan Palace wouldn't dare to offend Taoist ancestor Takesu. However, it's best if you avoid going there too much. Although Taoist Hai Shen, who is adjacent to the Xuanhu Taoist temple, has a decent reputation, he doesn't like to get involved in things. Therefore, there are many beings in the Zixel Star River who have obtained the Demon Lord's cultivation methods and are hiding in his Taoist temple. Without top-tier void refinement cultivation, going there is quite dangerous. Chapter 11, 96 Rank Earthmaster. Chapter 11, 96 Rank Earthmaster. Thank you for passing on your knowledge, Senior. After getting the answer from Su Siju, Chen Mobai gratefully handed over the enlightenment tea that Tao Hua had just brewed. This is the most premium immortal tea from the immortal sect, which shows their respect for it. However, after Su Siju casually finished drinking it, he felt nothing at all. Clearly, for a being who has mastered the void realm, even if it is merely an avatar, the enlightenment tea is no different from ordinary tea. It can only quench thirst. Fellow Taoist, since there is a void station here, I wonder if you have any plans to join our Takesu Express. In the future, if there are any packages in the vicinity, I can deliver them directly here. After drinking the enlightenment tea, Su Siju talked about his plans to stay. Oh, I don't know much about franchising. Could you please explain the details to me? Chen Mobai is now so poor that he only has one Tao cultivation technique left. He's willing to try any method that can earn him money, since the resources of the Purple Cloud Star River will definitely allow him to cultivate to the peak of the void refinement stage. But all of these require spiritual cultivation. That's right, our Takesu Express usually charges postage based on distance. For regular express delivery, the minimum is 1 Dao Gong and the maximum is 5 Dao Gong. Of this, the Grand Void Tao Ancestor takes half, the Central Taoist Corporation takes the other half, and then it is distributed down through the Taoist star system. The package I'm sending you will probably yield 0.3 Tao merits. That's because of the long distance. If it were closer, it might be 0.1 Tao merits, but it would be quick. If you are willing to take over this abandoned void station, I can give you half of the cultivation I have gained. However, in that case, you will need to deliver the packages, and if any packages are lost, you will also be responsible for compensation. After listening, Chen Mobai's initial strong interest immediately faded. What level of cultivation does he have? He's just a mere nascent soul cultivator. Although this central dojo is illuminated by the radiance of the Grand Void Tao Ancestor, there is no guarantee that there won't be any demonic cultivators who have wandered over from the Chuan Palace. If something is lost, even selling him wouldn't be enough to compensate for it. I appreciate your kindness, Senior, but my cultivation level is too low, and I lack the startup capital. I am willing but unable to do so. Chen Mobai explained his difficulties with an apologetic expression, and Su Siju did not blame him but instead comforted him. I see that your heavenly court is full of spiritual light, and your body is also shimmering with void spiritual patterns. You will definitely be able to reach the void realm in the future. This is my contact information. I am currently at the Xuanhu Dojo. If you have time in the future, you can come and find me to continue discussing this business. I'm not mistaken, you're a natural-born package delivery person. Hearing Su Siju's words, Chen Mobai could only smile bitterly, but in his heart he felt that he would never deliver packages in his life. After all, the earnings were far too low. The profession of planetary merchant is more suitable for him. At this moment, Su Siju gave Chen Mobai a string of silver light with a row of mysterious talismanic characters on it. After absorbing and refining it through the boundary gate, They could add each other as friends and communicate via private messages through the boundary gate. The exchange consumes void power, and if you don't recharge your Tao power to use as phone credit, you can only send 10 messages per year, and on the slowest channel. Chen Mobai cursed inwardly why the realm gate required money for everything. Did the grand void Tao ancestor lack such a small amount of Tao merit? Take care, senior. At this moment, Su Siju had already transformed back into a silver snake-like creature and flew towards the outside of Earth origin star. Chen Mobai immediately led the immortal sect cultivators to personally send it out of the sky. See you again someday. Before disappearing into the void tunnel, Su Siju's clone nodded to Chen Mobai and said something, then transformed into a bright silver light and vanished into the starry sky. I never imagined that the universe was so vast. After Su Siju left, Qi Yuheng and the others, who learned about the situation outside from him, all looked on with longing. Their cultivation level has reached its peak within the immortal sects. If Chen Mobai wants to practice the void realm, even though he has now activated the true function of the boundary gate, it is still of little use due to the limitations of his Tao cultivation. It would be best to go outside the Tianyang star system. Even if we don't go to the Xuanhu Daecheng, we should at least go to the center of the Xuanyang star system. Once the flying immortal dragon gall pill is successfully refined, we'll share it to improve our cultivation. Then I'll prepare to activate the boundary gate. Seeing everyone's expressions, Chen Mobai knew what they were thinking. Although they have obtained a peak-level 6th-grade low-rank spiritual vein through the boundary gate, which can barely sustain their progress on Earth origin star, it essentially eliminates the possibility of advancement for those below them, because they've taken up all the spots above. Only when these nascent soul cultivators leave can the immortal sect regain its vitality. Qi Yuheng and Chen Mobai had already discussed this matter. Once the Three-Eyed Clan's planet has completely disappeared from the immortal sect's observation, they will abandon everything on Earth and begin exploring the universe. Now that they have the star map and have learned the true situation of the Purple Cloud Galaxy from Su Siju, compared to the previous immortal ancestors such as Long Chuo and Bai Guanglingzun, they have a greater chance of finding further opportunities after leaving. I hope that after I leave, I will come back one day. After listening, Qi Yuheng said with emotion, "It will definitely happen." Chen Mobai said with a smile, then waved his sleeve and used the power of the boundary gate to teleport everyone to Wangxian Peak. The half-brewed enlightenment tea from before was still there. Chen Mobai thought for a moment, then let Tao Hua finish brewing it and then put it away himself. Su Siju didn't feel anything after drinking it, but for other cultivators in the immortal sect, it was still an extraordinary treasure. Unfortunately, Chen Ziohe had drunk quite a bit of this stuff, so it no longer had any effect on her. But neither Yan Bingxuan nor Meng Huanger had the fortune to enjoy it. Chen Mobai can give this cup to Yan Bingxuan, and then give it to Meng Huanger, who grew it herself on Zionan Mountain. After all, the latter's aptitude is poor, and one cup is definitely not enough if she wants to form a nascent soul. Put everything else aside for now. Gather the medicinal herbs from the various small realms of the 6 major pharmaceutical factories, and refine these pills. Chen Mobai said to Tao Hua, Sanju, and Yuan Su, as 5th-level alchemists of the immortal sect, they will definitely be the ones to work together on the flying immortal dragon gall pill and other items this time. The main figure is Peach Blossom, who is at the nascent soul stage. However, Yuan Su is also very important because he has Chen Mobai's support. Moreover, his Fankun book can prevent him from failing. I happen to have nothing to do, so I'll come and help out. It's rare for Narcissus to take the initiative to ask for help. Chen Mobai followed her example. Having a nascent soul cultivator help with errands would definitely make things run more efficiently. Then I'll go repair the Lingxiao Palace, the 4 Symbols Dao Palace, and other war artifacts. This time, when the Chaos Primordial Qi Cannon was activated, many of the restricted components were burned by the immense spiritual energy and need major repairs. Chengshuan spoke up, and Chen Mobai knew that this was because the power of destruction was too strong, so he carefully explained the matter to him. But soon he remembered something else. When I annihilated Pluto, I communicated with the White Light Ancestor and discovered that she was trapped in the vortex of death. To prevent her from being overwhelmed by death, I remotely gave her the Lingxiao immortal armor. After all, as the core of the Chaos Qi Cannon, the 6th-tier Ling Xiao immortal armor was a treasured possession of the immortal sects. Now, having been sent away to save Bai Guang, Chen Mobai felt deeply apologetic. Ancestor Bai Guang did this to stop the Grim Reaper and save our immortal sect. If any one of us were in your position, we would have done the same. After listening, Qi Yuheng, on behalf of everyone in the immortal sect, expressed his forgiveness, saying that Chen Mobai had done the right thing. Alas, in that case, we can no longer activate the Chaos Qi Cannon. Let's see if there's a chance in the future to reforge one according to the blueprints left by Ancestor Yunya. Chen Mobai, however, had high expectations for himself, and wanted to make up for the fact that he had sent away the Ling Xiao immortal armor before leaving the immortal sect. This matter is not urgent. The most urgent task is to integrate the 6th-order spiritual vein into the Earth origin star. At this moment, Yun Hai, who had been staring at the fiery red crystal in Chen Mobai's hand, finally couldn't help but speak up. For him, a formation master, the Chaos Qi Cannon had depleted the spiritual energy accumulated over thousands of years by the heavenly curtain earthly network formation, resulting in heavy losses, but it was also a great opportunity for reconstruction. He had just obtained knowledge of the 7th-order Zhou He Luo star array from the boundary gate, and he also had the Zai Xiao palace's positioning, so he really wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to reorganize the planet's spiritual veins and put what he had learned into practice. Then Yunhai and I will deal with this spiritual vein first. We'll leave the rest to you all. Chen Mobai thought Yunhai's words made sense. With a wave of his sleeve, he activated the boundary gate and teleported himself and Yunhai to Chicheng Mountain. Even as the top geomancer of the immortal sect, Chen Mobai was extremely cautious during this process of fusing spiritual veins. They even temporarily brought in Yuan Su, and before each step, they had him simulate it with the Fangkun book to make sure there were no problems before they started. However, precisely because of this, the fusion process of this 6th-order fire attribute spiritual vein took a full 5 years. However, for Chen Mobai and the other nascent soul cultivators, this amount of time was like the blink of an eye. On this day, the entire Chicheng mountain range suddenly began to shake violently, and all the students of the Wuki Dao Academy had already been evacuated. Besides Chen Mobai and Yunhai, Chengshuan and other nascent soul cultivators from various immortal sects also rushed over, wanting to witness this miraculous scene firsthand. The fusion of a 6th-order spiritual vein is something that has never happened before in the immortal sects. If he can do this, it means that Chen Mobai is the first 6th-order Earthmaster in the history of the immortal sect. Rumble! Mount Chicheng trembled violently, even affecting half of the earthly star. At that moment, a fiery red spiritual light shot into the sky. Chen Mobai's expression suddenly changed, and he looked towards the jade flat small world. Chapter 1191 Ancestors Wealthy. Chapter 1191 Ancestors Wealthy. The jade flat minor realm is not a true Dharma realm, so all the spiritual energy and other resources required for its operation come from the spiritual veins of Chicheng Mountain. Now that the Chicheng Mountain spiritual vein has been upgraded to the 6th rank, the Dan Ding jade tree at the very center of the small world, whose Dao fruits had been used up, is showing signs of regrowth. Chen Mobai was delighted to see this. These Dao fruits contain a lot of 6th-order knowledge, which was previously useless to the immortal sect, so it just sat there. But now that he has activated the true function of the realm gate, it can solve the biggest resource problem. With careful development, one might one day reach the level of a deity in the immortal realm, without needing to expand outwards, and still be able to cultivate the void realm. Besides the Dao fruit, the jade tree in the pill cauldron also emitted a faint fragrance due to the abundant spiritual energy. Even nascent soul cultivators like Chen Mobai felt refreshed after smelling it, and even vaguely sensed that their own blood and qi were undergoing a transformation. The longevity technique, which had already merged with him, was showing signs of further advancement. What kind of strange fragrance is this? It can make my blood and qi surge. Qi Yuheng, who had just arrived, couldn't help but look surprised after smelling the fragrance of the jade tree in the alchemy cauldron. His physique was the strongest in the immortal sect, even surpassing that of the water immortal in her true form, and he was recently about to break through to the middle level of the 5th rank. This is the foundation of my dance weapon lineage, the jade tree of the elixir cauldron. It must be due to the advancement of the Chicheng Mountain spiritual vein. Chen Mobai said with a smile, and everyone looked on with envy. The four major academies each had their own foundation, but the other three combined were not as good as the dance weapon lineage. One can only say that the patriarch of the Dan Ding sect truly deserves to have been a guest of the Zai Zio Palace back then. Chunyang, there's good news. The Three-Eyed Clan's planet has completely left the observation range of our immortal sect. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai nodded calmly. Deep down, however, I felt a slight sense of regret. After all, if the Three-Eyed Clan leaves their planet, it means that the immortal sect will have no chance of capturing them. That's the Taoist art of walking through the universe. However, without the arrival of the Purple Cloud Palace to investigate the strength of the Three-Eyed Clan, Chen Mobai dared not gamble that the immortal sect's strength surpassed that of the Three-Eyed Clan. Just to be on the safe side, let the Three-Eyed people go. Next, the tremors in the Chicheng Mountains became more frequent and intense. However, with Chen Mobai, a 6th-level geomancer, and Qi Yuheng and other nascent soul cultivators from the immortal sects, they managed to suppress all the changes in the Earth's veins. The three main halls had already evacuated the immortal sects and their people from the Chicheng Grotto Heaven, and the four nearby blessed cities from the Chicheng Mountains area. During the suppression, Chen Mobai gently released the integrated 6th-order fire spirit veins into various spiritual hubs throughout the Earth star, through the existing heavenly curtain earthly network array channels, in the most gentle way, to replenish their losses after releasing the Chaos Yuan Qi Cannon. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yunhai plans to locate 252 spiritual pivots outside of the original 36 Grotto Heavens and 72 Blessed Lands, intending to use these as hubs to rebuild the celestial canopy and Earth network into the Zhou He Luo star array. Chen Mobai also assisted in this. As a 6th-level geomancer, his abilities in this area far surpassed those of Yunhai, a formation master, and he easily completed the positioning of all the spiritual pivots. However, it would take a very long time to fully develop and construct it. After all, it's a 7th-order grand formation. Yunhai, however, intends to make this his lifelong goal. It's a pity that ancestor Kaingsing hasn't fully awakened. Otherwise, if I joined forces with him, we would definitely be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. After the spiritual veins of Chicheng Mountain began to calm down and stabilize, Yunhai, who had freed up his hands, said with some regret, "Among the immortal sects, Kaingsing has the deepest understanding of the Tao of arrays. Even without complete knowledge of 7th-order arrays, he relied on his talent and comprehension to deduce part of the great Tao of stars from the 6th order, heavenly curtain and earthly network. If Kaingsing were still alive and had completed the setup of this 7th-order grand formation on the Earth origin star, he might have been able to take another step forward and enter the void refinement realm. Of course, even if the Earth star is equipped with spiritual pivots of the Zhou number, the formed array would only be a pseudo-7th-order array. According to the knowledge Yunhai gained from the Boundary Gate, in order to truly set up a 7th-order Zhou He Luo star array, each spiritual pivot must be a star with a 6th-order spiritual vein. But for the immortal sects, a pseudo-7th rank is enough, at least enough to prevent any void refinement cultivator from entering. This way, Chen Mobai and the others can leave with peace of mind. That's easy. In a while, I'll find an excuse to transfer him to the Sky Curtain and Earth Network Management Bureau to work as a gatekeeper. You can then find a way to motivate him and get him involved in the reconstruction of the Great Array. Although he's lazy by nature, he can unleash tremendous enthusiasm when he encounters something he's truly interested in. Over the years, Chen Mobai had come to understand Chen Xingxing's character. Upon hearing what Yunhai said, and considering the great cause of the immortal sect, and the fact that Kaingsing could cultivate to the void realm, he decided it was time to let him leave the mountain. "Thank you, senior brother." Upon hearing that Chen Mobai understood his hint, Yunhai's face lit up with joy, and he immediately thanked him. At this time, the spiritual veins of Mount Chicheng had also been completely upgraded and stabilized. Without the constraints of Chen Mobai and other nascent soul cultivators, the pure, yet warm, fire spiritual energy began to surge forth from the deepest part of the Myriad Treasures cave, transforming into endless crimson clouds that enveloped the entire Chicheng mountain range, creating a magnificent spectacle. However, under such dense fire spiritual energy, some of the spiritual plants in the mountains began to succumb, but many more instinctively emitted joyful cheers under the abundant spiritual energy. This is because Mount Chicheng was originally a fire vein, and the spiritual plants that could survive and grow here all fed on fire spiritual energy. Chen Mobai discovered that the fire spirit trees that originally covered the mountains and plains began to sprout and grow fiery red leaves in a very short period of time. Furthermore, most of the vermilion fruit trees on the mountaintop of the Dance Weapon Academy seemed to be conveying the emotions of breakthrough and advancement. Most of these vermilion fruit trees are of the third rank, with a few of them being of the fourth rank. They were all planted by the Dance Weapon Academy from a branch of the tree deepest in the Myriad Treasures Cave. Over thousands of years, under the care of the students of the Academy's spiritual plant department, they have long since reached the peak of their respective ranks. However, due to the control of spiritual energy, they can only be stuck and unable to advance. Now that the Chicheng Mountain spiritual vein has been upgraded to the 6th rank, the spiritual energy has increased more than tenfold. In fact, it's not just these vermilion fruit trees. Even the one deepest in the Myriad Treasures Cave is showing signs of advancement. Chen Mobai would definitely support this. After all, the immortal sects will definitely need to refine more nascent soul pills in the future. If the vermilion fruit tree can advance, it will be able to produce more raw materials under sufficient fire spiritual energy, and even advance to more fifth-order vermilion fruit trees in a few years. However, if so many vermilion fruit trees advance at the same time, it may cause the spiritual veins that have finally stabilized to continue to fluctuate, and the success rate will not be very high. Chen Mobai immediately took action to control the 6th-order spiritual vein, causing it to gather its spiritual energy. Meanwhile, at Chen Mobai's instruction, True Monarch Peach Blossom used his innate supernatural powers to communicate with the spiritual plants throughout Mount Chicheng, causing those with weak spirituality to halt their advancement process. Of course, some disobedient ones, having already eagerly taken that step of advancement thanks to the abundant spiritual energy they had previously possessed, did not listen. At this point, cutting off the spiritual energy would naturally stop it, but in that case, the spiritual plant would definitely be ruined. Chen Mobai could only control the spiritual veins, while simultaneously distributing enough fire spiritual energy to the spiritual plants that were beginning to advance. In an instant, spiritual light and precious light began to shine throughout the Chicheng Mountains, and various exotic fragrances began to emanate. Under the care of True Monarch Peach Blossom, more than half of these spiritual plants have successfully advanced, which is also due to the good cultivation of spiritual plants by the Dance Weapon Academy. Those that failed were transformed into bursts of flame and charred remains by the intense fire energy. Chen Mobai could only sigh in response. He then used the longevity sect's great technique, rejuvenating withered trees, to preserve a trace of the spiritual plant's vitality. If the opportunity arises in the future, they may revive. After entrusting this matter to Deng Dayan, Chen Mobai led Qi Yuheng and other cultivators from the immortal sects into the deepest part of the Wanbao cave. He led them to select the Dao fruits from the jade tree in the pill cauldron. Since these Dao fruits can be reborn above the 6th-order spiritual vein, there's no need to treasure them anymore. Let's use them first to enhance the strength of the immortal sect. The immortal sects were already used to Chen Mobai's approach of focusing on the immediate situation. Chunyang, thank you. My Kunpeng lineage's ancestor left behind some classic texts about the Candle Dragon Path and the Dragon Palace. You can take a look if you have time. After refining a Dao fruit, Qi Yuheng felt he had grasped the essence of the Wookiee lineage, so he decided to bring out his own as well. Chen Mobai naturally nodded in agreement. The Candle Dragon Path was also a major force within the White Crane Dojo, and generations of cultivators who had reached the void refinement stage would travel to the Dragon Palace. According to the records of the Dan Ding sect, in addition to the ancestral dragon, who was of pure Yang rank, the Dragon Palace also had 9 other powerful true dragons. These 9 true dragons, the weakest of whom are at the 7th level, and those at the top are even at the 8th level. Zhulong is one of the 9 true dragons. Of the 4 palaces, the Dragon Palace is the most powerful. Unfortunately, all the resources of my heaven-mending lineage are contained within the heaven-mending seal. After hearing this, Qingping felt that she should do something, but after thinking about it, she realized that there was nothing that Chen Mobai would be interested in, and she couldn't help but feel ashamed. In my lineage of Jumeng, there are some records of the Phoenix Palace. If true Lord Chunyang is interested, I will have Qiuer compile them and send them to you. Peach Blossom, finding it rare that Jumeng's lineage was not at the bottom, immediately spoke up about her family's foundation. In fact, she had heard all of this from the ancestor Changchun. The patriarch of the Jumeng lineage originally helped the true spirits of the Phoenix Palace take care of the precious spiritual plants. The three immortals of longevity were able to take human form because they were nurtured by the essence of the Phoenix's true spirit's nirvana. Within the Phoenix Palace stands a legendary 8th-tier jade wudong tree, the highest achiever of this cosmic spiritual plant. That is where the Phoenix Palace, Saint Venerable Heavenly Phoenix, underwent nirvana. It is said that before Tianhuang entered Zixil Palace, she had a mortal enemy. Each time she underwent nirvana, only under the protection of that jade parasol tree could she prevent her enemy from coming to her door. It was precisely for this reason that after Tianhuang attained enlightenment, she spared no expense in expending a huge amount of her own essence to infuse the wudong tree with her own nirvana essence, thus enabling it to advance to the 8th rank. This 8th-tier jade phoenix tree, while weakest among all pure yang trees in terms of combat power, boasts top-tier defensive capabilities and is revered as the god of wood. Chen Mobai readily agreed to Tao Hua's kind offer. After completing the matter of dividing the Dao fruit, he did not waste any time and went directly to Kunpeng Dao Academy to read the classics left by ancestor Longzhuo. The origin of the candle dragon path is crystal clear. It is because when the candle dragon of the Dragon Palace was playing in the universe, it met a cultivator it took a liking to at the White Crane Dojo. The cultivator passed down the 6 imperial scriptures and a drop of candle dragon blood. If the cultivator could master the Dharma realm, the cultivator should go to the Dragon Palace to find it and formally accept it as a disciple. Unfortunately, the founder of the Candle Dragon sect was unlucky. He didn't even manage to cultivate his primordial spirit. Before his lifespan ended, he forcibly refined the blood of the Candle Dragon, but his body exploded and he died. Fortunately, before his death, this patriarch had taken in several disciples and passed down the 6 imperial scriptures, which is how the Zhulong Dao sect came to be. 1,000 years later, a prodigy emerged in the Candle Dragon path. Not only did he master the 6 imperial scriptures, but he also managed to dilute the blood of the candle dragon to a level that cultivators could refine and absorb, becoming the first cultivator to master the Dharma realm and travel to the Dragon Palace. After him, the path of cultivating emptiness through the 6 imperial scriptures was opened up, and the Candle Dragon path produced many cultivators who had cultivated the Dharma realm. Gradually, it became a major force in the White Crane Taoist temple and began to stand alongside the Pill Cauldron sect and others. Chen Mobai's main focus was on the Dragon Palace. However, there are not many such records in the Kunpeng lineage's classics. The only recorded existence is that of the powerful true spirit Zhulong, who is said to have mastered the great Tao of the universe, able to control time and glimpse the past, present, and future. He is one of the most powerful beings in this vast universe. Even the pure Yang Dao ancestor treats him with great respect. After reading this, Chen Mobai sighed and realized that his ancestors had indeed been wealthy. Their lineage of weapon-wielding masters were guests of the Zixil Palace, and the Kunpeng lineage was no less impressive. The lineage of mending the heavens is said to have been left behind by a powerful figure from the Xuan Palace, but it is unknown who that person was. If it was a true immortal who had attained the Tao, it is estimated that it has already disappeared along with the destruction of the Xuan Palace. After all, a powerful being from the Xuan Palace who can attain the Tao can certainly participate in the creation ritual of the tortoise spirit mother. If it were just about practicing emptiness, he would probably have died of old age by now. Just as Chen Mobai finished reading and was about to leave Kunpeng Dao Academy, Pei Qingshuang found him and handed him some classic texts dictated by Peach Blossom True Monarch. Jade Green Parasol Tree. This was the most shocking part for Chen Mobai after reading it. Although I already knew that the Jade Phoenix tree could be upgraded infinitely, I never expected its origins to be so extraordinary. The source is an 8th-order spiritual plant. I wonder what great Tao this wood god has mastered. Chapter 1192 Central Ordination, Direct Succession of the Xuan Men. Chapter 1192 Central Ordination, Direct Succession of the Xuan Men. The spiritual plants on the immortal sect side are mostly seeds brought by the Changchun ancestor of the Jumeng lineage. After all, their lineage is best at planting. However, resources on Earthstar are scarce, and even the 3 longevity immortal spiritual plants of the Jumeng lineage cannot be cultivated. The seeds of the jade wudang were naturally left to grow freely, but over the long years, they still grew into a peak fourth-order spiritual plant. Knowing this, Chen Mobai decided that if he had the opportunity in the future, he would make sure to provide Bu Wudong with some resources. Even if it cannot reach the 8th rank, it is still possible for it to replace De Chun as the new Earth Origin Star's central hub after De Chun leaves. After reading through the scriptures of the Jumeng lineage, Chen Mobai immediately called the Lord of the Immortal Affairs Hall to give instructions on this matter. After hanging up the phone, Gong Ajixu immediately dispatched Lan Haitian to take charge personally. Just after the destruction of Pluto, the immortal sect wanted to take advantage of the opportunity when the chaos primordial cannon drained most of the spiritual pivots to rebuild the heavenly curtain and earthly network into the Zhou Tianhe Luo and build another 252 new cities. They simply upgraded Dengxia City, where the Jade Phoenix tree was located, to a special zone. Having arranged this matter, Chen Mobai went to Wufeng Immortal Mountain. The first batch of flying immortal dragon gall pills has finished its nurturing process and is ready to be taken out of the furnace. The three great alchemists of the immortal sect worked together, along with Yuangsu's Fengkun book. They spent 4 years studying the pill formula to ensure there were no problems before they began refining it. Even so, the nascent soul cultivators of the immortal sect were still extremely nervous when the furnace was opened. After all, this is a 5th-grade pill. In the thousands of years of history of the immortal sects, they have only been able to refine it a handful of times. If they fail, they will all be hung on the pillar of shame and be regarded by future generations as a waste of resources. Fortunately, the 5th-tier alchemists of the immortal sects are all skilled enough to withstand the test. At the moment the furnace was opened, tiny golden sparks burst and collided within it like sparks, faintly emitting a deep, muffled dragon's roar. The spiritual veins of Wufeng Immortal Mountain have not yet recovered to the 6th level, but the 5th-level high-grade spiritual energy is already enough for this batch of pills to absorb. Under the control of the Sea of Clouds, it surges towards the pill furnace like a tide. As the massive amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth was absorbed by the alchemy furnace, the flying immortal dragon gall pill began to take shape. Half a day later, the presiding true monarch Peach Blossom formed hand seals, and the first pill flew out of the furnace with a burst of firelight. The 3 experts nearby immediately took out a specially made glass bottle and intercepted and sealed the pill. At that moment, the second pill also flew out, and Yuan Su stepped in to catch it. After all 10 pills were successfully produced, Peach Blossom and the other 2 visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Mobai and the others were overjoyed to see this, and came to the 3 of them together. I have successfully completed my mission. Peach Blossom, leading the 3 absolutes and Yuan Su, said with a smile that the 2 people beside her immediately handed 10 flying immortal dragon gall pills to Chen Mobai, who then carefully examined them. Compared to those refined by Qingnu, these are of significantly higher quality, not only free of toxicity, but also possessing more abundant medicinal properties and vital energy. This wasn't because Qingnu was incompetent, nor because the gentian sent by Dan Wang Herbal Shop was of high quality. The main reason was that the gentian from that batch of old dragons wasn't intact. Moreover, Peach Blossom is a nascent soul true monarch, and Yuangsu and the 3 absolutes are his assistants. The medicinal properties are extremely potent. If a cultivator in the early stages of the nascent soul realm were to take it, they might need to slowly release the effects to refine it properly. After Chen Mobai finished his examination, he distributed 1 pill to each nascent soul cultivator present. No one declined, and no one objected to Chen Mobai taking 4 pills by himself. There are still 3 batches left, and we will still need the 3 of you to work hard. However, with the experience of this success, the next 3 batches should be easy. You can use the process of refining to study the other batch of the Divine Spirit condensing pill. I hope that before we leave, we can leave more nascent soul foundation for the immortal sect. Chen Mobai began to give instructions for the upcoming work, and Yuan Su and Sanju nodded repeatedly after listening. They are both on the verge of reaching the nascent soul stage. If the divine soul condensation pill is successfully refined this time, the 2 of them will definitely be able to get one. Perhaps we can successfully transform into gods and take this opportunity to leave together and explore the universe. Pure Yang, are there any contraindications to taking this elixir? After Chen Mobai finished speaking, Qi Yuheng immediately asked the question that concerned him the most. "You don't need to worry about what senior brother Qi said. With your strong physique, you can just take it directly, and you will definitely be able to withstand the effects of the medicine." Chen Mobai smiled and said that, besides him, Shui Xian was the same. As long as she unfolded her true form in the sea, she could also digest the massive amount of pills. However, apart from them, the rest of Chengxuan and the others need to be relieved gradually, or have their burden shared by their natal magical artifacts, etc. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone was present, Chen Mobai gave a detailed account of his feelings and experiences after taking the flying immortal dragon gall pill. Of course, his reasoning was that he had knowledge of this subject from the Dao fruit refined from the jade tree in the pill cauldron, not that he had actually taken it. So everyone just believed it for the time being. Yupping Zioji. Chen Mobai sat upright under the jade tree in the cauldron, looking at the 6 flying immortal dragon gall pills from 2 batches in his hand. 2 of them were leftovers from the batch Qing Nu had refined, while the other 4 were just refined by the immortal sect. Because he had already taken Qing Nu's medicine and his body had developed some resistance, he picked up the medicine that Tao Hua and the other 2 had refined and swallowed it in one gulp. With his current mid-stage nascent soul realm, refining this flying immortal dragon gall pill is naturally a piece of cake. A vast amount of 6th-order fire spiritual energy surged in continuously, enveloping his entire body like a giant fireball. Chen Mobai felt as comfortable as if he were being blown by a warm breeze. His pure yang scroll cultivation also improved at an unprecedented speed under the blessing of the pills. The flying immortal dragon gall pills refined by the immortal sect were of perfect quality, so Chen Mobai hardly felt any drug resistance. He was immersed in the pleasure of improving his cultivation. Before we knew it, another 2 years had passed. On this day, Chen Mobai woke up from his seclusion, having already refined all 6 pills. After confirming that all the medicinal properties in his body had disappeared, he dispersed the surrounding fire elemental energy. The crown of heaven and earth and all living beings appeared, and he checked his progress on the pure yang scroll. The progress bar for the mid-stage nascent soul realm has reached 36%. It should be noted that 10 years ago, he had just broken through on the steps of the Purple Cloud Palace. After that, he was busy destroying Pluto, exploring the boundary gate, and fusing spiritual veins, etc., and had almost no free time for cultivation. In other words, the 36% progress was basically achieved by these 6 flying immortal dragon gall pills. Of these, the first 3 pills showed the greatest improvement, all around 7%, while the 4th pill reduced it to 6%. The 5th and 6th pills, due to their quality and drug resistance, could only improve the progress by 5% and 4% respectively. Chen Mobai calculated that, after consuming the next batch of flying immortal dragon gall pills, he would be unable to use this kind of pill to improve his cultivation due to drug resistance. It seems the next step is to draw a concealment talisman. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai recalled the knowledge he had gained from the boundary gate. With the help of the 5 musical notes, he had already comprehended all 5 levels of this talisman. Only the talisman paper and ink were missing. Among these, the talisman paper is easy to solve. Any attribute of the 5th rank will do. There are quite a few on the immortal sect side, and in his storage bag there are also many made from the leaves of the sun god tree or even the skin of a dragon. The key is the talisman ink, which needs to be mixed again. Fortunately, apart from the main types of 5th-order minerals, the immortal sects have all the other types of talisman ink. As for the few types that were not available, Chen Mobai searched for them in the eastern wilderness, and finally, he purchased the 2 that he could not find at the Danwang herbal shop. After Su Siju delivered the items, Chen Mobai entrusted the matter to Yu Yi. As a 5th-tier talisman maker from the immortal sect, Chen Mobai trusted Yu Yi's professional skills, and he even instructed Yuan Su to help him when he had time. The refining of high-level talisman ink is much more troublesome than that of elixirs, so after so many years, Yu Yi is still in the process of refining it. However, she reports to Chen Mobai every time she makes progress. After 2 years of seclusion while taking elixirs, Chen Mobai checked his phone and, sure enough, saw several unread messages from Yu Yi. Good news! The talisman ink has been forged, but it still needs the crucial step of drying in the shade. According to the knowledge on the deceitful talisman, it will take at least 20 years. This time wouldn't be long for other nascent soul true monarchs, but for Chen Mobai, it was a bit of a drag. After all, he has only been a god for a little over 30 years. Unfortunately, I can't afford the shipping cost to buy the finished talisman ink, so I have to make it myself. After Chen Mobai emerged from seclusion, he didn't even say goodbye to the Dance Weapon Academy and immediately teleported to the Heavenly Book Academy. Greetings, true lord. Upon seeing Chen Mobai arrive in person, Yu Yi bowed respectfully and then personally led him to the storage room of the Heavenly Book Academy's yin-dried talisman ink. Is there a way to speed up the air-drying process? Chen Mobai asked, although when he first started cultivating, talismans were his forte, but later he focused on fighting and killing, so his skills in this area were definitely slightly inferior to Yu Yi's. Yes, it's mainly the environment. We can artificially set up formations to accelerate it, or... When it came to his professional field, Yu Yi spoke eloquently and confidently in front of Chen Mobai, describing many different methods. After listening, Chen Mobai immediately grasped the key points. If it's about the environment, then it's easy. I can create any environment within my own Dharma realm that is most suitable for rapid air drying. As he spoke, Chen Mobai waved his sleeve, taking Yu Yi and the large piece of talisman ink in front of him into his Dharma realm. Following Yu Yi's instructions, Chen Mobai marked out a piece of land at the edge of the Dharma realm and continuously adjusted the environment of this land so that the talisman ink could dry quickly in the shade. According to Yu Yi's estimate, at least half the time can be saved. You've worked hard on this matter. Now focus on your cultivation and improve your cultivation level. If you succeed in refining the Divine Spirit condensation pill and reach the 9th level of the nascent soul stage, I recommend that you receive one. After returning to the Heavenly Book Academy from the Dharma realm, Chen Mobai also told Yu Yi about his promise. The main reason is that, among the nascent soul cultivators of the Wookiee lineage, only Yu Yi is closest to the divine transformation stage, already at the peak of the 8th level of nascent soul. If it weren't for the delay caused by Chen Mobai's talisman ink over the years, he would probably have broken through long ago. Chen Mobai has always been one to reward those who have made contributions to his own people. Thank you, true lord. Upon hearing this, Yu Yi was also very excited. She was extremely fortunate that, after wasting hundreds of years, she had finally found the best backer in the immortal sect. This is the relevant information about the heaven-deceiving talisman. Take a good look at it when you have time. After the talisman ink has dried, you may need to draw it. Chen Mobai thought about it and realized that he didn't have enough time to cultivate. Since Yu Yi was a professional in talismans, he decided not to waste any more time on it. Yu Yi nodded repeatedly, indicating that he would treat this as a top priority and study it carefully. Since he was at the Heavenly Book Academy, Chen Mobai took the opportunity to look at the 7 heavenly books again. When he first read the heavenly book, he only felt that it was profound and difficult to understand. But now that he has mastered the Dharma realm, he feels that it is infinitely mysterious and all-encompassing. The 7 heavenly books were the only things the 5 ancestors of the immortal sect purchased when they came to Earth Origin Star, clearly intending to use them to comprehend or even cultivate the Dharma realm. After mastering the Dharma realm, even if one encounters the final tribulation, one can hide within it and, with the help of the profound realm of void refinement, escape to the edge of the universe and pass through it safely. Unfortunately, in the thousands of years of the immortal sect, only Chen Mobai has achieved this. Under Chen Mobai's gaze, the 7 great heavenly books, Universe, Purple and Green, Phoenix Seal, Tao Law, Taiyuan, Birth and Death, and Mahayana, gradually revealed their true forms, revealing themselves to be the imprints of the great Tao. Moreover, it seems to be formed by the convergence of many complex paths, with one of the most crucial main paths, containing endless mysteries. Within these 7 great Tao imprints, Chen Mobai seemed to see all the possibilities of evolution. As time passed, Chen Mobai suddenly realized that he had understood the true use of the 7 heavenly books. He opened his Dharma realm, bringing the 7 heavenly books into it. The heavenly books then transformed into a pillar of light that reached the heavens and the earth. After radiating brilliant light, it burst forth with rays of light of various colors, merging with his vast and empty Dharma realm, gradually evolving into a true world as it should be. It turns out that only by refining the great Tao imprints from the 7 great heavenly books into the Dharma realm can the secret method of the central dojo of Genesis be completed. This process is called receiving the ordination certificate. Without receiving ordination, if the Dharma realm wants to generate the 3,000 great Taos, it can only comprehend and cultivate them one by one, and then reflect them into the Dharma realm. The most typical example of someone who comprehended the 3,000 great Taos in this way is the demon lord. However, receiving the ordination certificate allows one to bypass this process directly, because the great Tao imprints in the 7 great heavenly books were carved by the great beings of the central Taoist temple. They contain the most fundamental great Taos of the universe's creation, which then evolve infinitely, resulting in the 3,000 great Taos. However, once the ordination is successful, it means that one is a direct descendant of the Xuanmen lineage of the central Taoist temple. Chen Mobai didn't care about this at all. He was in the first row of Zixil Palace and was a classmate of the pure Yang Dao ancestors in the central dojo. In terms of seniority, he was originally an ancestor of the central dojo. Establishing a divine dynasty starting from the spring and autumn period takes you through history, corrects historical regrets, saves historical figures, and creates a divine dynasty of destiny. Chapter 1193, Returning to the Heavenly River Realm. Chapter 1193, Returning to the Heavenly River Realm. Chen Mobai felt a little guilty for using the 7 heavenly books in his own Dharma realm. After all, this is the public property of the immortal sect, which was bought by the 5 ancestors of the immortal sect through gritted teeth. After telling Qi Yuheng and the others about this, the members of the immortal sect felt it was a pity, but they were also happy that Chen Mobai had been able to comprehend the true use of the heavenly book. After all, having witnessed the vastness of the universe, they had all turned their attention outwards. If Chen Mobai could break through to the void refinement stage, they would truly have no worries about exploring the galaxy. But Chen Mobai still made a note of it for himself. He owed the immortal sect 7 Tao merits. With this dead in mind, Chen Mobai's desire to earn Tao merit became even more urgent. However, Zixil Palace has not yet responded, so they cannot use the turtle treasure to descend to the Three-Eyed Clan's planet to investigate. I can't really go and deliver the package. Just as Chen Mobai was about to grit his teeth and use the boundary gate to communicate with Su Siju about the specifics of opening the Void Station, news came from the Tian realm. There's something he needs to go back and deal with. Chen Mobai immediately announced his seclusion to the immortal sect, and then clicked on the tortoise treasure to teleport there. True Monarch Wuchen has successfully refined the Tong Sheng True Spirit Pill, just as he predicted. There are 4 pills in total, and they have been fully nurtured. Inside the Yellow Dragon Cave, after Chen Mobai emerged from seclusion, Qing Nu, who had been waiting for him, briefly explained the situation. Previously, Chen Mobai had killed the old dragon and offered up half of the Xuanjiao's essence blood. Afterwards, the Moral Sect and 2 other families contributed manpower, resources, and other materials to refine the divine transformation pill again. As previously agreed, 1 pill for each of the 4 sacred sites. Of these, the 9 Heavens demon-slaying sect was the most anxious, since Yi Qing was only 1 saintly true spirit pill away from reaching the nascent soul stage. With his talent, the probability of him reaching the divine transformation stage was very high. However, this time the Tong Sheng Zhen Ling Dan was jointly invested in by the 4 Holy Lands, so Wu Chen Zhen Jun would wait until all 4 families had arrived before opening the furnace to prove that only 4 pills had been successfully refined. That's why Chen Mobai needed to come over. It's all for my good brother Yi Qing. Let's go for a stroll in the east. The Moral Sect is a holy land for alchemy. There might be a lot to learn there. After listening to what King Nu said, Chen Mobai spoke to his wife, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Very well, it has been a long time since I last saw fellow Taoist Qi Jiansu. Qing Nu nodded gently. Due to her background, the furthest she had ever been was the Xingtian Dao sect, where she had participated in the Beidou conference with Chen Mobai. Although the 5 Elements sect had been promoted to Holy Land in the Eastern Continent in recent years, she had only inspected the 3 border regions of the Eastern Continent and the border of the Xuan High Wilderness Sea. She had always been very curious about the Eastern Land, the most central part of the Eastern Continent. However, the customs here are too fierce, and Qing Nu is not confident in her own fighting ability. This time, with Chen Mobai accompanying her, she can see the world. How about we bring another group of alchemists from various sects over for an exchange? Qing Nu then brought up another idea, which was quite common in the immortal sects, with various universities holding such exchange activities. Back then, Chen Mobai had single-handedly suppressed all the geniuses from the Taoist academies and palaces at an exchange meeting, making a name for himself as a potential nascent soul cultivator. Just take one or two with you to broaden your horizons. Taking too many will only arouse suspicion from the moral sect. However, Chen Mobai was very familiar with the local customs and knew that the so-called exchanges were seen by the local forces as the same as causing trouble, which was just a way to show off that their disciples were better. In Chen Mobai's view, the five-element sect disciples were just so-so. They couldn't compare to the geniuses of the immortal sects and Taoist academies at all. All right, I'll see who's suitable to bring. King Nu nodded after hearing what Chen Mobai said, realizing that she had been too naive. Then Chen Mobai recounted the events that had occurred in the immortal sect over the years. What a pity, we won't be able to witness the chaos primal cannon being fired. After hearing this, King Nu looked regretful. Although he knew that Pluto was a major enemy of the immortal sect, Chen Mobai said that he had easily dealt with it with a single shot, so he wasn't worried at all. If I have the chance in the future, I'll set up a cannon here in the heavenly river realm to show you. Chen Mobai responded to this in this way. He had completely mastered the principle of the chaos primordial chi cannon after being baptized by the great Tao of destruction. Even without the Ling Sail Palace and the four symbols Tao Palace, he could make up for it with formations and other magical artifacts. There are many unclaimed spiritual veins in the eastern continent and the sea, making it easier to accumulate spiritual energy than in the immortal sects. Moreover, Chen Mobai also wanted to see what the third stage of the Chaos Chi Cannon's final design would look like. The second stage is enough to destroy a star. The third stage could probably destroy an entire galaxy. However, for the third stage, the Zhou-Tian Luoxing Fusion is required. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai inquired about the arrangement of the five-element sect's heavenly curtain and earthly network over the years. Although Qing Nu was in charge of elixirs, she also attached great importance to the reappearance of this number one formation of the immortal sect in the eastern wilderness and paid attention to it on a regular basis. After the old dragon of the Xuanjiao royal court was killed, the five-element sect has become the leader of the righteous path in the eastern continent. 108 spiritual pivots have been set up on the border of the eastern continent. With the addition of the second-hand satellite that Chen Mobai obtained from the immortal sect, the heavenly curtain and earthly network array can be said to be complete. However, it certainly can't compare to the immortal sects because it lacks a sixth-tier spiritual plant to suppress the central nervous system. We can only take it one step at a time. Hopefully, after the Sun Tree is revived, it will have the potential to go even further. Chen Mobai had no solution for the time being. He couldn't very well ask him to use his sixth-tier magic weapon as the central hub of the grand formation. Then, King Nu told some good news about the five-element sect. Odu Guang and Yin Qingmei both successfully broke through to the mid-nascent soul stage. Zhuo Ming also felt that his cultivation was complete and was preparing to form his nascent soul. 3 more core formation cultivators were added, 2 of whom were unorthodox golden core cultivators and not worth mentioning. The other one who truly succeeded in forming his core was Song Huanda, Liu Wenbai's disciple. These things made Chen Mobai very happy. It represents the flourishing of the five-element sect and the Xian and Chen lineage. How is Ming'er now? Chen Mobai first inquired about the situation of his precious apprentice. I'm currently regulating her qi. I've prepared all the necessary spiritual items for her to form her infant spirit, so she can take that step at any time. Qing Nu replied that Zhuo Ming's foundation was the most solid among the five-element sect, and the sect was not lacking in nascent soul cultivators. Therefore, Chen Mobai's advice to her was to break through naturally. Therefore, although she had already reached the peak of core formation and even the 4th level of body tempering, she had never activated her true energy to break through, waiting for the opportunity for her realm to naturally overflow. Over the past 10 years, she has finally felt that she has reached the right time within the 6th-order spiritual vein of Wandering Mountain. All right, let's go see her before we go to the east. Chen Mobai nodded with satisfaction. Zhuo Ming was someone he had watched cultivate step by step to her current level, and she was the one he had chosen as his successor. Now, she had finally reached the nascent soul stage. At this point, Chen Mobai immediately stood up and teleported to Baiyuan City with Qing Nu. Here, he met many of the core figures of the five-element sect. After all, it's not easy to get out of quarantine, so we should meet up to avoid any awkwardness. Before leaving Baiyuan City, Chen Mobai summoned Song Huanda. As a third-generation disciple of the Xian lineage, he was relatively low-key compared to the famous Han Jiling, but he did a lot of things and could even be described as hardworking. Besides being in charge of the telecommunications department, he also stepped in to solve many of the five-element sects' array-related problems. The array formations related to the heavenly curtain and earthly network on the eastern barbarian side were completed by him leading the array masters of the five-element sect. In a sense, they were personally trained by Chen Mobai. Now that he has formed his core, he is even more capable of great use. Just as Yu Ming was preparing to form his nascent soul, Chen Mobai decided to entrust him with the preliminary work of setting up the Zhou Tian He Luo Xing Du array. Song Huanda felt very honored by this and said that he would definitely live up to the expectations of his ancestor. Just do your best. This formation is quite difficult, but I believe you have plenty of experience, so the basics shouldn't be a problem. Chen Mobai first tried to relieve the pressure on Song Huanda. After all, the Zhou Tian He Luo star array was a seventh-order array. Even though he had broken down the array diagram into the most basic 360 pieces, it was still beyond the comprehension of ordinary array masters. He stayed in Baiyuan City for 2 days, handling sect affairs and, incidentally, instructing Song Huanda on how to expand the range of the Great Formation, referring to the five-element sects map. Currently, 108 spiritual pivots have been established in the 3 border regions of the eastern continent. If squeezed in a little more, a few dozen spiritual pivots can still be used, but the rest can only be expanded to territories outside the sect. There are 4 main directions in which it can expand outward. Boundless desert, desolate ruins, mysterious sea, barren sea. Every year, the five-element sect invests resources and manpower into the boundless sands, and to date, it has expanded its territory to the size of 3 rainbow counties. As long as Chen Mobai and his disciples Yu Ming are still in the five-element sect, this policy will not stop. Chen Mobai reserved more than a dozen spiritual pivots in the direction of the desert, so that the formation could cover it in the future. Next is the desolate ruins, which is currently the place in the 4 directions that needs the most cultivators. After all, in Xuanhai and Huanghai, any forces that dared to block the five-element sect had basically already been killed by Chen Mobai. Chen Mobai entrusted this matter to Yi Yun. Just then, he was planning to retire and step down from his position as sect leader, while Yi Yun was about to complete his core formation and prepare to form his nascent soul. Chen Mobai tasked him with developing a desolate wasteland adjacent to the five-element sect's territory. If he could accomplish this, it would be a great achievement, allowing him to rightfully take over the five-element sect and become its new leader. Yi Yun was also very excited about this. He had been the current head of the sect for a century, and finally he could be officially recognized. With the five-element sect's current strength, opening up a desolate wasteland is a piece of cake. This disciple will certainly live up to the mission. After accepting the task, Yi Yun was full of ambition and prepared to mobilize manpower. The five-element sect is located near the desolate ruins, so there are definitely no fifth-order demonic beasts there, but there are some fourth-order ones, such as the golden-eyed jade toad, which once exchanged a blow with Chen Mobai from a distance. With Chen Mobai's strength, he could easily kill him now, but he has too many things to do and hasn't had time to act. Moreover, this demonic beast has the ability to conceal its aura. Chen Mobai once searched for it with his divine sense when he was passing by, but he couldn't find it, so he left it until now. As Yi Yun was one of Chen Mobai's own people, and given his slight grudge against Jin Yan Bai Chan, Chen Mobai naturally made proper arrangements for her. He took out a gourd-shaped magic artifact from his own realm that he hadn't used for a long time and handed it to Yi Yun. Take this. Inside is a fifth-order Yuan Yang sword aura that I have refined. If you encounter a demon beast that you cannot deal with, you can use it to kill it. Thank you for bestowing this treasure upon me, sect leader. Yi Yun was arguably the longest-serving direct disciple of Chen Mobai within the five-element sect, and was intimately familiar with the renowned sword gourd. Countless powerful cultivators and demonic beasts had perished beneath its power. Now that Chen Mobai has bestowed this treasure upon him, he is even more confident about this expedition. After passing down the incantation for refining the sword gourd, Chen Mobai and Qing Nu left Baiyuan City. On this trip to the eastern lands, besides the little yellow dragon girl who served as the face of the sect, Qingnu also brought her disciple Jin Linger, as well as Yan Jinai, the head of the alchemy department of the Five Elements sect. Chen Mobai brought his young apprentice Jiang Xingheng and his grand apprentice Duan Shuyu. The main purpose was to take them to see the ruins of the Eastern Imperial Court, so they could learn from it. Another reason was to offer some guidance to Duan Shuyu, because the latter was already quite old when he embarked on the path of cultivation. Even with his outstanding talent, his lifespan was still insufficient. Fortunately, Qingnu used the myriad transformations of the underworld to decipher the formula for the mysterious heaven black gold pill and refined a batch of it for him to prolong his life. Even so, it would still be somewhat difficult for Duan Shuyu to form his core before his lifespan ended. After all, he was practicing the Golden Path immortal scripture of the longevity sect, which was profound and extensive, and he had no prior experience with it. Fortunately, after Chen Mobai comprehended the primordial Tao, he had already thoroughly understood the five elements immortal scripture by comparing it with the primordial Tao fruit, and the five elements Tao fruit left behind by the true Lord of One Yuan, and could provide guidance. So after learning about Duan Shuyu's situation, he decided to take advantage of this trip to the east to teach him by example. Jin Linger happened to be traveling with them, so the two disciples who practiced the golden element immortal scripture were taught together. After arriving in Dongyi via the teleportation array, they first went to Fanghuang Mountain. Greetings, master and mistress. Zhuo Ming and Luo Yixuan, who remained there, immediately bowed when they saw the group descending from the sky. Chen Mobai waved his hand to indicate that there was no need for such formalities, and then dismounted from Huanglong's back. When do you plan to form your nascent soul? Chen Mobai looked at Zhuo Ming and immediately noticed that her qi was already perfectly balanced, her consciousness was clear, and her physical body was incredibly vigorous, making it impossible for her to fail in forming her nascent soul. I'll wait to tell, master, Zhuo Ming nodded, answering with great respect. She had already seized the opportunity for a breakthrough a year ago. But I still felt that I would feel at ease if I told Chen Mobai. Then let's do it today. I will leave my second primordial spirit here to protect you. As soon as Chen Mobai finished speaking, Luo Yixuan looked on with envy. Once Zhuo Ming formed her nascent soul, the lineage of Xian Enchen would be completely settled, and she would no longer have any hope of inheriting the legitimate lineage. Chapter 1194, The Mountain Gate of the Moral Sect. Chapter 1194, The Mountain Gate of the Moral Sect. Before Zhuo Ming formed her nascent soul, she took Chen Mobai to see the Sun God tree. Under her meticulous care, the spirituality of this fifth-order spiritual plant has been completely revived, and because it is rooted in the sixth-order spiritual vein of Wandering Mountain, it has even shown a tendency to advance further. However, due to the severed roots, his vital energy was greatly depleted, so if Chen Mobai wanted to use the pulling up seedlings to help them grow technique, it would still take some time. Besides the one on Wandering Mountain, a small sun god tree has also sprouted anew from the roots of the original Golden Crow immortal city ruins. But that one was only at the third level. However, because it is a new plant, it is full of vitality. With the care of Zhuo Ming, a spiritual plant master who possesses the wisdom to understand all things, its future achievements may even surpass those of the plant on Wandering Mountain. Therefore, Chen Mobai plans to use the pulling up seedlings to help them grow technique to advance them to the 6th rank after the Wandering Mountain plant recovers. Although this will not allow for further advancement, it will confirm the central structure of the Heavenly Curtain Earthly Network Array and lay the foundation for the future Zhou He Luo Star Array. Besides the Sun God tree, Chen Mobai also plans to devote a lot of resources to Yin Qingmei's natal spirit plant, the Jade Wudong. After all, this rare and precious plant can truly be upgraded indefinitely. Chen Mobai also planned to transplant a peak 4th-tier longevity tree from his sect to Dongwu, and then transform it into a 5th-tier azure dragon tree to see if it could solve the problem of the heavenly venerable branch. The Eastern Wu region is not a core area, so even if unexpected things happen, they can be handled calmly. Master, I'm off then. After explaining the situation of the two sun god trees, Zhuo Ming respectfully addressed Chen Mobai in front of a grand hall left over from the time of the Huanglong Mountain Earthly Court. Well, after you complete your nascent soul cultivation and emerge from seclusion, I will pass on the Tao fruit to you. Earth element and primordial chaos are both suitable for you. You can consider which one you need. Chen Mobai encouraged her, and his words made Zhuo Ming both expectant and relieved. It meant that Chen Mobai believed she would definitely be able to form her nascent soul. However, the two Dao fruits also left Zhuo Ming somewhat conflicted. After all, in terms of attributes, Earth is definitely the most suitable for her, and it perfectly matches the Yellow Emperor's virtue scripture that she cultivates. So before she reaches the nascent soul stage, she will basically have no doubts about the cultivation method. But as a cultivator from the eastern wilderness, she grew up listening to the legends of the primordial Dao fruit and the one Yuan true monarch, and dreamed of becoming an ascended cultivator. He clearly desired the primordial Dao fruit even more. However, these are all happy troubles. It was at this moment that Zhuo Ming understood the treatment given to the Holy Land's Taoist disciples and holy maidens. Watching Zhuo Ming enter the main hall, Chen Mobai placed a restriction on the place where she was in seclusion. Then, a precious pearl appeared behind her head, transforming into another version of himself. It was his second primordial spirit. Originally, Luo Yixuan also wanted to go sightseeing in the east with Chen Mobai and the others, but Chen Mobai thought about it and shook his head. After all, she still has the ghost cultivator Granny Ming inside her body, and she has also cultivated the Yellow Spring spiritual power. It's one thing if she's in the territory of the Five Elements sect, but if she were to be taken directly to the morality sect, even if she is one of his disciples, it would make true monarch Wu Chen and the others lose face. Moreover, after Zhuo Ming went into seclusion, the precious medicinal herbs that had been planted in Fanghuang Mountain and Dongyi in recent years, as well as the two sun god trees, all needed someone to take care of them. Fortunately, Luo Yixuan had been with Zhuo Ming for many years and was familiar with these things. After all, we can't just send Chen Mobai's second primordial spirit. Master, please take care. Luo Yixuan looked at Chen Mobai and his group with a disappointed expression, then rode the yellow dragon away from Fanghuang Mountain. Using the large teleportation array of Mingjing Immortal City, Chen Mobai and his group first arrived at Jiyushan Immortal City. Yi Qing and Yuan Zhen were already waiting for them here. Brother Yi, it's been a long time. When Chen Mobai saw Yi Qing, a genuine smile appeared on his face. In the more than 200 years in Dangzhou, Yi Qing was the friend he respected the most, and the two were considered to be sworn brothers. Brother Chen. When Yi Qing saw Chen Mobai, a smile couldn't help but appear on his usually expressionless face. I'm ashamed that despite receiving your white dragon essence blood, I have failed to refine the nascent soul pill. Instead, I still need true monarch Wu Chen to refine the saintly spirit pill. Chen Mobai apologized to Yi Qing first. When he obtained the great Dao pill formula from the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect, he said he wanted to research the nascent soul pill. Yi Qing also gave him the white dragon essence blood left by Yuan King. What's there to be ashamed of? This Tong Sheng Zhen Ling Dan is the essence blood of the old dragon that you took out. I haven't even thanked you yet. Yi Qing shook his head indifferently. He had never had high hopes that the Five Elements sect could refine nascent soul pills. In Yi Qing's view, Chen Mobai's selfless sacrifice of his blood essence to kill the old dragon was mainly to enable true monarch Wu Chen to refine the Tongsheng true spirit pill to help him. After all, everyone knows that among the four holy lands, the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect is the one that needs it the most. The Dayad sect and the Taixupayomil Palace also have many cultivators who have reached the nascent soul stage. Even if the Five Elements sect obtains a true spirit pill now, it will take several hundred years before there are enough nascent soul cultivators qualified to take it. It was just a necessary measure. Chen Mobai replied that it was his duty, and then proceeded to use the large teleportation array to travel to the morality sect. Brother Chen has visited my eastern lands several times, yet he has yet to visit my Tongshan Peak. Yi Qing, however, said there was no need to rush, and instead invited Chen Mobai to the Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect. He even suggested that Chen Mobai could go to the top of the Tower of Heavenly Refining to have a conversation with the ascended ancestors, such as Yuan King from the upper realm. Chen Mobai was initially somewhat interested, but upon hearing this, he immediately made an excuse to refuse. Let's get down to business first. Seniors Wuchen Zhenjun and Dakong Zhenjun must be getting impatient. Chen Mobai knew nothing about the situation in the spirit void immortal realm. What if there were powerful figures among the ascended ancestors of the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect who could discern his origins or the tortoise treasures he possessed? Isn't that like a lamb being led to the slaughter? Thank you, Brother Chen. I will inform Senior Brother Nai immediately. Yi Qing thought that Chen Mobai was thanking him so that he could get the Tong Sheng Zhen Ling Dan as soon as possible, and then immediately took out a communication talisman. Before long, a beam of divine light, like surging waves, swept in from the distant horizon and quickly landed before Chen Mobai, transforming into the figure of Nai Yuanzhang. Sect leader Chen, it's been a long time. Nai Yuanzhang greeted Chen Mobai very politely, and the latter immediately returned the greeting. The relationship between the two was not as close and easygoing as it was with Yi Qing. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the group was teleported to the Wu Immortal City, where the morality sect was located. When the two nascent soul cultivators descended, they did not conceal their aura. Soon, a familiar cloud of light appeared at the gate of the moral sect, which was Shengxi. Shengxi, who is currently the head of the moral sect, came to pick them up in person. Fellow Taoists, please forgive me. My master is currently tending to the alchemy furnace and is unable to attend to you. Chen Mobai and Nai Yuanzhang responded politely, and then followed Shengxi into the mountain gate of the Dayat sect. As the oldest sacred site in the eastern continent, the gate of the moral sect is very simple. It is located in a scenic mountain range. There is a valley with a rushing stream and crisscrossing spiritual fields. Moral sect disciples are carefully tending to the spiritual plants and rice in the fields with hoes and other tools. Chen Mobai was amazed to find that these were at least 5th-grade spiritual fields, and the plants were also 5th-grade medicinal herbs. Thatched huts stand along the edge of the fields, with blue oxen and black donkeys hanging in front of their doors. Many oxen were led by children dressed in Taoist robes, some plowing fields and others grazing. The black donkey was pulling a millstone, seemingly grinding some medicinal herbs, the aroma of which filled the entire valley. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Chen Mobai wouldn't have believed that this simple little mountain village was the gate of the Dayat sect. Compared to his eye-opening experience, Nai Yuanzhang and the others remained calm, clearly having been there many times before. Even Qing Nu nodded repeatedly, as if she already knew. Chen Mobai asked via telepathy, and learned that Qi Jiansu had mentioned this in her letter. We've arrived, everyone, please. At this moment, Shengxi led them to the very back of the village, where a clear stream flowed down from the mountain, radiating pure water spiritual energy. Chen Mobai immediately recognized it as a materialized water spiritual vein. This was the first time he had ever seen such a spiritual vein, and he was greatly surprised. The stream flows into the valley, forming a bottomless pool. In the center of the pool is a flat area above the water, on which 3 thatched huts are built. In front of the leftmost thatched hut, there was a cauldron with a fire burning underneath. Chen Mobai recognized Xuan and Qi Jiansu, one fanning the fire and the other adding firewood, their movements practiced. In front of the central room, there was a thatched pavilion where true monarch Wuchen and true monarch Dakang were drinking tea. Seeing Chen Mobai and the others approaching, the two smiled and waved. Chen Mobai and the others responded with smiles. Shengxi flicked his whisk, and a cloud of light rose beneath their feet, carrying them across the pool and to the grass pavilion. As Chen Mobai crossed the pool, he felt a chill that made even his divine sense feel cold. Clearly, there were powerful restrictions or even formations within, and he needed someone from the moral sect to guide him across. I'm really sorry to have troubled you to come all this way, but there's something I need to discuss with you. After Chen Mobai sat down, Wuchen Zhenjun personally handed him a cup of shumei tea and then said something that surprised Chen Mobai. Oh, what is it? Chen Mobai had been wondering why he had to do the opening of the furnace himself, and now he realized there was a reason. The Starry Sky Tao sect is willing to exchange the formula for the 3 lights divine water for a single true spirit pill from my morality sect. The Profound Fire sect of Southern Continent, upon hearing of this, also wants to. Without keeping anyone in suspense, True Lord Wuchen explained the matter directly. Xingji has sold all his last reserves to try and reach the nascent soul realm. Chen Mobai was deeply moved after hearing this. Chapter 1195 Chunjiu Whisk. Chapter 1195 Chunjiu Whisk. Previously, Xingji had offered up immortal books and jade slips to the major holy lands for them to study in order to exchange for the Tong Sheng True Spirit Pill. Chen Mobai and Qing Nu easily comprehended the pill formula of the 3 lights divine water, and he even comprehended the jade pure glazed bottle. It seems that true monarch Wuchen and the others have only comprehended the original version of the Three Lights Divine Water Pill formula. This is clearly different from the system that the Star Heaven Tao sect has perfected over generations. Even for a major alchemy sect like the Moral sect, perfecting the formula would require a considerable amount of time and resources. Therefore, the opportunity to see the answer directly was quite tempting for true monarch Wu Chen. Another major reason is that there was still more than one Tong Sheng Zhen Ling Dan left from the previous batch produced by the Dao De sect. Xuan's cultivation level was still far from sufficient, and he would need at least several more decades before he could take it. This pill is a complete surprise. If it can be exchanged for the Star Heaven Dao sect's perfected Three Lights Divine Water Pill formula, it would be a worthwhile deal in the eyes of true monarch Wu Chen. With this, the foundation of the Moral sect can be greatly enhanced, solidifying its reputation as the #1 alchemy sect in the Eastern continent. But this could potentially create a new holy land, so Wu Chen needs to inform Chen Mobai and the others. If any of the 4 holy lands objected, Wu Chen would also take the opportunity to refuse Xingji. Compared to the Xingshan Dao sect, he would definitely value the current relationship with the Holy Land group more. I have no objection. True monarch Dakang spoke first. Although the pill formula was for the Moral sect, true monarch Wu Chen also promised that as long as the Holy Lands present needed it, the Three Lights Divine Water would be plentiful. For the Taixu Pio Male Palace, all they need is the Three Lights Divine Water, and they can even use it to curry favor with the Dayad sect. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai knew that the 2 senior figures had already discussed it before their arrival. Sect leader Chen, what do you think? Na Yuanzhang said something that meant Chen Mobai had the final say, and that the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression sect's opinion was the same as the 5 Elements sects. Since Xingji's desire to seek the Tao is so firm, it's good to give him another chance. Chen Mobai thought about the 10,000 acres of Panlong spirit rice that Xingji had given him before, and did not say anything to stop it. He would definitely be willing to do a favor. Even if Xingji successfully transformed into a god, he would still be someone he could easily suppress. Since none of the 3 fellow Taoists have any objections, then I will make this deal with the Star Heaven Tao sect. If you need the Three Lights Divine Water in the future, just let our sect know in advance. Wu Chen was very pleased to see that the 3 nascent soul cultivators present were giving him so much face. Thank you for your kindness, Senior Wu Chen. By the way, my wife and I have worked together to comprehend the method of refining the true Three Lights Divine Water from the immortal books and jade slips. Although we have only refined 1 5th-order jade pure glass bottle due to the lack of 6th-order water attribute materials, and each batch takes 100 years to condense, it is a spiritual medicine that can bring the dead back to life for us nascent soul cultivators. If you need it in the future, please let us know in advance. Chen Mobai also brought up the matter of the jade pure glass bottle. Although Qingnu's Dangxia Pavilion has already occupied most of the market for low-end pills in the Eastern continent, it still lacks a sufficient quantity of high-quality, high-end pills. The elixirs that aid in the nascent soul stage cannot be used yet, but the true Three Lights Divine Water is just right. Over the years, besides the Immortal sect, Chen Mobai also collected 2 more 5th-tier materials through the Desolate Sea Flying Sand sect, and refined 2 jade pure glazed bottles, which he placed in the Yellow Dragon Cave. There's a pool there that gathers the spiritual dew of heaven and earth, and with the Heavenly Curtain Earthly Network Array actively gathering the 3 lights of the sun, moon, and stars, the time can be shortened by half. Treating this as the crown jewel of Dangxia Pavilion will surely make it famous throughout the world. Young friend and your wife are indeed geniuses. They have even been able to comprehend the method of refining the jade pure glass bottle. This is one of the Star God Temple's most treasured artifacts. When Dakang Zhenjun heard what Chen Mobai said, he was greatly surprised. Young friend, if the Star God Temple finds out about this, there will probably be some trouble. True monarch Wu Chen kindly reminded them that the leak of the Three Lights Divine Water formula of the Star Heaven Tao sect was tolerable for the Star God Palace, since they possessed the refining method of the true Three Lights Divine Water, which was a very precious healing medicine even for nascent soul cultivators. It is precisely because of this that the Star Temple is able to obtain the high-level resources it needs from many holy lands across the 5 continents and 4 seas. Therefore, if it were known that Chen Mobai had comprehended this, or even mastered the 5th-order jade pure glazed bottle, that true monarch Yuan Chen would probably make a big fuss about it. This was obtained through an open and above-board transaction with the Starry Sky Tao sect. All of you fellow Taoists and seniors can testify to this. It wasn't something I stole from their Starry Sky Divine Palace. If true monarch Yuan Chen wants to fight me over this matter, it might cause another nascent soul cultivator to fall in the northern continent. Chen Mobai didn't care much about this. The white bone Dharma king he had killed before was a demonic deity from the northern continent. After he mastered the Dharma realm, he even slew the old dragon. Now, in the entire Heavenly River realm, only those holy lands and major sects that possess seventh-order Tao-attaining treasures can make him wary. However, if true Lord Yuan Chen doesn't make a move, he won't provoke him. At most, he'll compete in the business world based on the quality of his own products. You are right, young friend. After hearing this, true Lord Wuchen nodded repeatedly. If their moral sect were to sell ordinary three lights divine water, it would probably displease the Star God Temple. With Chen Mobai willing to take the blame, he doesn't need to worry about this matter. After all, no matter how strong Yuan Chen Zhenjian is, he can't possibly be stronger than the old dragon above the Xuanhai Sea. I remember that the weak water pool of the moral sect can produce sixth-order azure yuan crystals, which can be used to refine the jade purification glass bottle, right? At this moment, Na Yuanzhang suddenly spoke up and said something like this. Wuchen Zhenjian and Shengxi looked at each other in bewilderment. Chen Mobai was also stunned on the spot. When the primordial bell was upgraded, the moral sect donated a piece of azure primordial crystal out of humanitarianism. Unexpectedly, it was produced in this pool. There is a sixth-order azure yuan crystal in the weak water pool. If you need it, I am willing to trade with you. However, the last sixth-order magic weapon was forged in the Heavenly River realm by a true monarch who has already ascended. Although you are also a master of weapon forging, it would be better to consider this carefully. After thinking for a moment, Wuchen Zhenjian followed Na Yuanzhang's lead. For the moral sect, these sixth-tier azure elemental crystals are used by those who have achieved the highest level of spiritual cultivation to rebuild their foundation and enhance their natal magical artifacts. However, this only allows them to use sixth-tier material to upgrade magical artifacts to fifth tier. Therefore, although Chen Mobai was already the #1 weapon refiner in the eastern continent, true monarch Wuchen still had reservations about his refining of the sixth-order jade pure glass bottle. However, if Chen Mobai wanted the azure crystal, he was willing to give it to him, but this time it definitely wouldn't be for free. Besides the inner core, does Senior Wuchen have anything he'd like to see on the old dragon's corpse? Chen Mobai actually prefers transactions. After all, if it's a gift, it would be too much of a favor, and it would also create another business line. It's better to settle the money and goods cleanly. Shengxi has only recently become a deity, and his whisk has barely reached the 5th rank, but its spiritual power is rather weak. Fellow Taoist, do you have any way to help him improve it? Wuchen Zhenjian was a seasoned veteran, and upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, he actually wanted Chen Mobai to help him refine a magical artifact. Upon hearing this, Shengxi, standing nearby, also looked on with anticipation. His whisk-wielding magic weapon had used countless 5th-tier resources from the morality sect, including a piece of 6th-tier azure yuan crystal, but its grade was still inferior to the fire spirit robe worn by Chen Mobai. All the major holy lands in the eastern continent hoped to ask Chen Mobai, the #1 weapon refiner in the eastern continent, to help refine magical artifacts. However, the latter often went into seclusion. This time, with a rare opportunity, Shengxi immediately handed over the whisk. The refining technique is too crude. It's just piling up materials to upgrade to the 5th rank. After inspecting it, Chen Mobai said with a hint of envy, which made Wuchen and Shengxi, the master and apprentice, feel ashamed. Madam, are the old dragon's whiskers and tendons still there? Chen Mobai turned to Qingnu, who was talking to Qi Jiansu outside the thatch pavilion, and asked her a question. The latter nodded and took out 2 glittering golden dragon whiskers and a clump of dark golden dragon tendons from the gourd at her waist. I refined this dragon tendon into the handle of the whisk, making it the new main body of the magical artifact. Then I incorporated dragon whiskers into it, and then re-enhanced the artifact's spirituality, fusing and elevating its original weak and complex spirituality. After obtaining the materials, Chen Mobai condensed water into blueprints and spoke to Shengxi, the owner of the magical artifact, about his idea for improving the whisk. He originally intended to ask the client if they had any other ideas so he could consider and perfect them all at once. Master Chen, please feel free to make your move. I have confidence in your abilities. However, Shanxi said he had no particular plans, only that his rank and spirituality be better than they are now. This is also the norm for commissioned weapon crafting here. Things like the function and appearance of magical artifacts are all left to the weapon crafter to control. As long as the crafting is successful, that's all that matters. That makes things much simpler. Upon hearing Shanxi's words, Chen Mobai didn't want to cause himself any more trouble and immediately began refining according to the blueprints of his initial idea. With his current skill in weapon crafting, reforging a barely 5th-tier magic weapon would be a piece of cake. The most crucial dragon tendon wrapped around the end of the handle, and then, under his Daoshuai fire, it transformed into an invisible dark golden gas, like a black dragon rising from the clouds, appearing and disappearing, merging into the wooden handle, as if a black dragon with its tail visible but its head not visible was tattooed on it. Once the patterns became clear, Chen Mobai gently pinched the 2 dragon whiskers, which instantly dispersed and transformed into a majestic dragon head. Combined with the dragon patterns on the handle, they formed a complete Xuanjiao true dragon. With a gentle wave of his whisk, Chen Mobai's 2 dragon whiskers transformed into dragon heads, which merged with the long, snow-white silk threads that filled the sky. However, upon closer inspection, 2 golden dragon whiskers can still be found amidst the pure white expanse. Fellow Taoist, give it a try and see if there's anything you don't like. To everyone's astonishment, Chen Mobai completed the reforging of Shanxi's whisk in just half an hour. After Shanxi received it, he infused it with his own supreme true qi, and immediately a deafening dragon roar resounded. As he waved his whisk, a jet-black Xuanjiao true dragon, carrying a faint mist and water vapor, roared out. Under the command of Shanxi's thoughts, it circled and rose around the weak water pool, causing the 6th-order water vein spiritual energy to tremble and ripple. Using the refining incantation taught by Chen Mobai, Shanxi immediately discovered that the Xuanjiao true dragon was even more at ease with him. Moreover, the dragon-shaped spirituality newly born in the whisk magic weapon even took the initiative to teach him supernatural powers such as Dragon Roar Wave and Xuanming Thunder Sea. This is a bloodline supernatural power of the Xuanjiao clan, but Chen Mobai perfectly preserved all the essence of the dragon whiskers and tendons when he refined it, so it can be used with magic tools to perform these abilities. Okay. The more Shanxi tried, the more powerful he felt his whisk was. As his powerful true energy and divine sense surged in, the dragon's roar instantly filled the sky, causing the entire weak water pool to be swept up by columns of water. The rising water droplets condensed into dark clouds in the valley, and then flashes of dazzling lightning appeared and resounded. Young friend's weapon refining skills seemed to have become even more outstanding than before. Upon seeing this, true monarch Wuchen was greatly astonished. Although Chen Mobai had also been in complete control when he was refining the 5th-tier robe before, he had never been as effortless as he was today. This was the first time De Kong had witnessed Chen Mobai refining a weapon in person, and his eyes widened in shock. With your skill level, young friend, you may indeed be able to master the 6th-order jade pure glass bottle. After hearing this, Chen Mobai was very modest. Not at all, there is a big difference between the 6th and 5th ranks. I have only successfully advanced my own flying sword and Hunyuan bell, but these 2 were already well established and had a solid foundation. Forging a set of 6 magic weapons from scratch is quite challenging for me. At this moment, under the signal of true monarch Wuchen, Shanxi finally stopped whisking. The huge commotion attracted all the members of the moral sect in the valley. Shanxi immediately grasped the whisk in his hand, placed it in front of his chest, and conjured a cloud resembling a black dragon phantom. He raised his head and puffed out his chest, like an immortal riding a dragon, and headed towards the dozens of nascent soul cultivators from the moral sect who had surrounded him. Before long, the members of the moral sect who knew the truth all looked at the Xuanjiao whisk in Shanxi's hand with envy. Some of his close nascent soul disciples even came up to him, and Shanxi generously took it out for them to appreciate his prized magic weapon. Please excuse my poor attempt to impress you, young friend. Seeing this scene, Wuchen Zhenjun, who was in the thatched pavilion, said to Chen Mobai with some embarrassment. For the moral sect, refining a batch of 5th-grade pills is commonplace, but a powerful and spiritually rich fifth-grade magic weapon is something that may not be encountered for hundreds or even thousands of years. After being skillfully crafted by Chen Mobai, Shengxi's whisk has become a high-grade fifth-rank item, ranking among the top even in the treasure trove of the Dayad sect. One reason is that the material of this whisk was originally excellent. When Chen Mobai was refining it, he activated the spirituality of the azure crystal and fused it with the dragon tendons and whiskers, which is why it was able to so easily advance to the fifth-grade superior quality. Of course, the greatest credit goes to Chen Mobai, the weapon refiner. Chapter 1196, The Former Imperial City. Chapter 1196, The Former Imperial City. After finishing their business, True Lord Wuchen got up to prepare to start the furnace. Chen Mobai and the other guests sat upright in the thatched pavilion, watching the #1 alchemist of the eastern continent perform his alchemy. The alchemy furnace used to refine the Tong Sheng True Spirit Pill is the 6th-order alchemy dragon cauldron that Shenzai took out when she fought the old dragon on the Xuan High Sea. Before this cauldron was a secret of the moral sect and was not made public. However, once it's been exposed, it doesn't matter anymore, and besides, everyone present is a fellow member of the righteous path in the eastern continent. Wuchen Zhenjun formed a hand seal, and the cauldron lid immediately emitted a dull thud. Then, the cauldron handles seemed to rise up like two true dragons, lifting the lid. Boom! The moment the furnace was opened, a deafening dragon roar resounded. The vast 6th-order water spiritual energy in the surrounding weak water pool transformed into wisps of mist that surged in and were absorbed by the furnace. One could vaguely see a jet-black dragon circling and swimming inside the furnace. This is because the Tong Sheng Zhen Ling Dan uses the essence blood of an old dragon. The final step is to refine all the Xu and Jiao marks contained in the pill. Only by doing so can one avoid being marked like Chen Mobai. Seeing this, Chen Mobai seemed to be deep in thought. Could he use this opportunity to wash away the marks on his body? At that very moment, the black dragon's afterimage within the cauldron had been completely refined by true monarch Wuchen, vanishing into nothingness with a mournful cry. 4 gleaming pills appeared before everyone's eyes. Yi Qing, who had remained silent until now, couldn't help but look at him with burning anticipation. The true spirit pill for sainthood, refined from the essence blood of the Xuan Jiao, was the perfect choice for him. Everyone, please choose one pill. I will use the last one to make a deal with the Starry Sky Dao sect. After completing the final step, true monarch Wuchen revealed an empty cauldron. He then sealed the 4 pills in jade bottles and placed them on the table in the thatched pavilion. Chen Mobai and the other 2 nascent soul cultivators politely declined each other's offers before taking the one closest to them. After taking it, Na Yuanzhang gave it directly to Yi Qing in front of everyone. In the past, when he obtained the Tong Sheng True Spirit Pill to transform into a nascent soul, he was under tremendous pressure. Although he succeeded, he still owed Yi Qing, his junior brother who took the initiative to step down. So today, giving the pill to Yi Qing made him feel relieved and his mind was clearer. Everyone, our sect will activate the mountain protecting formation to seal off the mountain for a period of time until junior brother Yi emerges from seclusion. If there is anything, please contact us via a message talisman. Having obtained the Tong Sheng Zhen Ling Dan, Na Yuanzhang took his leave, preparing to escort Yi Qing back to the sect as soon as possible to take the pill and achieve the nascent soul stage. Yi Qing hesitated, as he had originally planned to invite Chen Mobai to Tangshan Peak after the pills were distributed. Excellent, excellent. If Brother Yi becomes a nascent soul cultivator, our righteous path will have another pillar of white jade supporting the sky. This is of utmost importance to your sect and the eastern continent. Chen Mobai saw through Yi Qing's thoughts, but he didn't want to go to Tangshan Peak, so he directly said something to stop Yi Qing. Wuchen and Dakang also offered their blessings. Brother Chen, I will come to discuss the Tao with you again after I have reached the nascent soul stage. When the group from the 9 Heavens demon-slaying sect left, Yi Qing specifically sent a telepathic message to Chen Mobai to say goodbye, expressing his strong confidence in his nascent soul stage. Okay, I look forward to hearing good news. Chen Mobai responded with a smile. Now that Yi Qing has reached the divine realm, there shouldn't be any white bone Dharma King or demon race true spirits attacking the mountain, right? After Shengxi led Na Yuanzhang and the others away from the weak water pool, De Kong said something joking. I don't think any nascent soul cultivator will dare to provoke the righteous path of the Eastern continent anymore. After all, your reputation for killing is now renowned throughout the 5 continents and 4 seas. Wuchen's gentle smile and words made the 5 Elements sect cultivators, including Kingnu, present all look proud. Senior, you flatter me. I am only competent in combat. In other aspects, I still need to learn a lot from you too. Chen Mobai responded modestly, but inwardly he was very regretful. As his fame spread throughout the world, he estimated that he would have fewer and fewer opportunities to make a move in the future. Even if he set up the Chaos Chi Cannon, there was no enemy to use it against. Then, the 3 nascent soul cultivators chatted for a while in the thatched pavilion about recent events in the 5 continents and 4 seas of the Heavenly River realm. Dekong did most of the talking, since the Taeksu Misty Palace had branches in various places, and the nascent soul cultivators had special ways to contact each other, allowing them to quickly obtain intelligence. Over in Nanju, a nascent soul cultivator from the Chuanyu sect has successfully crafted a 5th-tier magic weapon, but I suspect it was Yan Zhongxian who helped him. A nascent soul sword cultivator has recently appeared in the Western continent. His strength and swordsmanship are both unparalleled. He specifically targets and kills the disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Temple. He has already killed 3 nascent soul cultivators. The Little Thunder Immortal was furious and personally set up ambushes several times, but he has never managed to catch his opponent. With the news of the White Bone Dharma King's death spreading in the northern continent, the northern demonic path has completely collapsed. A portion of them were killed by the Star God Temple, and the rest were all forced to leave the northern continent. However, I received news from the northern continent branch that the Xuan Yin sect seems to have absorbed a portion of them. Given Yuan Chen Zhenjun's personality, he will probably take advantage of this rare opportunity to drive the Xuan Yin sect out of the northern continent as well. A battle between the 2 sides is inevitable. The Central Plains remain largely unchanged. It's said that the Purple Cloud Heavenly Palace has opened another treasure trove left behind by the Heavenly Emperor, making the already wealthy Yuan clan even richer. True Monarch Tianling's cultivation has improved, advancing further during the 9 Heavens tribulation. The Qingwei Sword sect showed signs of nascent soul transformation a few years ago, presumably because their Tao child or Holy Maiden has reached nascent soul. After Dekong Zhenjun finished speaking, Chen Mobai asked more detailed questions about the information he was curious about. However, the former had not studied these things in depth and had only seen them through reports from the various branches of Taeksu Pyo Mill Palace. If you would like to know more, you can ask Wu Qingjai. The Great Void True Lord pointed out a path to Chen Mobai and then gave him a black and white talisman. This was the Impermanence Talisman, which was also the threshold for doing business with the Impermanence Pavilion. Thank you, Senior. After accepting the Impermanence Talisman, Chen Mobai thanked the Great Void True Lord. Gentlemen, my exploration of Dragon Abyss Cave has stalled for quite some time. The strange place I discovered earlier suddenly loses contact with the puppets once they enter the innermost area. If we want to go further, I think we need to enter in our true form. In the end, True Monarch Dakong set up a barrier to surround the thatch pavilion, and with only the 3 of them remaining, they began to discuss serious matters. It would be too risky to enter in our true form, and our lifespans have not yet reached their limit. True Monarch Wuchen was the first to object. He had taken Shumei pills and also refined many longevity pills for himself, which gave him a lifespan several hundred years longer than that of an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. He would never risk entering the netherworld unless it was absolutely necessary. What do you think, young friend? True Lord Dekong had already arrived at the moral sect long ago, and had obviously discussed this matter extensively with True Lord Wu Chen. His response was as expected, but he still sought Chen Mobai's opinion. I share the same idea as Senior Wu Chen. Chen Mobai was definitely unwilling to take the risk, even though he was now practically invincible at the nascent soul stage. However, seeing the disappointed expression on Dekong Zhenjun's face, he offered a suggestion. Senior could try using a higher-level puppet. Perhaps that would allow us to enter the very center of that strange place. Chen Mobai had previously left behind puppets in the Dragon Abyss Cave, but the highest level they reached was only the 4th rank. If one could obtain a 5th-tier puppet, one could unleash the power of a nascent soul cultivator, essentially gaining access to most places in the underworld. It seems I'll need to study puppetry in the coming years, sighed True Monarch Dekong. Chen Mobai, My 5 Elements sect has the 6 Jia puppet technique of the Eastern Imperial Court. If you need it, senior, I will copy it for you. De Kong Zhenjin shook his head at Chen Mobai's good intentions. My Taiksu Pyo Mill Palace also has this. Although fifth-order puppet techniques are rare, my sect still has quite a few treasured. Upon hearing their conversation, true monarch Wuchen's expression shifted, as he recalled something. After the Eastern Imperial Court disintegrated, our ancestors helped preserve 3 broken golden-armored celestial beings. If you 2 fellow Taoists need them, I can go through the sect's records to see where they are kept. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai's face lit up with joy. Even if the fifth-order puppets crafted by the Eastern Imperial Court are no longer usable, based on the style of that time, the materials used were at least mostly fifth-order, and possibly even sixth-order. How could I possibly accept this? Even if it's damaged, it's still at least a fifth-tier puppet. For practitioners of puppetry, it's an invaluable treasure, priceless. However, what De Kong Zhenjin said brought Chen Mobai, who was originally planning to agree immediately, back to his senses. Although the 3 of them had a good relationship, it was still a bit strange to give a golden-armored celestial being a gift directly. Could it be that we need their help? But didn't they already agree to exchange the 3 Lights Divine Water Pill formula for the Tong Sheng True Spirit Pill? It's like this, fellow Taoists. My disciple Shengxi has already reached the nascent soul stage. If I stay in the Eastern Mausoleum domain for a long time, it's not good to keep the matter of Dragon Abyss Cave from him. However, we agreed beforehand that we need to agree together before we can tell others about it, so. True Monarch Wuchen said somewhat embarrassedly. Chen Mobai didn't care about this. After all, given his current cultivation progress and lifespan, he would only consider the ascension platform if he couldn't break through to the void refinement stage for at least 2,000 years. Perhaps by then, Shengxi will have become a mound of bones. They are all nascent soul cultivators from the righteous path of the Eastern continent. I've watched Shengxi grow up, and I trust his character. True Monarch Dakong had no objection to this. Moreover, given today's example, Wuchen wouldn't be able to say anything if he brought in other nascent soul cultivators from the Taiksu Misty Palace in the future. In terms of the number of nascent soul cultivators, the combined number of cultivators in the Taiksu Misty Palace exceeds the total number in the entire Eastern continent. However, in this case, Chen Mobai would be the one who suffers. After all, he was the only nascent soul cultivator in the 5 Elements sect. However, since Chen Mobai did not object, De Kong did not remind him of this point. After the 3 of them made their agreement, Wuchen sent a telepathic message to Shengxi with a smile. A short while later, while they were drinking shumei tea, Shengxi brought over all the Dayad sect's documents related to the golden-armored heavenly god puppet. Master, here is what you wanted. When Shengxi presented the dossier, he was still somewhat puzzled, wondering why Wuchen wanted to examine it. But soon, Wuchen revealed the reason, and after learning the truth about Longyuan Cave, he couldn't help but look shocked. Thank you for your trust, fellow Taoist Chen and Senior De Kong. After listening, Shengxi thanked Chen Mobai and the other person with a solemn expression. Oh, I didn't expect that the 3 golden-armored celestial puppets are still in Guangwu, Immortal City. Before long, True Monarch Wuchen had finished reading the case file and was slightly surprised by the result. Guangwu Immortal City is one of the 7 great immortal cities of the Eastern Lands, and it was also the former center of the Eastern Lands and the location of the Imperial Court. However, after the Eastern Imperial Court disintegrated, this originally largest immortal city, although still geographically important, has shifted its center to the immortal cities managed by the various holy lands themselves. What a coincidence! I was just about to go with my disciple to see the ruins of the Eastern Imperial Court. After hearing this, Chen Mobai pointed to Jiang Xingheng sitting to one side outside the thatched pavilion. Then let Shengxi take your young friend along. Upon hearing this, True Monarch Wuchen immediately assigned a guide. Shengxi, after listening, flicked the Xuanjia whisk in his hand and nodded, indicating that he would take good care of the guests from the 5 Elements sect. I'll go too. A 5th-tier golden-armored celestial being is considered the pinnacle of puppetry in the Heavenly River realm. The Great Void True Monarch also spoke up, saying that with their aptitude to become nascent soul cultivators, if they focused on comprehending puppetry, they would definitely be able to reach the 5th rank within a few decades. If they had a sample like the golden-armored celestial god as a reference, they could even achieve twice the result with half the effort. Chen Mobai told Qing knew about this, and she and Yan Jinai planned to stay, and under Qi Jiansu's guidance, see the #1 alchemy sect in the eastern continent. Safety is definitely guaranteed on the side of the moral sect, because the Great Void True Lord can directly activate the Void secret technique to teleport, so Chen Mobai also left the little yellow dragon girl behind. Zhang Xingheng, Duan Shuyu, and Jin Linger followed him. Amidst the flashes of silver light, the group found themselves above a square, majestic immortal city. Each brick of the city wall was imbued with protective barriers, forming a super defensive array that enveloped the entire city. However, upon listening to the echoes of the empty valley, Chen Mobai discovered that this formation was all bark and no bite, and that there were already many loopholes in it. With a sweep of his divine sense, Chen Mobai saw the gaps in the city wall. The bricks were cracked, and judging from the cracks, it seemed to be the result of a huge monster slamming down with its claw. Although this claw strike was blocked by the great formation of the immortal city, it still left an eternal mark. Shangxi explained that these were traces of a battle between the mysterious true spirit, who seized the dragon-capturing cauldron, and the nascent soul true lord of the Eastern Imperial Court. It's a pity that at that time, our sages of the moral sect were far away in the mountain gate refining elixirs. By the time they received the news and came over, the dragon-capturing cauldron had already been stolen. Shangxi said with a sigh. He was clearly not lamenting his inability to serve the Eastern Imperial Court, but rather lamenting the theft of the dragon-capturing cauldron. This way, please, both of you. After giving a brief introduction to Guangwu Immortal City, Shangxi led Chen Mobai and the others towards the central imperial city. Just then Zhang Xingheng, with a strange expression, transmitted his voice to Chen Mobai. "Master, my cauldron is suddenly behaving strangely." "What kind of cauldron?" Chen Mobai looked surprised when he heard this. But soon he found the origin of the cauldron in his own memory. Chapter 1197, The Imperial Court's Secret Realm. Chapter 1197, The Imperial Court's Secret Realm. In the past, Zhang Xingheng discovered a mysterious skeleton in a cave in the state of Zhao. Besides the jade book containing the scripture of riding 6 dragons to rule the heavens, there was also a small dragon-capturing cauldron. After Chen Mobai mastered the art of weapon forging, he used the Daoshui fire to reforge the cauldron and integrated it with the Eastern Wilderness Dragon vein. This happened a long time ago, so Chen Mobai didn't think of it at first. "We'll discuss this later." Chen Mobai transmitted his voice to Zhang Xingheng. Now that Shangxi and Dakong were nearby, it was definitely not appropriate to delve into why the cauldron was acting strangely. However, he knew that it must be because of Guangwu Immortal City. It's unclear whether it's the residual power of the Eastern Imperial Court or something else entirely. After listening, Zhang Xingheng nodded silently and followed behind Chen Mobai, bringing Duan Shuyu and Jin Linger with him, to the sky above the ruins of the Imperial City. It's like a small immortal city, still surrounded by tall and sturdy city walls made of huge bluestone blocks. However, many places are covered with deep claw marks, clearly left by the true spirits of the demon race who fought for the dragon-capturing cauldron. The city walls here are even more dilapidated than those of Guangwu Immortal City, and one corner has even collapsed. It was precisely because the imperial city was breached that the whole world came to know that the Eastern Imperial Court was outwardly strong but inwardly weak. And in the end, all regions obeyed orders but not decrees, and the emperor's orders never left Guangwu Immortal City. Shangxi led Chen Mobai and the others down to the city gate on the east side of the imperial city wall. This city gate consisted of 1 large and 2 small gates. Although most of the restrictions here have been rendered ineffective, the restrictions on flying are still in effect for those who are not of the Eastern Imperial Court bloodline. They can only enter through the city gate. Shangxi began to explain that there were some cultivators in armor guarding the city gate. The leader, a golden-armored general, seemed to recognize Shangxi. Upon seeing him, he immediately opened the city gate and led his cultivators to bow to them with their right hands pressed against their chests. "This is a junior disciple of my Dayad sect. After the disintegration of the Eastern Imperial Court, our original Holy Lands took over this place together. As time has passed, only my sect and the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression sect remain." Upon hearing Shangxi's words, Chen Mobai couldn't help but look at the Great Void True Lord. Theoretically, the Taixu Misty Palace should also be able to get a share of the pie. "My clan is not interested in these things. We only like doing business." When Dakong saw Chen Mobai's gaze, He instantly understood what the latter meant and offered an explanation. The Taixu Misty Palace had already established a merchant guild in the Eastern continent during the Eastern Imperial Court era, but they made certain promises to the human emperor at that time, and they are still keeping those promises. However, for them, this is fine. As they spoke, they had already passed through the city gate and entered the imperial city. Before their eyes came a magnificent palace complex. Shanxi led them toward the central hall. The glazed tiles on the roof shimmered with golden light in the sunlight. Chen Mobai listened with the sound of an empty valley and heard the powerful restriction that had not yet dissipated. Even now, it still had a fifth-order level. It is easy to imagine just how powerful the Eastern Imperial Court was at its peak. The Eastern Heaven Palace. Chen Mobai looked at the plaque hanging in the main hall and couldn't help but read it aloud. This was where the human emperor used to work. There's actually a hidden secret world here, similar to the shipyard near Wandering Mountain. Shanxi continued his introduction, but of course he didn't mention that this small world contained most of the Eastern Imperial Court's resources, which had been divided among several holy lands in the distant past. Only some broken, unallocated, and worthless items were left here, such as the fifth-tier puppet golden-armored god. Chen Mobai stepped into the hall, walked through the spacious area supported by vermilion pillars, looked at the walls on both sides depicting the landscape and emperors of past dynasties, and arrived at the throne in the very center. Shanxi took out a talisman, and Chen Mobai's eyebrows twitched because he sensed a threat within the talisman. This is a sixth-tier spirit talisman. Moreover, the talisman this time is different from the one Shanxi used to deal with the old dragon. All I can say is that the ancient sacred land possesses a profound and rich heritage. As Chen Mobai was marveling at the situation, Shanxi had already activated the talisman, and then everything before him suddenly changed. The exquisite paving stones they had been stepping on had turned into soft soil, and the walls on both sides had disappeared, leaving a spacious and fragrant area as if they had come to a garden. Looking around, colorful flowers bloomed all around, and in the distance there were pavilions and towers scattered about, with streams flowing around the buildings as if they had come to fairyland. The golden-armored celestial gods represent the foundational power left behind by the most powerful emperors of the Eastern Imperial Court to protect future generations. Only those of royal blood and practitioners of the six dragons riding the heaven scripture can activate it. As Shanxi spoke, the talisman in his hand flew out and transformed into a golden dragon, breathing its energy towards the earth. Rumble! As the dragon exhaled its breath, the earth suddenly trembled, and then three humanoid puppets clad in golden armor emerged, kneeling towards the real dragon in the sky. This is the six dragons talisman in my hand. It can mimic the energy of the six dragons riding the heaven scripture, so it can be used to enter and exit various secret realms and key locations of the Eastern Imperial Court. Shanxi explained briefly that one of their founders, the true Lord Wu Wei, was able to cultivate to the void refinement realm only after obtaining resources left behind by the Eastern Imperial Court. Before his ascension, the Wu Wei True Lord, a talisman maker, left behind many sixth-tier talismans as a foundation, and the six-dragon talisman was one of them. It is precisely because of this that the moral sect has such a profound foundation, because no one knows exactly how many sixth-tier talismans they possess. Chen Mobai, however, felt that there wouldn't be too many. Moreover, even a nascent soul cultivator would have to pay a huge price to activate a powerful sixth-order spirit talisman. Back when the Eastern Imperial Court was at its peak, there were 12 golden-armored celestial gods, each guarding a major immortal city and border in the Eastern land. Guangwu Immortal City, being an imperial city, had 3 of them. Our sect helped the 9 Heavens demon-slaying sect and other holy lands refine the Tong Sheng True Spirit Pill, which gave us control over this secret realm. These 3 golden-armored celestial gods were also under our sect's jurisdiction. However, these puppets were damaged when they fought against the demon race's true spirits, and without a puppeteer to repair them, they have remained here ever since. Shanxi led Chen Mobai and the others to the 3 kneeling golden-armored gods. Chen Mobai saw that these lifelike puppets were covered with deep claw marks. One of them was even torn apart and reassembled, its entire body covered in cracks. The best-preserved one was broken in half. After inspecting the puppets, Chen Mobai looked regretful because the most crucial components of all the puppets had been completely destroyed. Repairing them would be less efficient than creating new ones. No wonder the moral sect allowed these three golden-armored celestial beings to remain here. Back then, we didn't know where those true spirits came from. Their strength was at least at the level of the old dragon. The Great Void True Lord clearly knew about the battle that led to the complete downfall of the Eastern Imperial Court. Not only was the Imperial City ravaged by the demon race's true spirits, but even the dragon-capturing cauldron was stolen. Those who possess such strength are at least forces like their Texu Misty Palace. However, after investigating for a long time, they still couldn't find out the reason. In that battle, there must have been forces at the void refinement level involved. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to break through the Imperial City's defensive array. Shangxi also revealed some information that the Dayad sect knew. Their ancestor, Wu Wei Zhenjun, had served as the national preceptor of the Eastern Imperial Court and was familiar with the defensive array of Guangwu Immortal City. He knew that even ordinary cultivators would not be able to cause such damage. For this reason, all the major holy sites in the Eastern continent remained silent after that incident. Alas, what a pity, it's definitely beyond repair. At this moment, True Monarch Dakong had finished inspecting the three severely damaged golden-armored gods and sighed as he stood up and said, "My master said that sect leader Chen and senior can each choose one." Shangxi spoke, a hint of embarrassment on his face. After all, True Monarch Wuchen had exchanged this for him to know the secrets of Dragon Abyss Cave, but the item was badly damaged. "Young friend, you choose first." Seeing Chen Mobai intently disassembling the golden-armored celestial being he had pieced together, seemingly checking the materials, Dakong Zhenjun couldn't help but speak up. "Then this one will do." Chen Mobai pointed to the statue he had dismantled and said with great composure. He had already examined the body. Even the fragments were all made of 5th-tier materials, and there were even some remnants of 6th-tier materials. This puppet is a bit strange." Just as True Monarch Dakong was about to take away the puppet that had been cut in half, he noticed something amiss. Chen Mobai immediately went over to check, and when he saw the severed wound, his pupils constricted. "Human puppet." He looked at the spine at the site of the wound, his expression turning solemn. This golden-armored deity was actually made from human material. Was it a corpse or a living cultivator? Is the Eastern Imperial Court really this cruel? Chen Mobai and Dakong looked at Shangxi, who seemed a little embarrassed, and then explained the reason. This is a golden-armored corpse that was about to advance to the level of a flying yaksha, which was captured when the 10 Directions Palace wiped out the corpse disintegration demon sect. Later, it was refined into a golden-armored celestial god by the puppeteers of the Imperial Court. In fact, this is the origin of the golden-armored celestial god. However, at that time, our sect was also insignificant. Shangxi sighed and said, "As a righteous holy land, it is definitely wrong of us not to stop the Eastern Imperial Court from using demonic secret methods to create puppets." However, back then, the Daedezung sect was indeed not qualified to directly criticize the emperor's faults. "Then I'll change to another one." After hearing this, True Lord Dakong very elegantly chose another one. Of the three, only one was made from a golden-armored corpse. Shangxi didn't say much. "What's over there?" After selecting the puppet, Chen Mobai had already set the coordinates here using the turtle treasure, and then pointed to the pavilions and towers not far away and asked. It can be considered the place where previous emperors secluded themselves for cultivation. Originally, there was a 7th-order spiritual vein that led directly to the upper realm, but it was cut off after the heavenly connection was severed. Now it is barely maintained at the level of the lower 6th order. Shangxi answered, then activated the 6th dragon talisman, leading them inside. The interior was naturally incredibly luxurious, but what Chen Mobai was most interested in was a pavilion filled with jade slips. These are the records of the emperors of the Eastern Imperial Court governing the world. They can be considered the Imperial Court's historical records. According to each emperor, our major holy lands sent people to make a copy. This is the original. After Shangxi finished speaking, Chen Mobai's eyes lit up. These things are not available in the Yiyuan Dao Palace. After all, the Yiyuan Zhenjun is too young, and the Dayad sect and the Jiyushan Dangmo sect would not inform them of this matter at all. If the 5-element sect can fill in these gaps, then at least they will have a direct understanding of the Eastern Imperial Court, which has ruled the entire Eastern continent since ancient times, instead of having to consult Yuan Zhen when they encounter something they don't understand, as they did before. May my sect make a copy? Chen Mobai asked politely, and Shengxi naturally agreed. Zheng Heng, I'm entrusting this matter to you. After receiving permission, Chen Mobai spoke to Jiang Zhengheng and the other two, who had remained silent. The latter immediately understood his meaning and nodded knowingly. I will leave this 6 Dragons talisman here until junior nephew Jiang finishes copying it, then I will take it back. Shengxi gave Chen Mobai a lot of face, and placed a 6th order spirit talisman in the air to protect Jiang Zhengheng in this secret realm of the Eastern Imperial Court. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Let's go have some tea, we won't wait for these juniors here. Chen Mobai's words left Shengxi and Dakong with no doubt. After the 3 nascent soul cultivators left, Dakong directly activated the Void Secret technique and brought them back to the Dayad Sect's mountain gate. You two stay here and copy this down. I'm going to take a look around. Seeing the 3 nascent soul cultivators leave, Jiang Zhengheng immediately instructed Duan Shuyu and Jin Linger to do their work, and then headed towards the direction sensed by the little dragon-capturing cauldron. Before long, he arrived at a rockery in the secret realm. Jiang Zhengheng walked around for a while, then stopped at one spot and took out his cauldron. Immediately, a faint, almost imperceptible spiritual light shone from the artificial mountain. However, it was probably because the secret technique hadn't been activated, so no matter what he did, the artificial mountain didn't react any further. Undeterred, he explored the entire secret realm again, noting down all the places where the dragon-capturing cauldron reacted. He then returned to the pavilion and copied the jade slips with Duan Shuyu and the others. The mountain gate of the Dayad sect. Chen Mobai and the other nascent soul cultivators from the eastern continent were drinking shumei tea together. It just so happened that he had lost 300 years of lifespan by destroying Pluto with the Chaos Primordial Chi Cannon, and he was wondering if he could make up for it with shumei tea. He was thinking of helping the moral sect refine another 5th-tier magic weapon, or exchanging it with the remaining materials from the old dragon's corpse. Young friend, you're too kind. Although the production of shumei tea is not large, as the oldest member of the Dayad sect, I have accumulated a considerable amount. There is enough for an extra year, so please take it. To everyone's surprise, true Lord Wuchen was very generous this time, directly giving away 360 cups of the drink. If consumed within a year, it would extend one's lifespan by 360 years. Chen Mobai had already drunk more than a dozen cups, yet he still managed to save some for Kingnu. I can't accept this. Chen Mobai didn't want to owe anyone a favor, but Wuchen Zhenjin saw through his intention and simply asked for an equal amount of enlightenment tea. Enlightenment tea is a 4th-grade tea, while shumei is a 5th-grade tea. In terms of grade, Chen Mo definitely got a free lunch. However, the Dayad sect felt that they had not lost out, and even that they had made a profit. After all, there are plenty of people like shumei. With both sides feeling they had gained something, the host and guests enjoyed themselves immensely. After drinking tea, true monarch Dakong took his leave. He was eager to return and study the puppet technique, wanting to create a 5th-tier puppet to explore the depths of Dragon Abyss Cave. However, before leaving, he remembered something and said to Chen Mobai, "Young friend, Pan Kong said that the ores you asked him to collect are all ready. He is returning from Zhangzhou. I will have him contact you directly when he arrives." Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai's face lit up with joy. This is another good thing. Since Yuo Ming is about to form his nascent soul, he can take the opportunity to upgrade the Myriad Virtues Cauldron to the 5th tier. A month later, Chen Mobai, who was drinking shumei tea every day at the Dayad sect, received a message from Jiang Zhengheng and immediately took Shengxi with him to Guangwu Immortal City again. After they left the Imperial City, Chen Mobai led the 5-element sect group to bid farewell to the moral sect. Shengxi tried to persuade him to stay for a while, then personally escorted him into the teleportation array. After returning to the 5-element sect, Chen Mobai left Jiang Zhengheng behind. Seeing that the master and disciple had something to discuss, Qing Nu immediately left with Jin Linger and the others. Master, Jiang Zhengheng took out his brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, and was about to draw the map and markings of the secret realm that he had memorized, but Chen Mobai raised his hand to stop him. We'll discuss it in detail when we get there. Chen Mobai's words left Jiang Zhengheng looking puzzled. Chapter 1198-6 Dragons Transformed. Chapter 1198-6 Dragons Transformed. With a flash of silver light, Chen Mobai had already teleported Jiang Zhengheng into the Imperial Court secret realm. Although he knew that his master was quite accomplished in the secret arts of the void, Jiang Zhengheng was still extremely shocked to have traveled from the eastern wilderness to the eastern land in the blink of an eye. In his opinion, this level of skill was even greater than that of the great void true lord of the Taixu Misty Palace. Master is truly unfathomable, Jiang Zhengheng exclaimed inwardly. He had been a disciple of Chen Mobai for over 100 years, and the longer he was there, the less he understood his master. However, for him and the Five Elements sect, having such a powerful and mysterious master was an immense blessing. Let's go over there and take a look. There's still some doubt about the last human puppet left behind. After Chen Mobai entered, he pointed in a direction, and Jiang Zhengheng nodded repeatedly. The master and disciples soon arrived at an open space. The golden-armored celestial being resides deep within this place. Previously, it was Shangxi's sixth dragon talisman that drew it out. They don't have this talisman on them right now. Jiang Zhengheng looked at Chen Mobai, who closed his eyes and listened to his surroundings with the fifth-level empty valley sound, and soon found the trace of the golden-armored god underground. These puppets were inscribed with Earth Chinese letter. Earth Chinese letter is a technique for escaping through the earth during their creation. Even though their cores are now shattered, they can still emerge from the ground if they are carried by an external force of the same origin. As Chen Mobai spoke, he activated the Hunyuan Pearl. The earth-yellow true energy transformed from the Hunyuan Tao entered the earth before him and merged into the human puppet hidden deep within. However, the golden-armored god's earth escape technique is somewhat different from the conventional five elements escape technique. It requires another power to activate. Chen Mobai guessed that it should be the dragon spirit power of the six dragons riding the heavens scripture. He did not cultivate this technique, but as long as he had one, he could use the primordial Tao to continuously create it. The contents of the six dragons riding the heavens scripture flowed through Chen Mobai's mind, and under the influence of the five musical notes, he quickly comprehended it. Release a portion of the dragon vein energy from your cauldron. Chen Mobai turned to Jiang Zhengheng and said this, and the latter immediately did as he was told. As soon as a dark golden dragon vein aura surged out, Chen Mobai swallowed it into his body. Then he took out a handful of hidden dragon pills from his storage bag and ate them. The hidden dragon pill was originally refined by the Five Elements sect to deplete the dragon veins. It was also an auxiliary pill for cultivating the riding the six dragons to control the heaven scripture. Before Chen Mobai reached a tacit understanding with true monarch Wuchen, Qing knew refined over 1,000 pills. Chen Mobai can use this now. As he refined each hidden dragon pill, he easily mastered the six dragons soaring to the heaven scripture. After cultivating his first wisp of dragon spirit power, Chen Mobai used the primordial Tao to analyze it completely. A dragon's roar resounded from Chen Mobai's body, a sign that the primordial Tao had evolved into a dragon spirit root. Once the dragon spirit root is formed, one can recklessly refine the dragon vein qi. Chen Mobai took out over 100 hidden dragon pills and refined them in one go. With his nascent soul realm, he mastered the human emperor's body in just a few breaths. With the dragon spirit root and the human emperor's body now complete, Chen Mobai's cultivation of the six dragons riding the heaven scripture has reached a high level. He no longer needs the hidden dragon pill. He takes out 2 top-grade spirit stones and uses the primordial Tao to mold the abundant and pure spiritual energy within them into dragon vein qi, refining it as he molds it. About an incense stick later, the dragon's roar within Chen Mobai's body grew stronger and stronger, and gradually, a dazzling golden core condensed and took shape in his danchan. Seeing this, Jiang Zhengheng was filled with admiration. In his spare time, he also studied the six dragons riding the heavens technique, because his cauldron absorbed a lot of the dragon vein energy of the eastern wilderness, and he also cultivated this technique to the entry level. However, he got stuck at the stage of forging the dragon spirit root. Chen Mobai not only easily forged the golden core, but was even easily advancing towards the nascent soul stage. However, we've reached a crucial step, preparing to forge the 6 dragon incarnations. Chen Mobai raised his right hand in the air, and soon 6 bottles of essence blood appeared out of thin air. He had collected these a long time ago. The 6 dragon incarnations require the essence of 6 dragons: the yellow dragon, the azure dragon, the red dragon, the white dragon, the black dragon, and the jade dragon. Among them, Chen Mobai possesses the essence and blood of the yellow dragon, white dragon, and black dragon. The yellow dragon's essence blood belonged to the little yellow dragon girl. The white dragon's essence blood was given by Yi Qing, and the black dragon's essence blood belonged to the old flood dragon, who had already completed the transformation of his bloodline with the help of the power of the Sea Eye and had become a black dragon. The remaining three types are the second best: the essence and blood of the green dragon, the red snake, and the colorful serpent. The essence blood of the rainbow serpent was obtained from slaying the poison dragon ancestor. The azure dragon belonged to the azure sea king, and the crimson serpent was simply found in the desolate ruins and killed. Because of the dragon transformation scripture, even if one refines inferior essence blood, there is no need to worry about flaws in the sixth dragon dharma form in the future, as it can be continuously purified and advanced. With a thought, the 6 glass bottles in Chen Mobai's palm shattered. Then, 6 different colored blood essences, each radiating a different luster, sometimes vast, sometimes deep, sometimes icy, sometimes blazing, like 6 colored pillars of light, entered his dantian and merged with his newly perfected golden core. A click sounded. The golden core shattered instantly, giving birth to spirituality. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, dragon roars that shook the void resounded, and phantom images of true dragons of different attributes crawled out from Chen Mobai's shattered golden core, lifting him off the ground and soaring into the sky. From Jiang Zhengheng's perspective, Chen Mobai was like a supreme celestial emperor carried by 6 true dragons, radiating boundless majesty and spiritual light. After completing his nascent soul cultivation using the 6 dragons riding the heavens scripture, Chen Mobai stopped his practice. Because the highest level of the cultivation technique he possesses is only the nascent soul stage. Although he could try to comprehend the divine transformation chapters using the 5 elements of music, that would definitely be time-consuming and laborious, which is not in his nature. Another reason is that, when one reaches the divine transformation stage, one must forge the 6 dragon dharma images. Before that, one needs to purify all the essence and blood using the dragon transformation scripture. Otherwise, like the successive emperors of the Eastern Imperial Court, the technique will have flaws. Chen Mobai thought about the dragon shape that appeared when Shengxi activated the 6th dragon talisman, and used his divine sense to control his yellow dragon avatar to fly out and breathe dragon breath towards the earth. Soon, he resonated with the golden-armored celestial being deep within the earth. In midair, carried by 6 true dragons, he casually waved his hand, and the power of earth escape and dragon spirit immediately activated the human puppet, which slowly emerged amidst the tremors of the earth. After doing all this, Chen Mobai closed his eyes and waited for a while before taking out a jade slip and using his divine sense to inscribe it. This is the 6 dragons riding the heavens scripture that I revised after practicing it. This technique is indeed worthy of being passed down by the heavenly emperor. Its potential far exceeds any nascent soul technique of the 5 elements sect. You can try to cultivate it in the future. Chen Mobai handed the newly carved jade slip to Jiang Zhengheng, who accepted it with both hands with a respectful expression. Thank you, Master, for transmitting the Dharma. The 6 dragon incarnations are formed by fusing the essence and blood of 6 dragons with the energy of the dragon vein. Therefore, practitioners who ride the 6 dragons' heavenly riding scripture can possess the innate supernatural powers of 6 dragon-shaped true spirits. For example, Chen Mobai's yellow dragon incarnation, with the support of his cultivation, was even able to compete with little yellow dragon girl for control of the Earth's elemental energy and operate the Earth's axis. The moment the black dragon avatar was completed, the various supernatural powers that the old dragon had once used naturally surfaced in his mind. If his cultivation were to advance further and his avatar were to be upgraded to a 5th-order Dharma form, coupled with the Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl, he might be able to control the power of the Xuanhai Sea. As for the other white dragon incarnations, Chen Mobai wasn't very familiar with them, and the location wasn't suitable, so he didn't delve into their study. He planned to go into seclusion and study them properly after leaving this secret realm. Even in such a short time, he sensed the terrifying nature of this technique. Upon first mastering the 6 dragon incarnations, a cultivator can control the power of true spirits and supernatural abilities through these incarnations. As the cultivation method deepens, the human emperor's treasure body will completely absorb and refine the essence of the 6 dragons. When one achieves the 6 dragon dharma form, one possesses the bloodline talent of 6 true dragons, undergoing a transcendent transformation. In terms of supernatural abilities and cultivation, one can be said to be virtually invincible within the same realm. No wonder that, after the Eastern Imperial Court dissipated, holy lands like the Moral Sect were willing to go to any lengths to sever the dragon vein. As long as no dragon vein with spirituality is born, then the practice of the 6 dragons riding the heavens scripture will forever be stuck at the stage of forging a dragon's spiritual root, just like Jiang Zhengheng is now. In that case, no one will be able to master this heavenly emperor technique. However, this only applies to the eastern continent. Yuan Yin of the Purple Cloud Heavenly Palace in the central continent has still mastered the riding the 6 dragons to control the heavens scripture. The reason why the Central Plains Holy Land did not suppress the Purple Cloud Heavenly Palace was not only to give face to the Heavenly Emperor, but also because the Central Plains Holy Land's cultivation techniques were no less powerful than the riding the 6 dragons to control the Heavenly Scripture. Since they all claim to be invincible among their peers, it doesn't really matter. As expected, this human puppet cultivated the 6 dragons riding the Heaven's Scripture in its previous life. After examining the last golden-armored celestial being, Chen Mobai confirmed his suspicions. How could this be? Jiang Zhengheng was greatly surprised when he heard his words. During the Eastern Imperial Court period, those who could cultivate the riding the 6 dragons to rule the heavens scripture were definitely members of the royal family and of noble status. Such a being, after its death, should certainly be properly buried. It shouldn't have been stolen by the corpse disintegration demon sect and used to create a golden armor corpse. What if it was refined by the Eastern Imperial Court itself? When Chen Mobai said this, Jiang Zhengheng was so shocked that he was speechless. I don't know if this human puppet is an isolated case of the golden armored god or the norm. When you get back, go through all the records of the Eastern Imperial Court that you copied this time and see if there are any related records. Yes, master. After examining the human puppet and scanning its data into the heavenly calculation bead, Chen Mobai sent it back to the depths of this secret realm. Although the Taoist sect didn't care about this thing, it wasn't theirs after all, so Chen Mobai couldn't just take it away. Next, the master and his apprentice arrived in front of the pavilions and towers. Jiang Zhengheng took out his small dragon-capturing cauldron, and sure enough, the closer he got, the brighter its spiritual light became. However, there is a powerful defensive barrier here, which, in theory, requires the 6-dragon talisman in Shengxi's possession to open and enter. However, Chen Mobai completely ignored the restriction and did not even use the 6 dragons riding the heavens scripture. Instead, he used the void escape technique to easily teleport Jiang Zhengheng into the area. Master's void body is truly miraculous. After Jiang Zhengheng entered, he couldn't help but sigh. In his view, the void secret technique of the Taixu Misty Palace could not have been passed down, so it could only be a vacuum body that could break through the void. Chen Mobai simply smiled and remained silent in response. There are some things I don't tell my disciples, and that's for their own good. Master, over here. Jiang Zhengheng led Chen Mobai to the artificial hill where the little dragon-capturing cauldron had initially reacted. Although the area was shrouded in a flawless restriction, even the fifth-order empty valley sound could not detect any unusual fluctuations. However, since the little dragon-capturing cauldron had reacted, Chen Mobai directly used his primordial true qi to cover it. Under the influence of Hunyuan true qi, any restriction containing the power of the 5 elements will have a flaw. Even those without the 5 elements attributes will experience disharmony due to their resistance to the primordial true qi. Sure enough, the surface of the artificial mountain suddenly shimmered with layers of crystal-clear, jade-like luster, as if the outer layer of stone skin had been removed, revealing the beautiful jade essence inside. This is the power of the jade dragon. Chen Mobai immediately understood the meaning by comparing it with the 6 dragons riding the heavens scripture he had just mastered. Then, the colorful snake transformed and emerged from behind him, baring its fangs and claws as it pounced on the artificial mountain. However, something unexpected happened to him. The moment the rainbow snake clashed with the artificial hill, it was actually bounced away. Clearly, in addition to the 6 dragons riding the heavens scripture, special incantations or methods are needed to unlock the secrets within the artificial mountain. However, the incarnation of the colorful snake was not without effect. A palm-sized indentation suddenly appeared on the artificial mountain that revealed the jade material, which seemed to be a place to place a token. It was as if a jade pendant needed to be placed on it to break the restriction. Master, it seems the opportunity is still not enough. Seeing this, Zhang Zhengheng sighed inwardly and instead offered words of comfort. Opportunity, my presence here today is the opportunity that has arrived. But Chen Mobai snorted coldly and said this. A vast and boundless divine sense erupted, and the primordial chaos pearl emerged from his chest. As the primordial chaos Tao circulated, a wisp of hazy gray energy flowed out of the pearl and landed on the artificial mountain. The once crystal clear and lustrous mountain suddenly began to appear illusory. However, Chen Mobai discovered that the power of the chaos pearl was showing signs of dissolving, which meant that the power before him was at the 6th level. No wonder it was able to hide from the search efforts of holy sites like the Dayad sect. But in front of Chen Mobai, it only struggled for a little longer. The primordial bell emerged from the void and merged with the primordial pearl, instantly overwhelming the power of the jade dragon with the power of the primordial Tao. After a burst of dazzling light, the artificial mountain in front of us finally collapsed, revealing a jade box hidden inside. Chen Mobai manipulated the power of the primordial Tao to cover the jade box, and soon the restrictions on it were also removed. The colorful snake that had just been repelled flew out and opened the jade box. Chen Mobai and his apprentice saw that inside was a jade scroll. The cover had 3 words written on it. The Book of the Heavenly Emperor. Chapter 1199, The Heavenly Emperor's Register. Chapter 1199, The Heavenly Emperor's Register. Chen Mobai's eyes lit up. As soon as he saw the name Jade Book, he roughly understood what it was. It must have been left behind by that Heavenly Emperor of the Spirit Void Immortal Realm. I wonder what kind of inheritance is contained in this book. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai immediately had the colorful snake transform into its own form, take out the Heavenly Emperor's book, and open it in front of him. There were no restrictions on this Heavenly Emperor's register. It seemed that as long as one could identify the spiritual power of the 6 dragons riding the heavenly scripture, one could read it. As the dragon's spiritual power was transferred in, the originally smooth and blank jade book began to reveal mysterious and elegant characters. This was the official script of the Eastern Imperial Court. Although Chen Mobai had not studied it, he had a dictionary in the heavenly calculation beads and translated it directly. After browsing through the entire document, he couldn't help but look surprised. The above is actually the complete 6 dragons riding the heaven scripture, and it can be cultivated to the highest level of Tao integration. However, the great Tao that this technique combines is not the 2 great Taos of the Heavenly Emperor as rumored, but rather order and law. Among these, order is the acquired principle, while law is the innate principle. By cultivating according to the Heavenly Emperor's book, one can unify the 5 continents and 4 seas in the mortal realm, control the great path of order, and then ascend to the celestial realm to assume the position of Heavenly Emperor, elevating order into law. Once a new Heavenly Emperor is established, the current Heavenly Emperor can abdicate and even gracefully depart, taking with him the 2 great Taos he possesses. Is this the Heavenly Emperor's scheme? No wonder the Heavenly Emperor was furious after the Eastern Imperial Court was destroyed. After reading the Heavenly Emperor's book, Chen Mobai finally understood some of the truth of the past. He was also very familiar with the 2 great principles of order and law. Because the Taoist Heavenly Book records this kind of content, this is one of the foundational avenues. Only those who have mastered the great path of law can replace the current Heavenly Emperor and ensure that he does not abandon his own path. Was this the reason why the Eastern Imperial Court was targeted in the first place? The powerful Tao lords of the Linkang immortal realm do not wish for the Heavenly Emperor to transcend. Or perhaps the Heavenly Emperor can transcend, but cannot transcend with the great Tao. After closing the Heavenly Emperor's book, Chen Mobai thought about many things. But in the end, he shook his head. For him, it's still too early to consider a confrontation with such beings. But this book of the Heavenly Emperor will definitely be of great use to him. This perfectly completes the cultivation method of the 5 element sects, rules path. As his cultivation reached the nascent soul stage, the Tao Law fruit, which was nurtured with the Eastern wilderness human Tao as its core, was no longer of any use to Chen Mobai. He originally planned to pass on the teachings to Zhang Zhengheng after he reached the nascent soul stage, so that this disciple could take over the rules and also point out the fastest path to becoming a deity. However, the Tao Law fruit, this great path, has a very low upper limit. If Jiang Xingheng wants to advance further in the future, he must reanalyze the Tao fruit method. However, this would require him to have the determination and courage to break through and rebuild. Moreover, taking another path to the nascent soul stage would waste a lot of time and might even lead to failure. Jiang Xingheng and Qingping are two different cases. Qingping's talent in the 5 elements technique surpasses even that of the Tao Law fruit, so after refining the rules of the immortal sect, he can easily cultivate the Hunyuan pearl and embark on the path of nascent soul in the One Yuan Tao scripture. However, Jiang Xingheng's talent lies in the Tao Law fruit. Although Chen Mobai has a way to help him improve his wood spirit root, in that case, he would probably only reach the nascent soul stage at most, and it would be difficult for him to even reach the deity transformation stage. It would be better to transform into a deity through the fruits of the Tao. At least then, one would retain the great power and lifespan of a deity. But now that the Heavenly Emperor's register exists, this problem has been solved. In the future, Jiang Xingheng may even be able to leave the territory of the 5 elements sect after refining the rules. Moreover, the fruit of Tao Law is originally the seed of the 2 great Taos of order and law. With this complement, the cultivation of the Heavenly Emperor's book will be twice as effective. This could even replace the One Yuan Tao Jing and become the supreme cultivation method of the 5 elements sect. After all, the highest level of the One Yuan Tao scripture is only the refinement of emptiness, and the only content at the 7th level is the Hunyuan golden cauldron, a magical artifact. Of course, cultivating the Heavenly Emperor's book will still inherit the drawbacks of the Tao Law, namely, one cannot do whatever one wants. All actions must be based on the fairness of the order of heaven and earth, and one can no longer have selfish desires. However, Chen Mobai felt that Jiang Xingheng had such determination. With that thought in mind, he rode his colorful serpent avatar and presented the Heavenly Emperor's decree to this disciple. Master, Jiang Xingheng looked puzzled, but his eyes held a hint of expectation. Read it once, memorize it, and then I will ask you a few questions. After hearing Chen Mobai's words, Jiang Xingheng nodded, barely suppressing his excitement, and then stretched out his hands to open and read the scroll of the Heavenly Emperor's book. He read very slowly, and following Chen Mobai's instructions, he memorized every single word. After reading it once, he closed his eyes and recited it silently. Then he opened them again to check and confirmed that there were no mistakes. He then bowed deeply to Chen Mobai and said, "Thank you, Master, for passing on the great Tao." After putting away the jade book, Chen Mobai asked the disciple in front of him, "This Heavenly Emperor's book can be cultivated to the highest level of Tao integration, and it is in harmony with your temperament. Do you have any plans to switch to cultivating this method?" Jiang Xingheng, this disciple dares not conceal this thought from Master. Chen Mobai, this path will undoubtedly lead to the highest level of achievement among all the cultivation methods of the 5 elements sect, but it also has the potential to turn you into a pawn, becoming the foundation of a world from which you will be unable to transcend for all eternity. You should think this through carefully. Jiang Xingheng, this disciple is willing to establish rules for lasting peace for all living beings, and then die with my body shattered to pieces. Chen Mobai, as a pure Yang powerhouse, the Heavenly Emperor even has descendants in the central continent of the Heavenly River realm. The great Tao recorded in this jade book may have already been occupied by his descendants. When you cultivate to the end, you may find that there is no way forward. Are you willing to do that? Hearing this, Jiang Xingheng hesitated slightly, but in the end he nodded firmly. This disciple is willing to give it a try. Jiang Xingheng was very clear that, although he had outstanding talent and had Chen Mobai as his master, so he had no shortage of resources, the only cultivation path he could see was the nascent soul stage, and even that hope was very slim. If he were to switch to cultivating the Heavenly Emperor's book, and combine it with the Tao Law fruit of the 5 elements sect, the chances of him becoming a nascent soul cultivator would be extremely high. If he could develop and build the 5 elements sect into a second Eastern imperial court, then he could become a new human emperor, or even get a glimpse into the profound mysteries of void refinement. Faced with this broad road that reveals both light and thorns, despite the risk of ending in dead end, Jiang Xingheng felt that he had no reason not to choose it. "Since you are so determined, I am willing to lend you a hand." After hearing Jiang Xingheng's expected answer, Chen Mobai nodded with a look of satisfaction. A white jade crown emerged from the void above his head. The Tao Law fruit, inlaid at its very center, shimmered with a deep blue light. "Kneel down." Chen Mobai spoke to the disciple before him, who immediately obeyed and bowed deeply. "Today, I entrust you with all the karma related to the five elements sect. From now on, you will be the ruler of the three regions on the eastern frontier." Chen Mobai had mentioned the matter of the transfer line to his two disciples, Zhu Ming and Jiang Xingheng, a long time ago. However, in order to avoid them worrying too much and bearing heavy pressure, he did not reveal everything as he did today. "It is my honor to serve my master." After listening, Jiang Xingheng did not hesitate at all. He took the crown of heaven and earth from Chen Mobai's hand and put it on his head. The moment the white jade crown was placed on his head, Jiang Xingheng felt as if 10,000 mountains were pressing down on him, making his face pale and his breath catch in his throat. Seeing this, Chen Mobai pointed and sealed 99% of the effects of the crown of heaven and earth. This is the power of a fifth-tier cultivator, which is far too heavy for a disciple who has not yet formed his nascent soul. Take your time, don't rush. I'll first teach you the supernatural power of introspection. The master and disciple began their teachings and guidance within this secret realm of the imperial city. Jiang Xingheng's talent in Taoist principles is even more outstanding than Qingping's. Moreover, the fruit of Taoist principles was planted by his own hands and nurtured by the civilization of the human dynasty he established. The core foundation of all living beings in the world, the mortal beings of the eastern wilderness, have also been protected and guided by him over the years, so they have merged with his energy very quickly. It was only because Jiang Xingheng's cultivation level was insufficient that he was unable to withstand it. Under Chen Mobai's guidance, he quickly mastered the art of introspection, which would greatly accelerate his future cultivation. The other realm, being located in a secret realm far from the three border regions of the eastern continent, cannot be explored. However, according to Chen Mobai's observation, Jiang Xingheng had already grasped the meaning. Disciple kowtows in gratitude to master. After passing on the two supernatural powers of the crown of heaven and earth, Jiang Xingheng saw his bright future and excitedly bowed deeply to Chen Mobai once again. "You are my disciple, so it's only right that I pass on my mantle to you." Chen Mobai smiled and helped the disciple kneeling in front of him to his feet. At that moment, Chen Mobai suddenly felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his heart, leaving him feeling incredibly light, clear, and serene. Is this what it feels like to be without wires? Chen Mobai found it very novel.